The manga begins with a man intensely playing a video game, trying to take down the boss, which he managed to do with the help of his friends. Suddenly, he immediately felt intense pain, leading to him falling to the floor. Up until then, the man had lived a good life. The doctor told him he only had 3 years to live because they had found a heart disease for which no cure had been found yet. The man's chances of survival were pretty much zero. They warned him that the next time he had a heart attack, he would die. The man decided to quit his job and poured all his energy into his hobby, a VRMMO called Broken Balance Online, commonly known as BBO. The man ended up becoming one of the strongest players on the server. Due to his illness, his reflexes and speed could no longer catch up to the others. However, his knowledge in BBO was still second to none. When the day finally arrived for him to fully use his knowledge and manage to beat a boss considered impossible for the next 3 years, he really wished that he could have lived longer to witness the events after. As he could barely use his fingers, the man used the very last of his strength to inform his colleagues that he was very grateful to them. After closing his eyes and accepting his demise, he was surprised to wake up in a bed. Memories came rushing to his head, and he then realized that he was reincarnated in another world with the memories of his past life. The man's name was now Eldo, the 4th son of a lower noble in a remote area. His family didn't think of him as a person, and the only person who spoke to him was his oldest sibling, while the rest of his current family just ignored him. Eldo could only guess the reason for their treatment was that, after he was born, they had 3 years of poor harvest, which eventually led to him being branded as the god of pestilence. Due to Eldo being underage, his parents couldn't kick him out of the house yet. However, he would be turning 15 the next day, and would officially become an adult. After undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony, Eldo would be officially banished from the city and be on his own. Knowing these facts, Eldo was far from being hopeless, as the world he was reincarnated into was just like the game he used to play, Broken Balance Online. Aside from the coming-of-age ceremony, magic skills and jobs also existed in BBO. Jobs that are similarly told in fantasy stories like Magician and Swordsman. Even the skills they use are the same as BBO's. An example would be a swordsman's first skill they learned was Whirlwind Slash, and for magicians it was Magic Ball. Eldo was able to confirm that the skills also worked the same in BBO when his older brother was bragging to him about it. Eldo's current job was Novice, as the name suggests. It's a job for people who don't actually have a proper job yet, and the Novice was the weakest job. Trying to test out his theory, Eldo cast a low-level recovery magic called Self-Care. After confirming his theory, Eldo realized that the system of the world was the same as BBO. However, there was a crucial difference from BBO. The general population had an overwhelming lack of knowledge in magic and skills. An example would be the skill he just cast. Self-care is not a very powerful skill, but since anyone can use it and has low magic consumption, it was still very handy. However, Eldo has not seen anyone use the skill ever. Eldo's unfortunate reality just became a blessing in disguise. Rather than being stuck and staying at a noble's house, Eldo would rather get kicked out and become much stronger. Furthermore, he has the most vast knowledge regarding BBO, which makes it easy for him to survive. His older brother then visited him, asking how he feels for tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony. His brother was surprised when Eldo told him that he does not want to undergo the ceremony. Even after reassuring him that the costs would not be his worry, Eldo was still persistent in not pushing through the ceremony. There were 2 ways to get a job. One was the coming-of-age ceremony, and the other was to get the job at the royal capital's church. The large church of the royal capital had a fairly superior performance compared to the other churches. One could get a high-level job unlike the others. Eldo's older brother warned him of the precautions of his decision, and he may end up becoming a novice all his life. Eldo understands his brother's warning. Instead, he asked a favor of him to inform his father of his decision, since if it was Eldo that were to inform their father, then he would just be ignored. After knowing Eldo's decision, his father woke him up the next day and immediately kicked him out as soon as he woke up. Leaving his home, Eldo was only left with a shabby sword and 10,000 gil, which was the same as 1 yen on Earth. As he was about to get out of the city, Eldo was surprised to see his brother waiting for him. When his older brother learned of Eldo's plans on becoming an adventurer, he gives him 100,000 gil and advises Eldo to make sure that he gets a source of income before the money runs out. Realizing that he was lucky to have a good older brother, Eldo refuses to accept the money and tells his brother that what he has was enough. After saying their goodbyes to each other, Eldo left the city and decided to go to a city with a guild established. Before heading to the Adventurers Guild, Eldo hoped that he would not encounter any demons since the only weapon he had was a shabby sword. After looking at his surroundings, Eldo immediately made contact with a monster. A novice's enemy detection ability is low, so whenever a novice detects an enemy, so do the demons. Eldo could only wonder if the demon would let him run away to ask for help. The demon in front of him was one of the weakest demons called Wolf. As his first battle in the new world, being careless was not an option. Eldo still remembered the sensation of swinging a sword in BBO. The most important part was always the player's skill. Eldo focused on everything he had learned from BBO, which made it easy for him to take on a demon even if he was a level 1 novice. Eldo's attack had a critical hit multiplier. It was a feature where if the player hits an enemy with all their strength, the system would multiply the damage dealt several times. Eldo was confident with his skills after experiencing first-hand battle. All the techniques he learned in BBO also applied to his new world. Eldo now confirms that he can manage living in his new world with the knowledge of BBO. Eldo was amazed at how naturally his body moved. If he could perform at 70% or more, he could get critical hits and be considered an experienced player. He wondered if it was because his instincts from when he played BBO were still there. Eldo then confirmed that another feature was also the same with BBO, and that was dismantling, extracting useful materials from monsters in order to make weapons and shields. It seems that people often complain and leave the carcass as they find it annoying and disgusting. Due to its excessively bad reputation, the auto-dismantling skill was implemented to dismantle the materials automatically. When Eldo tried the auto-dismantling, it had no response. For the finishing touch, he then used the skill cleaning on the materials, which worked and found it quite useful. For some reason, the world he was reincarnated to was similar to BBO, but also not quite the same. Eldo finally arrived at a town called Ilia. He was then approached by a man asking him if he was lost. After explaining to the man his predicament, the man gave Eldo advice that he should stop speaking formally, as adventurers don't use formal language. Adventurers speak in a way to make it harder to know the hierarchy in the group. If an adventurer hears Eldo speaking formally, they would immediately assume that Eldo was someone who doesn't know the basics and would be made fun of. After adjusting his words, the man then pointed to Eldo the direction to the Adventurers Guild. When Eldo finally reached the Adventurers Guild Ilia branch, the first thing his eyes caught was the world map placed on a wall. Recognizing that the capital was on the neighboring continent on the other side of the sea, Eldo immediately understood that traveling to another country would be a hassle. Luckily for him, the neighboring continent was not that far away. Knowing that he cannot yet achieve his first goal, Eldo decided to first check the requests that the Ilia branch guild offers. A tip Eldo remembers was that you can see the types of monsters in the area if you look at the requests. And with that, Eldo can plan what to do next. Eldo was surprised and confused after learning that the wolf slaying request was a C rank. Requests were ranked from A to F. That means that wolf slaying is the third highest of the 6 levels. No matter how one could look at it, a monster's rank that can be defeated by a single hit from a novice shouldn't be that high. Eldo immediately could tell that something was wrong. Eldo then checked the F rank requests where the wolf slaying should have been. He was curious as the monsters from the D rank below requests were not familiar to him and did not exist in BBO. Wondering if the wolf he killed earlier was on the top 3, Eldo cleared his thoughts and decided to bring the wolf's fang to the counter first. After exchanging greetings with the guild receptionist named Teresa, Eldo wanted to sell the monster's fang but acted like he did not know which monster it was from. After receiving a sermon from Teresa, Eldo was informed that the marketability depends on the monster's part, which makes no guarantees that Eldo could sell the fangs. When Eldo showed the fangs, they were surprised to find out that those were wolf fangs. Suspicious of Eldo, she asked if Eldo purchased the fangs from someone. Since there were some people who bought materials from other shops, selling them without a request to the guild wouldn't count as an achievement. Realizing that Teresa was misinterpreting his goal with obtaining easy achievements, Eldo explained that he had defeated the monster normally, and wondered if the wolf was really a C-rank monster. After confirming by Teresa that the monster was indeed a C-rank based on the guild's bestiary, Eldo wondered if the one he defeated was weaker than usual. Teresa explained that the strength of monsters within the same species isn't that different, and what made Teresa more suspicious was that the fangs were too clean when Eldo mentioned that he just killed the monster. Eldo was not really too focused on who killed the monster, but rather getting the funds was his priority. Curious if he could still sell the fangs, Eldo asked how much he could get from the fangs. Teresa responded that the fangs would usually be 32,000 gil, but since the fangs Eldo brought were so clean, the price was adjusted and was now 34,000 gil. After selling the fangs, Eldo asked if he could join the guild. Teresa informed Eldo that one must first take an easy exam with a fee of 5,000 gil. After receiving the deducted money, Teresa then asked Eldo if he had a job. After learning that Eldo was a novice, Teresa then reminded him that there would not be any reimbursements if Eldo were to fail. Teresa then handed out options for Eldo to choose for his exam. Eldo would be treated the same way regardless of the subject he chooses. All the requirements are to use job-exclusive skills, which makes it difficult for Eldo to pass since he was a novice who has no skill. The only option Eldo could take was a simulation battle against the examiner. Eldo knows that the option he chose was a difficult and unusual requirement. As a novice with low stats and no combat skills, he estimated that he was probably level 1. And no matter how accustomed he was in fighting in BBO, Eldo was not confident that he could defeat a well-trained swordsman. Realizing that if he were to lose, he would just lose 5,000 gil, Eldo wanted to give it a try. After accepting Eldo's request, Teresa then asked for Eldo to follow her after a few moments. After entering the training area, a trainer was standing in the middle asking Eldo if he was the novice that wanted to become an adventurer. Eldo was surprised when the examiner wished for him to withdraw from the exam for his safety, estimating that the examiner may be 10 times stronger than Eldo. If they were to cross swords even once, Eldo assumes that he would not hold even for a second and would be defeated easily. Eldo still decided to push through with his decision and asked the examiner for no serious injuries. After reassuring Eldo that he would only deal with minor injuries, Eldo then asked if he should also wield the same wooden sword as the examiner, but was told to use the sword that he has even if it was a real sword. Even though Eldo was reassured that he may use a real sword, he was still worried and persists in using a wooden sword. After choosing the weapon, Teresa announced that she would be the referee of the match, and signaled for the match to begin. As the examiner was walking calmly, Eldo knew that the difference between them was too high for him, and if there was an opportunity to win, it would be a moment where the examiner uses a skill. The swordsman's skill was undoubtedly more powerful than a regular attack, but in exchange, they can't alter their movement halfway through. If the examiner doesn't use any skills, Eldo won't be able to do anything against the examiner's raw power and sword skills. The examiner finally made his move and dashed towards Eldo. Analyzing the examiner's position of attack, Eldo prepared himself from a standing position. However, Eldo was surprised when the examiner said, "Guard Crash," a skill that takes down enemies guarding themselves by using overwhelming power. In doing such a bold move at the same time avoiding the attack, Eldo basically could tell that the examiner wanted Eldo to stay in place and take the attack head-on. Eldo dodged the attack and assumed that the examiner's attack was on purpose. Not wanting to fail the exam, Eldo didn't hesitate to land a critical hit. Surprised at the result of the match, Teresa immediately called it in as Eldo's win. Wondering if he passed the exam, Eldo stared at the examiner confused. The examiner couldn't believe that he lost to a novice who didn't even use a skill. Eldo thanked the examiner as he still assumed that the examiner was still acting weak till the very end. Eldo asked the examiner if he had passed the test. The examiner responded that Eldo had passed with flying colors and was curious about where Eldo learned that type of swordsmanship. Eldo was cautious with his words as he didn't want to disclose that he learned the skill through playing a game in his previous life. Instead, he simply stated that he taught himself. In the game, Eldo used to swing his sword as much as possible and would stay up late at night with his friends discussing the most efficient ways to swing a sword. The examiner couldn't believe that Eldo taught himself and wasn't expecting to lose to a novice. Eldo humbly told the examiner that he only won because the examiner had gone easy on him. The examiner was confused by Eldo's comments since he had been serious throughout their fight. Eldo, still thinking that the examiner had taken it easy due to his job, smiled at the examiner, considering the exam completed effortlessly. After congratulating Eldo on passing the guild's admission exam, Teresa welcomed Eldo as a member of the Adventurers Guild. After handing Eldo's guild card, Teresa asked Eldo if he wanted to hear the guild's guidelines. Accepting Teresa's offer, she started with the adventurer's obligations: submitting false reports, divulging confidential information from the client, and disobeying the laws of the country they're currently working in were not tolerated and would face punishment. The punishment for breaking any of those obligations ranged from having one's license suspended to being sentenced to death. Remembering a feature in BBO where the player is forced to clear an emergency request, Eldo asked if they are required to provide help during an emergency. Teresa firmly stated that only those 3 obligations must be followed. She then continued to the next issue, the requested deadlines and penalties. If an adventurer does not complete a request within the allotted time, the request would be considered incomplete. After being fully explained by Teresa, Eldo was curious and asked Teresa what would happen to him if he completes a request but does not report it before the deadline. Teresa responded that the reporting would be adjusted according to where the request took place. She then reminded Eldo that if he does not report the request within the deadline, it would be considered incomplete. When Teresa finally finished explaining the adventurer's guidelines, Eldo wanted to gather more information and asked if she had any bestiaries or fighting manuals in the Adventurers Guild. Eldo was informed that the manuals are in the guild's library, and if he wishes to take them, it was better for Eldo to copy the manual since they are not allowed to bring the manual outside of the library. Teresa took some time to think about the best manual suited for Eldo's request. She then handed him the manual for monsters in the outskirts of Ilia. After scanning through the manual, Eldo was surprised to see the monsters that were supposed to be low level were now C rank, even thinking that it must have been a joke. Eldo wondered if all of the adventurers in his new world were A rank or something. Eldo felt slightly relieved after finding out that there were no monsters drawn in the A rank category. Eldo then went ahead and checked the adventurer's combat manual. He kept skipping the pages since he had already learned those. He was even more enraged when he reached the page for the advanced level, and found it very lacking since it also didn't contain information about one-on-one battles and anticipating enemy actions. After reading an attack called Miracle Strike, Eldo was puzzled, knowing that the world's strongest critical hit rate was only 20%, and wondered if they meant adventurers that had only just graduated from being a beginner. Eldo wondered if the people in his new world did not know the trick to pull off critical hits. Learning that the information was all lacking and different, Eldo realized that he couldn't fully trust the bestiary or the other manuals. Teresa was surprised when Eldo asked her the way to go to the capital. After informing Eldo that he can go to the capital by taking a ferry, Eldo asked if there was another way since taking a ferry would be very expensive. After learning the ways of getting on the ferry, Teresa lastly suggested that Eldo can swim across the sea, which he immediately declined the idea. Eldo then asked Teresa if there was a request that she could recommend to him as a beginner. She then handed and explained an F-rank request. After looking closely at the request, Eldo was curious why the reward was so high. Teresa explained that it was because the request was hard and was pretty much a D-rank request. Eldo instantly refused and wanted a regular F-rank instead since he was not in a hurry. Teresa wondered why Eldo does not want to take the request since he already proved that he was strong by defeating the examiner. Teresa was then surprised to learn when Eldo told her that he only won as he only managed to hit the Miracle Strike at the examiner. Teresa suggested even more to Eldo to take a higher rank request, since only expert swordsmen can execute a Miracle Strike. Eldo decided to pick the request himself and landed on hunting down a kick rabbit. After asking Teresa the location of the second forest, Eldo left the guild and headed towards the second forest. He accidentally met up with the examiner he defeated and was teased by him, calling Eldo the strongest novice and asking if he was about to do a quest. After humbly telling the examiner that he wasn't the strongest novice and that he was headed to hunt kick rabbits, the examiner bid Eldo good luck before leaving. After reaching the second forest of Ilia, Eldo immediately went inside the forest and encountered a beast, and wondered if it was a kick rabbit. He was then caught off guard as he encountered a pack of lesser wolves. He then realized that he was tricked by the receptionist, and was instead led to a pack of lesser wolves. With the only option being to fight, Eldo drew his sword and swiftly dodged the attacks and landed powerful attacks on the lesser wolves. When Eldo had finally lessened the numbers of the lesser wolves, he began to move even faster, killing a lesser wolf with one hit each. After wiping out the pack, Eldo felt his body getting lighter and wondered if it was a level up. Since he does not know the level system of his new world, he tested a theory by doing a reinforced stone throw. When the stone got buried in the tree, it confirmed that Eldo did level up since he can now use a level 2 skill. He then headed back to the Adventurers Guild to register his level up and give Teresa a piece of his mind. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Eldo brought a lesser wolf carcass and asked Teresa if she had referred to the monster he was holding as a kick rabbit. Teresa then feigned ignorance, claiming she didn't know what had transpired. She stated that she had clearly mentioned the presence of only kick rabbits in the kick rabbit forest. Since Eldo had defeated the lesser wolves, it meant he had ventured into the second forest of Ilia by mistake. Realizing that Teresa would persist in playing dumb, Eldo decided to go along with it and requested to cancel the mission since he couldn't complete it due to mistakenly going to the second forest. Eldo grew more annoyed when Teresa mentioned that the request had been completed, as she had inadvertently filled out the procedures for hunting lesser wolves. Eldo's angry expression disappeared instantly upon receiving the rewards for the request. Having defeated 6 lesser wolves, he received a total of 120,000 gil. Eldo forgave Teresa, thinking that she only assigned him requests suitable for his strength and yielding the highest monetary rewards. Thanks to Teresa, Eldo found a profitable request and inquired if there were more requests to slay lesser wolves, as he planned to take on the challenge again. The next day, Eldo visited a workshop in search of a short sword suitable for his build. Since weapons were crucial for completing requests, Eldo needed a good weapon to compensate for his lack of stats in the future. Displeased with the weapons on display, he asked the shop owner if there were better swords available. When the shop owner presented an expensive sword, Eldo requested to try it out. After a few swings and feeling the sword, Eldo decided to purchase it. With no money left, Eldo went to the Adventurers Guild looking for requests related to hunting lesser wolves. Upon learning that there were still 32 left for the lesser wolves request kill limit, Eldo was curious about the request kill limit. Teresa explained that it was the number of monsters that would reward the adventurer. They could defeat as many monsters as they wanted, but they wouldn't be rewarded beyond that limit. Eldo decided to take the request to kill 32 lesser wolves, surprising Teresa, who wondered if Eldo could handle it. She was puzzled when Eldo mentioned that killing all 32 would take only 2 hours for him, and planned to accept another request to avoid returning too soon. After deciding that his second request would involve slaying spear mice, Teresa became ecstatic and immediately processed the request. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Eldo headed towards the second forest and swiftly completed his first request. He then continued to search for the spear mouse. However, his surroundings were instantly covered in fog. After walking for some time, Eldo saw a mouse with a horn and wondered if it was the spear mouse. As he drew his sword, Eldo was surprised when the spear mouse suddenly screamed. Realizing that more spear mice would surround him, Eldo rushed towards the screaming spear mouse, ending its life. Unfortunately, the spear mouse reinforcements arrived right after he killed the first mouse. Realizing he was at a disadvantage due to compensating for his lack of stats with skills, Eldo encouraged himself and continued to attack from a distance, killing all the spear mice. Noticing multiple injuries, Eldo used the ability Self-Cure to heal the wounds. Eldo continued to slay more spear mice after recovering from his wounds. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Teresa was surprised that Eldo had slain 276 spear mice. However, Eldo could tell that Teresa was once again playing dumb as before. Both were astonished to learn what had happened. Realizing that even though the spear mouse was an E-rank monster, they could gather in large numbers. Teresa noticed a horn and immediately identified it as belonging to a monster called Army Spear Mice. Different from normal spear mice, as the Army Spear Mice had a C rank. Eldo asked if he had failed the request, surprising Teresa, who thought Eldo would be worried. She explained that facing an Army Spear Mice alone would mean certain death. Eldo asked if he could change the request to Army Spear Mice, but Teresa immediately declined, stating it was not allowed. To compensate for Eldo's efforts, Teresa informed him that he could still sell the materials from the Army Spear Mice as they fetched a high price. When Eldo heard that each material sold for 20,000 gil, he did not hesitate and sold everything. After receiving the reward, Eldo noticed an unfamiliar platinum coin. Teresa explained that each platinum coin was worth 1,000,000 gil, warning Eldo not to show it off, as it could attract thieves. Realizing that the reward money was already substantial, Eldo could now travel to the capital. Teresa was slightly disappointed that Eldo was leaving so soon, as it had been a while since a strong adventurer came to Ilia. Curious, Teresa asked Eldo what he planned to do in the capital. Eldo responded that he had something to do there that would help him progress as an adventurer. After bidding farewell to Teresa and preparing to leave, Teresa ran towards Eldo and apologized for lying about the Kick Rabbit's request. Eldo didn't mind, but he asked her not to do it again, as someone might get really angry. After leaving the town of Ilia, Eldo headed to the port town. When Eldo finally arrived at the port town, a guard informed him that he could purchase the ticket at the Maxia commercial firm. When Eldo reached the Maxia commercial firm, he was astonished at the immense size of the building. Since Eldo didn't have a letter of introduction, he had to pay 3,000,000 gil. The ticket seller immediately thought Eldo was a famous adventurer, but upon hearing he was unknown, the ticket seller considered it a joke and even complimented it. After boarding the ship, Eldo had to wait and enjoy the trip for 3 hours before landing at the capital. He then noticed an object hanging in front of him and guessed that it was the relic called the Water Traveling Stone, wondering if it was used to control the ship. Eldo then noticed 2 women arguing about failing over something. When Eldo saw the ingredients, he immediately recognized them as being for the pale green spirit potion. When the 2 women overheard Eldo, they asked if he knew how to brew the potion just by looking at the ingredients. After informing the woman that he knew how to brew the potion, she asked if he could brew it for them, promising generous payment. Eldo, testing the woman's offer, requested 10,000,000 gil. Knowing the huge amount might not be reasonable, he was surprised when the woman mentioned if that was all he requested. Eldo wondered how much money the woman had to easily accept an unfair exchange. After 10 minutes, Eldo finished brewing the potion. Seeing the woman's happy expression, he wondered who she could be. What was missing in the ingredients was the sacred tree leaf, since it was an extremely high-class item. After receiving the payment, Eldo noticed that it was too much. The woman responded that, in fact, it was still not enough for what Eldo had given her. She then handed him a proof of trust from the Maxia company as a token of appreciation. If Eldo showed it in one of their stores or within the capital, it would certify Eldo as trustworthy. Eldo wondered if it was all right to give something of great importance. The woman responded that it was not a problem and that she could at least give that much if one wanted to be a company chairman. Seeing Eldo's puzzled expression, the woman introduced herself as Mina Maxia, the chairman of the Maxia company and the one that operates the ship they were on. Eldo was not expecting to meet and help someone with high status, and was very thankful for her. After thanking Eldo for the potion, Mina then asked for his name. After introducing himself, Eldo then asked if there was something out in the ocean. Mina was curious about what Eldo meant. Eldo then mentioned that something was getting closer to them. Mina mentioned that the ship was built to withstand the attack of monsters in their route. However, to be safe, Mina asked a crew to check what was out in the ocean. The crew was surprised and terrified to see a sea dragon approaching them. Mina was surprised and couldn't believe that a sea dragon would be in their route since they were 500 kilometers away from the sea dragon's habitat. A sea dragon is an aquatic monster far more powerful than a crank wolf. It uses its spear arms as weapons to stab its opponents. If a novice like Eldo gets hit by those arms, he would be immediately sent to the afterlife. Eldo asked if they would be alright. Unfortunately, the ship was not designed for a sea dragon. Mina asked everyone who could fight to gather in the ship, and to take the others inside the ship for refuge. Eldo then noticed that the sea dragon was after the ship's mast. They were now stuck in a situation where they couldn't break the ship's mast. With the only option being to fight, Eldo then asked if anyone in the ship could attack from a long-range distance. After seeing the 3 mages and 2 archers, Eldo faced another problem, and immediately asked everyone if there was someone who could defend the mast from the sea dragon's attacks. Unfortunately, no one raised their hands as it was common sense that no one could take on the sea dragon's attack. With no option left, Eldo offered to defend the mast himself. Seeing that the sea dragon was now within range, Eldo instructed the mages and archers to start their attack. After launching all of their attacks, the mages and archers were now more terrified since the sea dragon was still charging towards the ship, thinking that their attacks were ineffective. Eldo reassured them that their attacks were working, as they left marks of damage on the sea dragon's body. The mages and archers kept launching their attacks on the sea dragon, and only stopped when the sea dragon swam to the deeper parts of the ocean. It then resurfaced near the ship and was about to attack the ship. Fortunately, Eldo was able to block the sea dragon's attack by perfectly timing the attack, and using the critical counter to successfully parry the attack. The other adventurers were getting excited seeing Eldo deflecting the sea dragon's attack only using a sword. Eldo was just lucky that the sea dragon's attacks were easy to read for him to completely deflect. Mina then instructed the others to attack while the sea dragon was still visible and easy to mark. The sea dragon then launched the attack. Eldo was able to read the attack and successfully deflected it. However, he didn't notice right away that the sea dragon used both of its hands to attack. Deflecting the other attack was impossible, but his will and strength were enough for the mast not to get destroyed. The others launched another wave of attack and successfully incapacitated the sea dragon. However, it lost its stance and was headed towards Mina and the other civilians. Fortunately for them, Eldo was just in time to fully time and deflect the sea dragon's body. After receiving thanks from Mina and the civilians, Eldo then instructed the others to finish the sea dragon. After the last wave of attack, the sea dragon was finally defeated and sank into the ocean. A civilian couldn't believe that the adventurers were able to defeat a sea dragon. The civilian was about to thank Eldo when he no longer saw him. Eldo went inside one of the rooms of the shop and apologized for his intrusion as he didn't want to stand out. Eldo was not expecting to see Mina. The two had a wonderful conversation in which Mina mentioned that since Eldo saved the lives of those who had boarded the ship, she swore to repay the debt. In a far distant land, men in cloaks were observing the ship and couldn't believe that the sea dragon was defeated. But they were not disappointed since it was just a minor setback for their plans. The cloaked men's group was called the Garden of Despair. The people on the ship were then informed to prepare themselves to disembark since they will be reaching the capital soon. Seeing the structures of the capital, Eldo had hopes and expectations that the capital would be the place where he would change his job from novice to a sage. Seeing a rundown building, Eldo wondered if the ruins he was seeing were the capital's cathedral that he had been searching for so long. He then noticed the portrait of Geas, the god of jobs, carved into the walls. Even though it looked like a mess and no lights were turned on, it didn't matter to Eldo as long as there was a capital cathedral of the god of jobs. Mina noticed Eldo staring at the church and wondered if Eldo needed something from the church since she didn't expect him to be a religious type. When Mina suggested to Eldo that someone could help him go to the church, Eldo accepted the offer. Eldo was then corrected by Mina that the church he was looking at was an old abandoned church decades ago, and the real cathedral was the huge buildings. Eldo was not expecting the building to be the cathedral since it had no image of Geas. Eldo wondered if one could even change jobs in such a place. Eldo then asked if he could go to the ruins without permission. Mina thought Eldo was a religious type but guessed that he only loved the ruins. Mina then warned Eldo that if he went to the abandoned church, chances were that he could meet some thugs living there, and the worst-case scenario could be a bandit's hideout. Mina was not worried for Eldo's safety though since he was strong enough to deflect a sea dragon's attack. Eldo didn't want to take the risk and mentioned to Mina that he was only an F rank. Thinking that Eldo was joking, Eldo showed his Adventurer's Guild card to Mina, which made her wonder if the Adventurer's Guild was completely blind or something. Mina offered to have his rank changed since she knows someone in the guild that could do so. Eldo refused Mina's offer as he didn't want to cause problems for other people. Eldo was able to confirm earlier that the skills of the inhabitants of his new world were the same as in BBOs. Unfortunately, the people were just hopelessly bad at fighting. That's why they can only fight reasonably well in situations where they just randomly throw their skills at a stationary target. However, there were certain things one can't do in this world with skills. One also needed stats. For example, even if the sea dragon stood there and let Eldo hit it for 10 hours, Eldo wouldn't be able to defeat it with his current attack power, which is why it was much better if Eldo shouldn't move his rank. After thanking Mina for the information, the two bid their farewells. Eldo roamed around the capital and was able to get himself settled in an inn. He wishes to change his job as soon as possible, but since there's a possibility that there were thugs in the ruins, Eldo was not taking any chances in going there by day because the bandits might see him coming. Eldo plans to sneak into the ruins early in the morning because people couldn't think properly early in the morning. While laying down in his bed and trying to catch some sleep, Eldo could no longer control his stomach growling and decided to eat first since he was starving. Since he still had time before he acted on his plan, Eldo roamed the city to look for a place that sells food. Seeing a restaurant, it didn't look safe to him, but Eldo didn't have much of a choice and decided to go inside. He then asked the staff if it was okay if he was alone, to which the staff member answered that it was okay. However, since they are currently crowded, Eldo would have to share a table. Seeing the woman's meal, Eldo informed the staff that he would have the same. After eating a piece of the meat, Eldo was happy to have finally eaten a delicious meal. All of a sudden, a man opened the door while making a scene. He then mentioned that he is a card holder and should have a seat reserved for him. When the staff member told him that they do not take reservations and that there were no empty seats, the man walked towards Eldo and told him to move so that he could sit. Instead of being afraid, Eldo was more annoyed since he was disturbed, which surprised the man that his intimidation didn't work. Even after reasoning with the man that he could wait for his party members to arrive and wait for his turn to live with everyone else, the man was still very insistent that Eldo leave the table. Eldo could pretty much guess that there was no point in reasoning with the man and just told him again to wait for his turn. Seeing that Eldo still continued to eat, the man became enraged and pulled out his sword. When he was about to attack Eldo, Eldo immediately noticed that the man had a terrible stance, and that the man was only swinging his sword downwards with all his strength. Eldo then picked up the fork on the table and used it to deflect the man's attack. The man couldn't believe that his sword flew after being deflected just by a fork. Since the man attacked Eldo first, he returned the favor with hand-to-hand combat and warned the man that he could break his arm any time. The man was baffled and warned Eldo for being treated poorly and being called an idiot by him. The man then mentioned that he had a bronze card from the Zanis company and that Eldo better prepare himself as the man promised to make Eldo's life a living hell. Curious what a bronze card was, a man informed Eldo that a bronze card is given to adventurers who have been recognized by a company. It is also said to represent the adventurer's fame. After understanding what a bronze card was, Eldo remembered that he had a card as well that was given by the Maxia company. Eldo then mentioned that he also had a bronze card. When Eldo showed his card, the man immediately became weak and more afraid. He was not expecting Eldo to show a gold card from the Maxia company. When Eldo finally settled in his room, he still couldn't sleep due to excessive excitement about shedding the novice job. He was grateful that he could lie down and gather enough strength to face any enemies he might encounter. While walking through the dark alleyways of the capital city, Eldo tested the skill Night Vision and was surprised at its effectiveness. He only hoped that not too many people would know the skill, as it could put Eldo in a world of trouble. Upon reaching the old church near the cliff, he immediately noticed people inside and tried to sneak his way in to avoid confrontation with the church residents. Inside the church, he heard voices from the basement and sensed trouble. Eldo circumvented the church, climbed down the well, and based on his knowledge, expected to find a back door to the basement. Upon reaching the back door, Eldo realized that forcibly opening it without a plan would endanger him, especially since the only accessible way was through the well on his side. To create a distraction, Eldo broke the basement lock, diverting the people inside. After rushing out of the church, he jumped into the well, safely entering the basement through the back door. The basement was filled with crates, and to Eldo's surprise, one contained drugs. He never expected drugs to exist in this new world, recalling their appearance during an episode in BBO when an evil organization distributed them, causing incidents. When Eldo opened the door, he accidentally encountered a bandit, putting him in a tight spot as the bandit immediately called for backup. Under fire from the bandit's arrows, Eldo could only think of changing his job. Recognizing the portrait on the door, he identified it as the job-changing room. Upon seeing the statue of Gias in the room, Eldo immediately blocked the door with the broken shelf. Chanting the spell for the desired profession, Eldo received a blessing and successfully changed his job from a novice to a sage. Eldo felt different after changing his job but had little time to process it as the bandits had already broken down the door. Eldo used the fireball skill to repel the enemies trying to get in. Since the distracted enemies heard the commotion in the storage room, Eldo immediately used the skill called Float and escaped through the well. After surveying the landscape, Eldo was about to leave, thinking his business was finished. However, he was fortunate enough to avoid a surprise attack from a cloaked man. The man in the cloak was impressed and complimented Eldo's diversion and infiltration. Recognizing him as a skilled individual, Eldo immediately recognized the crest on the man's body as belonging to the Garden of Despair. The group's purpose and structure are still completely unknown, but it appears to be a criminal organization attempting to destroy human society. Despite numerous evil organizations in BBO, the Garden of Despair was by far the most dangerous. The man was surprised that Eldo knew their organization's name, and even more amazed that Eldo knew they had planned the attack on the ship where Eldo was. The man received a report about an unidentified man with a shabby sword on the ship, and asked if Eldo was the one who prevented the ship from sinking. After correcting the man about his sword, Eldo asked what the man would do if he were the one who saved the ship. Eldo was caught off guard when the man asked him to join them and tried to lure Eldo with money and women, anything Eldo would want. Eldo was not expecting to be recruited by a member of the Garden of Despair. After giving it fair thought, Eldo gave his answer, refused the man's offer, and told the man that he was not interested. The man still tried to convince Eldo to join, but it was all a cover for another surprise attack. Eldo was able to read the man's attack and dodged it. However, he was not expecting a second attack, which he still fortunately evaded. Annoyed by the man, Eldo threatened him, stating that if he got the chance to kill someone, it would be him. Rushing towards the man and deflecting his attacks, Eldo thrust his sword as he was already close to him. Eldo was surprised that the man was able to block his sword with only a blade. Upon noticing another blade in the man's other hand, Eldo immediately backed off, sensing that the man was about to launch a continuous attack. Within the moments they clashed their weapons, Eldo could tell that the man in the cloak was far superior. The man in the cloak then raised his hands as he warned Eldo that his time was about to run out. Eldo tried a different approach and used the skill called Clay Bullet to attack the man in the cloak. The man laughed, guessing that Eldo's sword felt light because he was a wizard. Eldo then rushed towards the man and was about to attack him with his sword when he suddenly changed his pattern and used magic to attack the man's feet. Thinking that he had dodged Eldo's attack, the man was surprised to find out that his feet had been trapped with a sticky substance which he could not let go. What Eldo used was the skill called Sticky Bomb, a trap spell that sprays a sticky liquid at the moment of impact. The skill looked a lot like the previous ability Eldo used, which was the Clay Bullet. Using the night as an advantage, Eldo was able to make the man in cloak think that the attack was the Clay Bullet, but instead was the Sticky Bomb. Realizing that he could not move from his position, it was late for the man in cloak to notice that Eldo was already casting a spell in front of him. Using the skill Flame Bomb in a point-blank rage, Eldo thought that he had successfully defeated the man in the cloak. However, he was surprised that the man was still alive, and still had the strength to take a strange pill, which later turned the man into a humanoid monster. After the transformation, the monster launched an attack that caused the bridge to collapse. Eldo immediately recognized the familiar drug called Artificial Devil Drug. It is a type of drug that greatly enhances the user's strength at the cost of losing their intelligence and being unable to return to human form. The fact that the man was able to use the drug meant that the crest and the name weren't the only things they shared from BBO. Eldo realized that if he did not fight the man seriously, he would be the one in trouble. After apologizing to the monster for promising to end him right away, Eldo cast the skill Fire Arrow. The monster thought of it as a weak attack while catching the fire arrow. However, the monster was not expecting to catch on fire. Eldo was not yet done with his attack as he launched 5 more fire arrows onto the monster. The monster could only gawk as the succeeding fire arrows landed perfectly on him. After observing for a few seconds, Eldo decided to leave right away, as the monster had finally been vanquished. In his room, Eldo was glad that he managed to kill the man who was tracking him. However, he also needed to prepare himself to fight more people like the man in the cloak in the future. Since Eldo's job was now that of a sage, he needed a staff as it was a weapon for sages. One can still cast spells without a staff, but the difference in power was quite noticeable. It's for that reason that they were able to defeat the sea dragon. Everyone was well equipped. While roaming around the capital, Eldo visited a weapon store and already expected that the weapons displays were of high grade. Eldo's problem now was that all of the staves were for wizards only. Sages can use every kind of staff there is. However, in order to show the true power of the sage job, it's obvious that one must use the staff for sages. Eldo was curious about who he could ask for help right now. Eldo then visited the Maxia company and met up with Mina to ask for help. Eldo first mentioned how amazing the card Mina gave him. He only showed it to the stores and he was treated politely. When Mina asked what Eldo was looking for, she was surprised that he was looking for a staff since she assumed that Eldo was a sword fighter. After being shown Eldo's abilities, Mina still couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Eldo was a sage and was curious about how Eldo was able to deflect all of the sea dragon's attacks. When told by Eldo that all he did was swordsmanship, something even a novice could do, Mina immediately thought that Eldo is some sort of a monster. Thinking that not being a swordsman was a waste for Eldo's talent, Mina understands that Eldo had a good reason for wanting a staff. Mina then showed Eldo the collection of staves that the company has. Eldo was surprised since all of the staves that the Maxia company has were all first-rate items. A staff caught Eldo's attention, and he asked Mina if he could hold it. Mina didn't mind but did not recommend it since it was an artifact excavated from some ancient ruins, and it was also the worst staff they got. After feeling the staff, Eldo decided to take the staff as he could immediately tell that it was a staff for sages. The staff was a top-tier class staff. Eldo assumed that the Maxia company thought that the staff was terrible because wizards tried to use it. Eldo was surprised after noticing that the staff was around 25 million gil. Mina then explained that excavated artifacts were expensive regardless of their performance. When Mina mentioned that Eldo could pay with something other than money, he embarrassingly mentioned that he only has a sword that was worth 150,000 gils. Mina mentioned that what she wishes to purchase from Eldo was the membership numbers on the back of Eldo's guild card, and was willing to offer a total of 30 million gils for it. Eldo then realized that for paying Eldo 30 million gils, he would be doing requests for Mina. Mina clarifies that she was not forcing Eldo to do anything and was only interested in the guild membership numbers. In exchange, she would give him the staff. Curious what the value holds for the guild membership numbers, Mina explained that one needs those numbers in order to request a certain adventurer. The requests themselves aren't mandatory, therefore Mina would offer a hefty reward to entice Eldo to accept. Eldo wondered if Mina was paying too much money for an F-rank adventurer. She then clarified that it was even the reason that she has to get the numbers before the other companies recognize Eldo's true potential. After mentioning that 30 million gils was a standard for A-rank adventurers, Eldo realized that Mina was investing in him and humbly accepted her offer. Before leaving and taking the staff, Eldo asked Mina to be gentle with the requests. While walking down the streets of the capital, Eldo was very happy with the deal he made. Not only was he able to obtain a very good weapon for his job, he also received some extra money in the process. He suddenly was shrouded with fear as to what requests Mina would give to him in the future. After passing a small alleyway, Eldo immediately sensed that someone was following him. After sensing someone's presence, Eldo turned around and warned the person who had been following him to show himself, or be marked as Eldo's enemy. A man then emerged and identified himself as someone non-suspicious, being part of the guild. The guild staff became curious after witnessing Eldo's actions on the cruise the other day. When Eldo inquired about the reason for the guild staff tailing him, the man responded that he was merely observing, as his primary responsibility involved scouting strong adventurers for the guild. Confused by the term scout, Eldo explained that the guild had a formal subjugation position, offering stable and high rewards, but requiring strength to match. Hearing the guild staff talking, Eldo realized it was similar to a civil servant system. While Eldo's rank was still low, guilds tended to recruit and train adventurers. However, Eldo would likely have to handle troublesome requests if he accepted. Eldo declined the offer, stating his preference for doing his own thing. The guild staff understood and didn't want to cause further problems for Eldo, but before leaving he mentioned that if Eldo ever changed his mind, the guild would welcome him. Anyone who noticed the guild staff tailing them was welcome in the guild. They just needed to mention that Lysias had referred them, and the guild would accept their application. Eldo remembered that in BBO there was no such thing as a formal subjugation position. Requests were updated frequently and nothing happened if no one took them. However, in this new world with real people, it made sense that trouble could arise if no one accepted certain requests. Eldo decided not to dwell too much on the guild and opted to take on requests he could handle. However, upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he noticed a scarcity of subjugation quests in the capital. Eldo guessed that regular subjugators had a lot of free time. He approached the front desk and inquired about requests, particularly if there were any monster subjugation requests available. The front desk responded that there weren't many subjugation requests in the capital, as the Royal Army handled monster defeats as part of their training, resulting in few monsters to take care of. Realizing that he probably wouldn't get decent requests in the capital, Eldo decided to move to another location. Eldo was grateful for the information and asked if he could report a change of jobs. After hearing Eldo's wish to report his job change, the front desk congratulated him on graduating from being a novice. She then asked about Eldo's new job. When Eldo mentioned Sage, the front desk was confused, having never heard of such a job jewel before. Eldo realized that this world only recognized the classes from the coming-of-age ceremony. Therefore, the job jewel would likely not recognize his new job. To register one's profession in the guild, certification using a job jewel was required. If an adventurer was a wizard, for example, they would need to touch the wizard jewel for certification. Eldo decided not to change his registration since his new job couldn't be certified. The front desk suggested Eldo use an inferior jewel, as there might be a chance it could work. Confused, Eldo asked for clarification and she explained that she meant inferior jobs like Berserker and Sayat. She mentioned witnessing some inferior jobs in low-level parties, but most couldn't keep up and usually quit halfway. Eldo then realized what had happened. In BBO, there were two types of jobs: basic and superior. Basic jobs included wizards, swordsmen, archers, healers, and so on. Superior jobs included sages, heroes, saints, berserkers, and so on. Getting a superior job from the coming-of-age ceremony was very rare. In BBO, superior jobs were considered successful, but in this world they seemed to be considered failures. Eldo was still puzzled why people with superior job skills were getting kicked out from the party when they still held more top-tier skills. Eldo asked the front desk why being a saint was considered an inferior job, as the divine healing skill they learned at low levels should heal more than regular healers. Eldo was surprised when the front desk did not know what divine heal was. Uncertain about the situation, Eldo told the front desk that he would just stay as a novice instead. When Eldo left the Adventurers Guild, he visited Mina first before leaving the capital. Mina understood Eldo's decision since there was a lack of requests in the capital. She was also disappointed and thought that Eldo going to the countryside would be a waste for the country. Mina then explained that a few powerful adventurers could have a severe impact on the economy, and Eldo was one of them. Eldo prevented the Maxia company's ship from sinking, which was full of business executives and guild leaders, including Mina herself. If the ship had sunk, the country would be in chaos. When Mina asked which city Eldo was planning to go to next, Eldo mentioned that he decided to go to Fiasta since it was close to the capital. Mina then remembered that there was one good request in the capital: the subjugation of a C-rank monster, the Great Mole. Since Eldo had never heard of such a request, he asked where he needed to go to kill it. Mina mentioned that the Great Mole appeared in the Maxia company's field. She then offered Eldo 500,000 gills for each he defeated, and if possible asked to defeat all Great Moles. When Eldo accepted the request, Mina felt relieved as the quest was difficult, and she thought Eldo would refuse. Eldo wondered why. Mina then explained that Great Moles travel underground, so it is difficult to deal with them. After finishing their conversation, Eldo was told to grab a map and request form before leaving. Eldo followed the map and arrived at the farming region. He saw a small house in the middle of the field and decided to knock on it. When the woman opened the door, Eldo informed her that she had accepted the subjugation request. The woman was very happy that someone had accepted the request. When Eldo asked which field was from the Maxia company, he was surprised when the woman mentioned that all of the fields belonged to the Maxia company. Feeling like being tricked by Mina, Eldo had no choice but just to give it a try. When Eldo mentioned that the request may cause the field to be damaged, the woman responded that it was fine as long as Eldo does not burn it with fire magic. Eldo used the skill ground bait and lured the Great Moles out into the open. Enraged, a swarm of Great Moles headed towards Eldo. Eldo then used the skill ice pillars to impale the Great Moles in place. He then later apologized to the woman as he messed up the fields more than he intended. After completing the request, Eldo returned to the capital and informed Mina that the subjugation was already finished, which greatly surprised her. Mina didn't expect that a huge number of Great Moles would only take 3 hours for Eldo. Curious, she asked Eldo how he subjugated the Great Moles. After informing Mina that he used magic to lure the Great Moles out and impaled them, he then bid farewell and headed to Fiasta. Before leaving, Eldo was surprised by the huge reward he received after finishing the request. He thought that he was out of the ordinary. However, the Maxia company was in a completely different league. When Eldo arrived at Fiasta, he was still a little disappointed by the small number of available requests, and wondered if it was because the city was near the capital. After asking a couple of inquiries, Eldo took the requests for Widow Mantis and Hugetoid subjugation. The front desk was glad that there were still some requests left. Curious by what the front desk meant, the front desk mentioned that Fiasta now has 2 big-name adventurers, one of them being the Flame Spear. Just by hearing the name, Eldo could immediately tell that the person was very strong. The front desk mentioned that adventurers with a proven track record could get an alias. Since the adventurer Gillart was missing, Flame Spear is currently the strongest adventurer in the world. Hearing just how amazing the adventurer was, Eldo was excited to meet him in the future. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Eldo then headed towards the forest. He used the skill called Magic Search and immediately located the Weed Mantis 10 kilometers away. He then employed another ability called Magic Invisibility, a concealment skill. Using any other magic would dispel it, but it allows Eldo to get a free shot on enemies. While calmly walking towards the Weed Mantis, Eldo cast the skill Flame Circle to entrap the Weed Mantis. In just a few moments, Eldo finished one of the requests. Using magic search to locate enemies, then magic invisibility to get closer and attack the monsters with offensive magic was a basic trait for solo hunting as a sage. There were a few other patterns, but the surprise attack is quite efficient to hunt down bigger numbers. Eldo was surprised after hearing noise from afar. Wondering where the noise could come from, Eldo then used magic search to know what was happening. He could tell that someone was fighting against an area boss. Area bosses are powerful monsters that show up according to a specific cycle depending on the area. Area bosses give a huge amount of experience when you defeat them, so they're a good way to level up. Using magic invisibility again, Eldo wanted to investigate and know what happened in the fight. Area bosses give a lot of experience, even if they're defeated by 2 people. If Eldo sees the adventurer struggling, he would offer help when he sees an opening. Eldo was silently observing the fight between a woman wielding a spear and a huge ape. When the woman tried stabbing the ape using her spear, she was easily swatted away by the huge ape. Seeing that the woman was at a disadvantage, Eldo asked if she was okay. Surprised by Eldo's presence, she immediately told him to get out of the area. After giving a warning to Eldo, the woman rushed and faced the huge ape. Eldo had already expected that the area boss would be the raging ape. The raging ape moves quite fast for its size, making it much harder to solo than the sea dragon. What Eldo didn't expect was the one small female adventurer fighting the raging ape. Seeing that the situation looked dire, Eldo wanted to help the female adventurer. However, his skills right now aren't enough to defeat the raging ape. Eldo would have to spend some skill points to increase its power. Usually, one needed to go through a ritual in a church to acquire skills, but one could also obtain them through commands just like in BBO. Eldo was able to obtain the skills Blood Poison and Shadow Fog from the system. Setting up a trap, Eldo placed a sticky bomb from a distance and lastly used the magic taunt to lure the raging ape towards him. The female adventurer was surprised that the raging ape suddenly changed course and was now headed towards Eldo. With Eldo's plan in motion, all he had to do was stand still. When the raging ape was finally close, it stepped on the sticky bomb and ended up slipping, which made the sticky bomb more effective since the raging ape was now fully trapped on the ground. Using Shadow Fog to block the raging ape's vision, Eldo then used Blood Poison and landed a direct hit on the raging ape. The effects of the ability Shadow Fog take away the opponent's vision while Blood Poison drains their vitality. The female adventurer was amazed that Eldo was able to restrain the raging ape since she couldn't even handle the monster properly. Eldo then noticed the woman's injury and instantly healed her. Confused that the pain had vanished, Eldo explained that he used healing magic on her. The woman couldn't believe that Eldo was able to use healing magic and offensive magic, as she had never heard of an adventurer that could do both. Hearing the woman's words, Eldo guessed that even adventurers don't know what sages are if they don't know what self-cure is. Eldo then suggested to the woman that they should direct their focus on the raging ape since he has not completely restrained him because his skills are not high level enough yet. If Eldo keeps using blood poison on the raging ape, Eldo will beat him eventually, but that would take Eldo forever. Eldo then suggested to the woman if they should look for reinforcements, since he heard that the strongest adventurer was nearby and called himself the Flame Spear. When the woman mentioned that the flaming spear was her, she then introduced herself as Melia. Eldo was not expecting for the Flame Spear to be a woman and thought that since she was the strongest, the raging ape would be no match against her. After Eldo introduced himself, Eldo was surprised when Melia apologized since she couldn't manage to do anything against the raging ape. Eldo then explained that he wasn't criticizing her and assumed that the reason why Melia was called the Flame Spear is that she has the skill Flame Weapon. The woman was surprised that Eldo knew of such knowledge. With the flame weapon in her arsenal, that could only mean that Melia has a superior job in BBO but is inferior in this world. The job is called Hero. Eldo thought of it as a waste since Hero's superior skills were extremely good. If Melia had the knowledge and access to superior skills, the raging ape would be no match against her. In that case, they can probably end the battle quickly and make use of Melia's title. Eldo asked a favor from Melia. While he attracts the ape's aggro, Eldo wishes for Melia to keep attacking non-stop. Eldo suggested that an inferior skill like combo attack should work just fine. Eldo was taken aback when Melia didn't know about a combo attack. In the end, Eldo asked for Melia to repeat what he said. After purchasing the skill combo attack, Melia was surprised to find out such a way to obtain a skill. When Eldo instructed Melia to swing her spear while chanting combo attack, Melia was surprised to see that the end of her spear was now shrouded with power. Confused, Melia asked if she just activated a skill and asked if that is how they learn skills. Surprised about Eldo's knowledge, she asked who really Eldo was. Eldo just responded that he was just their friendly neighborhood F-rank adventurer who knows a thing or two. While the two were still arguing about Eldo's true rank, they were not expecting a huge boulder to be thrown away. What had happened was the raging ape had finally got rid of all the glue from the ground and proceeded to launch consecutive attacks towards them. Eldo plans to take away the raging ape's vision again, and warns Melia to be careful of the raging ape's random attacks. As the raging ape kept on swinging its arms wildly, Melia couldn't get a chance to attack without being hit by the raging ape. Eldo then plans to deactivate the status ailment and attract all the aggro towards him. He then instructed Melia to use the combo attack he just learned on the raging ape. Thinking that it was impossible, Eldo reassured Melia that it would be fine, as he promised that he would hold back the raging ape. All Melia has to do is to stop hesitating and use all her might to attack. Gaining her confidence back, Melia is now ready and awaits Eldo's signal. Eldo then released the raging monster from the shadow fog and lured it towards him. When the raging ape was already close to Eldo and was about to land its attack on him, Eldo was able to block the raging ape's punch with the use of Magic Guard. Even though the Magic Guard was not impregnable, it was the best defensive skill Eldo could use as a sage. He then gave Melia the signal to launch her attack. Casting Flame Weapon on her spear, Melia used the skill combo attack on the raging ape and was able to land a direct hit on the raging ape's face. All of a sudden, the end of the spear suddenly was now engulfed in flames. Seeing her spear getting more powerful, Melia became more confident in ending the raging ape's life completely. Melia thrust her spear onto the raging ape. The flames of the spear went through the raging ape's back and ended up making a hole in the raging ape's body, completely defeating it. Melia was amazed, since she never thought that she would be able to use such a powerful attack. While talking to Eldo, Melia still couldn't believe that he was just an F-rank adventurer. Eldo then asks a favor from Melia and suggests that they form a party together. Eldo has been fighting against a lot of boss-class monsters recently. If possible, he'd like to solo them to get more experience from that, but it would take Eldo ages on his own. Since he couldn't do it fast enough by himself, Eldo was hoping that with Melia's firepower, they could defeat all the boss-class monsters they wanted to. After establishing the share of the rewards and even teaching Melia some good skills, Melia accepted Eldo's offer as she could see that he was not a bad person. The two had now established the greatest duo ever. Eldo taught Melia how to build her skill set, using skill points to acquire new skills, providing her the freedom to choose her preferred fighting style. The tricky part was that they couldn't learn all the available skills as they leveled up. Once an adventurer learned a skill, the skill points wouldn't be refunded. Worried about making a mistake in selecting the skills, Melia asked Eldo for guidance on the skills that would make her stronger. Eldo had a build in mind that he believed to be the strongest, but he wasn't sure if Melia would like it. Without hesitation, Melia asked about the build Eldo was talking about. Before learning the strongest build, Eldo asked Melia first if she had ever learned a skill before. Melia responded that she had learned a skill before. However, before meeting Eldo, Melia had always thought that skills were something one learns through experience and the weapons they used. That method is how Melia learned Flame Weapon. Eldo knows that one can learn basic skills at a church, but he wasn't sure if people knew that, since the understanding of skills in this new world is not that advanced. After asking Melia about her current level, Eldo estimated that Melia only needed a couple more levels. Melia was more concerned about the raging ape they had defeated, since they still had to bring it to the guild. Eldo reassured Melia that they do not need to do that. He then proceeded to cast a magic spell called Magic Storage, which absorbed the raging ape's dead body. Surprised at what she had just witnessed, Melia asked where the raging ape's body went. Eldo explained that he simply used magic storage to put the body in a different dimension. Curious about the skill, Melia didn't dwell on it too much, thinking that Eldo is like an endless bag of surprises. The two then headed further into the forest and fought off multiple monsters, not realizing that the sun had already set. Eldo then told Melia that they were done for the day and would be heading back. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, the front desk asked what the monster was. When Melia told her that it was the raging ape, an A-rank monster, the front desk excused herself as she had never seen the monster before. While the front desk was getting the branch manager, Eldo asked Melia a favor, and to just let the guild know that she had defeated the raging ape on her own. Eldo explained that he doesn't really want credit for defeating the raging ape. He doesn't want to deal with the huge uproar that would come if people found out that a novice defeated an A-rank monster. Melia accepted Eldo's decision, and if he ever changes his mind, then he could just tell her. The branch manager had finally arrived and asked if they really defeated an A-rank monster. When Melia mentioned that it was the raging ape and asked how much it cost, the branch manager could not believe that they were able to defeat such a monster. All of a sudden, Melia mentioned to the branch manager that it was Eldo who mostly subdued the monster, which surprised him. Eldo then reminded her of the favor he asked for. Melia apologized, as she had never been asked by anyone to keep a secret before. The branch manager had never seen Eldo before and asked for his alias. Melia then introduced him to the branch manager as Eldo, an F-rank novice. Hearing that Eldo was an F-rank, the branch manager didn't believe Melia's words, since there was no way an F-rank could stand a chance against an A-rank monster. Melia then mentioned that Eldo had completely been cheated. It was all because of the system that doesn't let novices rank up. Eldo was surprised to learn that novices do not rank up. Melia added that novices can't get higher ranks, and inferior jobs have a harder time going up as well. which also gave Melia a hard time getting to B rank. It was a method designed to prevent adventurers from dying because they can't handle higher-level requests. Eldo wondered what was wrong if novices could do the same requests. Melia heard in the past that ranks went up regardless of one's job, but about 10 years ago, when Cardinal Georgia took leadership, he reformed the system to what it is now. The branch manager then apologized to Eldo as he was only abiding by the rules. Eldo felt like a conspiracy is in the midst since the ranking system is now based on one's individual strength. He wondered if Cardinal Georgius hated novices and inferior jobs or something. Eldo could tell that something sketchy was happening. The branch manager gradually believed that Eldo was the one that defeated the Raging Ape. He then asked Eldo if he was registered in Ilia. Surprised that the branch manager knew of the guild he registered with, the branch manager explained that there was a rumor going around about an F-rank novice from Ilia with the same name as Eldo and defeated a sea dragon directly. Since the branch manager was now confronting Eldo, he wondered if he could ask a special favor. If Eldo has a recommendation from the guild branch manager and the achievements to back up, Eldo's rank would rise. The branch manager then had a look at Eldo's guild card, and when he saw that he was a sage, he was a little disappointed since it was an inferior job and had little information about it. When Melia mentioned that she would have been treated as a novice if she was born decades early, that is where Eldo realized that the hero job was an unknown job until recently. Though the job Melia is much known to all adventurers, Eldo still thinks that her job as a hero was still very much unknown. Even though the sage job is pretty much unknown and possibly be treated as an unknown job forever. Eldo did not think much of it since he himself perfectly knows everything about there is to sages. The branch manager congratulated Eldo for updating his rank, which was now rank E. Unfortunately, they cannot increase the rank much higher since the system can only increase the rank once at a time. While walking down the street, Eldo couldn't believe that the Raging Ape's carcass was worth over 100 million. After placing the money inside his magic storage, Eldo was asked by Melia when they will be learning about her skill, to which Eldo suggested that they would have to talk about it before they set out for the new hunting ground since it was already late. The next day arrived and Eldo asked Melia if her heart was ready. Melia was quite puzzled since she was a blood tiger. Seeing Melia's concerned look, Eldo was sure that blood tigers were not that big of a deal in BBO. Melia explained that the blood tiger is a superior B-rank monster. It has a high attack power and durability, and its mobility itself is far higher than the Raging Ape. Eldo was not fazed and was sure that Melia would be fine after learning the skill build Eldo taught her early in the morning. Even though Melia was a little skeptical, somehow she feels that she can honestly defeat the blood tiger on her own. Melia then started rushing towards the blood tiger. Coincidentally, so does the blood tiger towards her. Before reaching the blood tiger, Melia activated the skill attack field and was able to swiftly move behind the blood tiger. Melia then followed up with the combo attack skill and damaged the blood tiger's face. When the blood tiger moved away as it felt much pain, Melia then used Guard Pierce on the blood tiger. Guard Pierce is a skill that lowers the defense of the area it touches. Melia then used her last skill, Support Attack, a skill that increases the power of the user's next attack several times. The blood tiger was now in panic and hurriedly ran away from the fight. Melia then uses Full Burst Crash. The user receives an explosive increase in power without canceling the strengthening skills. When the blood tiger was about to successfully escape, Melia launched the attack and successfully landed the attack. Melia couldn't believe that she actually defeated a blood tiger on her own, when suddenly another blood tiger sneaked an attack behind Melia. Luckily for her, Eldo jumped in and blocked the attack. He then mentioned to her that the guard of the hero is much stronger than of a sage's. He also used a magic search and found 3 more blood tigers a little ahead. After dealing with the blood tiger himself, Eldo wishes for Melia to deal with the other blood tigers and use the combos and skills so that she would become even more stronger. Eldo then used a fire arrow on the blood tiger and burnt it easily. Seeing how Eldo easily defeated the blood tiger, she was starting to think that Eldo can hunt all of the blood tigers in the area himself. Eldo reassures Melia that he could not do that because his level is very low and couldn't burst down enemies with his magic power. That was the reason why Eldo wished to party with Melia and relied on her to make the hunt go smoothly. Eldo then mentioned that there were still a pack of blood tigers a little away from them, and since they still got a lot of time left, the two decided to continue hunting. Melia was now learning the hero's defensive skill, Overguard. Eldo mentioned that if she were to focus in one place, the guard would become firmer. The Overguard skill was very useful for responding to both multiple attacks and single attacks. Now that she had improved her offensive and defensive skills, Melia was very confident that she can aim not just for an A rank, but maybe even an S rank. Hearing Melia, Eldo told her if that was her goal, then she would have to perfect her skill build first. Eldo then asked if she was ready because her next opponent would be against multiple enemies. Very confident in her skill build, Melia immediately leaped towards the pack of blood tigers. Somehow Eldo felt that there was something wrong with their hunt. Using the skills Shockwave and Wide Attack, Melia was able to cause damage towards the blood tigers but was surprised to find out that her skills didn't finish them off. She then used Wide Attack again and noticed that her attacks were not reaching the blood tigers. Now in a dangerous state, Melia used Overguard to protect herself while being attacked by the pack of blood tigers. Eldo then used a fire arrow on the pack of blood tigers and defeated it by himself. Eldo then lectured Melia about her two mistakes. The first one was that she didn't strengthen her Shockwave with support attack, and the second was she didn't grasp the cooldown of Wide Attack. Melia needed to wait 10 seconds before she could use Wide Attack for a second time. In cases like that, Melia needs to use another skill. Seeing that Melia was scared of him, Eldo apologized for getting carried away in the moment. Eldo complimented how fast Melia defended herself and used Overguard all over her body. After the lecture, the two then decided to move on to the next one. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, the branch manager and front desk staff were surprised and couldn't believe it when Eldo asked if they could sell all the blood of the blood tigers they brought. All 73 blood tigers. The branch manager never expected that the two could hunt so many, even for the flame spear. Melia explained that Eldo's ability was the real deal, and that the E rank was a complete undervaluation of him. The branch manager then noticed something and asked Eldo what he was doing. Eldo explained that he was using magic storage to store monsters in a different space. The branch manager had no clue what Eldo even mentioned but was surprised that he could have such an impressive skill. The branch manager understands Eldo's request of having his skill knowledge be kept secret. Eldo still couldn't fully trust the branch manager's words, but he was more confident that anyone would believe that all of his achievements could be done by just a novice. The branch manager then told him that he would gladly raise Eldo's rank to D rank. However, raising it to C rank would require the approval of other branch managers. Eldo understood the requirements and asked to be promoted at the next rank. Since Eldo was now D rank, the branch manager asked Eldo to continue hunting after increasing his rank. Since they already have so much money, Eldo was planning to focus more on leveling up for the time being. Melia then mentioned that she wishes to take requests to pile on guild achievements to rank up. That way, she would be closer to her goal. The branch manager then mentioned that there was a request that only strong adventurers like them could take. It was a reconnaissance mission within the Forest of Death. Eldo could already feel something bad just hearing the name of the forest. It was said that only about 10% of the people who venture into the Forest of Death could get out alive. The branch manager explained for that specific reason, only high-level monsters are inside the Forest of Death. Therefore, the guild must choose carefully who they decide to send. Before accepting the request, Eldo asked if he could have a look at the contents of the request. After explaining to Eldo about the large pillar in the forest, Eldo could immediately tell that it was the ceiling pillar. The ceiling pillar seals monsters even stronger than the area boss, a raid boss. In BBO, that seal was broken during an event and powerful monsters appeared. The branch manager mentioned that the request was to look at the ceiling pillar. He then mentioned in the report the other day that there was something resembling the ceiling pillar from a distance, and that they would have to investigate. When Eldo mentioned Stampede Alert, the branch manager was surprised that Eldo even knew of that and thought that Eldo was a guild executing something. Stampede was a phenomenon that occurs when a large number of monsters appear, signaling that the pillar seal was about to be undone. The branch manager mentioned that they have a warding device that had been set up as a countermeasure. However, since there's only one, they need to be sure to know in which town to put it in at a time. Realizing the dangerous situation the nearby towns were in, Eldo accepted the request, which made the branch manager feel relieved, and was fully in debt to Eldo. Eldo warned Melia that the situation this time was very dangerous, and the worst case was that they would be caught in the stampede. Melia was not scared and was willing to take the risk. The next day came, and the two were busy taking care of the monsters. That is where Eldo realized why the forest was called the Forest of Death, as the place was full of vicious monsters. Melia was still very confident of their power and asked that they should keep moving. Seeing that Melia was quite in a rush to obtain achievements, Eldo asked what was the matter since it's often not good to be in such a hurry. Melia then mentioned the adventurer's honor system. If an A-rank adventurer made any significant contributions to the country, then the adventurer would receive a noble rank. That was the only way for an adventurer to become a noble. Melia's goal was to become a noble and restore the name of her family, which fell into ruin and lost its title. Eldo understood Melia's situation, which is why he mentioned to her that all the more reason that they stay alive and get achievements, and to keep their heads up. When the two finally reached the ceiling pillar, Eldo noticed that it was colored orange and was pointing at Fias. They've got about 5 days before the raid boss shows up. Melia was amazed that Eldo could tell all that information by just looking at it. Eldo explained that one could tell by just looking at the color. The colors of the pillars are like a countdown, going from blue to yellow to orange to red and lastly to black. Since they only have 5 days left, they've got to hurry since there was not a lot of time to prepare. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, the branch manager was surprised that they've already returned. When they mentioned that the stampede would come in 5 days' time, the branch manager was surprised and asked what they meant. Eldo then mentioned the color countdown of the pillar that could determine the exact time and day the stampede would break. The branch manager was grateful for their information and hurriedly arranged the warding device. He apologized to the two for leaving them in a hurry. He then mentioned that the device would take 4 days to activate, but they would make it in time before the stampede arrived. As for their reward, Eldo would be recommended for a promotion to C rank. If they can make it through the stampede, then the branch manager would use it as an achievement to recommend Melia for an A rank promotion test. The branch manager asked for the two to stay as they would be getting ready for the stampede. The day of the stampede had arrived, and Melia was astonished at how the barrier looked. It was the first time Melia had seen it and wondered if it was enough to stop the stampede. Eldo explained that the barrier's purpose was not to prevent the invasion of the monsters. The goal was to simply keep the monsters away from the city by covering it in a special type of magic. All of a sudden, the barrier disappeared, which alarmed the two. When they headed towards the device to investigate, they were surprised to see the device was damaged. When Eldo asked what happened, a man explained that a guy pretended to be part of the guards to destroy the device. When Eldo looked at the dead body, he immediately noticed the crest of the Garden of Despair. Eldo was not expecting that organization to pull one of their schemes in the middle of a stampede. When Eldo asked if the device could be fixed right away, unfortunately, the man mentioned that the device was unknown since it came from their ancestors. The man then mentioned that he could try to fix it, but even if they managed to fix it, it will need to charge up again and would take another 4 days. With their situation becoming more dire, the branch manager asked for the adventurers' assistance to evacuate the town and its citizens. Eldo knows that evacuating and running away would do them no good. Once the raid boss appears, everything would be in ruin once it crosses its path. With no choice left, Eldo asked Melia to take care of the city as he plans to stop the stampede on his own. Seeing that Melia was worried for his safety, Eldo reassured her that he had a plan. However, the plan itself is not perfect and asked Melia to act as if Eldo would fail the plan. While headed towards the swarm of monsters, Eldo knows that he couldn't handle the monsters on his own. However, there was another way to stop the stampede, and that is defeating the stampede boss. When Eldo reached the pillar broke, which released the raid boss, the heaven-destroying lightning dragon. A huge dragon with lightning all over its body. In BBO, Sage was called the strongest job. It comprised about 80% of the player population. Eldo was planning to demonstrate the reason why Sage is the strongest job. Melia alerted everyone that a horde of monsters was approaching, emphasizing the need to move as quickly as possible. When an observer warned that the horde was about to reach them, Melia rushed outside without hesitation, asking the guards to close the city gates as she intended to hold them off as long as possible. Concerned that Eldo might not last against the raid boss, Melia could only hope for his safety. Eldo, currently facing the raid boss heaven-destroying lightning dragon, felt nostalgic, remembering when he first started playing BBO. The heaven-destroying lightning dragon had appeared as a high-difficulty boss in the early game, giving Eldo and his comrades a hard time. Back then, despite reaching the level cap, Eldo wasn't skilled enough to defeat the heaven-destroying lightning dragon, resulting in his death 100 times. Facing the same monster now, Eldo was unfazed, not even flinching when lightning hit a nearby tree. Although the lightning dragon had a nuisance area of effect, AoE damage effect, Eldo knew how to counter it. When Eldo was suddenly struck by lightning, he remained unharmed due to his anti-magic electric, an electricity attribute resistance skill. With this skill, Eldo was confident in nullifying some of the damage. When the raid boss resorted to a physical attack, Eldo immediately dodged it, knowing that taking a direct hit was practically suicide for now. Seeing a dark cloud forming in the sky, Eldo recognized it as divine lightning. Fortunately, he was able to escape, albeit not without some damage. The divine lightning skill cast a lightning bolt directly underneath, and losing focus meant certain death for Eldo. Already at a disadvantage facing the raid boss at level 18, one should be at least level 50. Using self-cure, Eldo healed some of the damage and remained confident since he had defeated the lightning dragon many times in the past. Eldo then cast multiple enhancement spells, including one that enhanced his weapon with the lightning dragon's weakness, the Earth attribute. Eldo felt an unusual burden on his body and difficulty controlling his skills due to the stacking spells. Nevertheless, Eldo's magic power alone increased 1,000-fold. Sensing another divine lightning strike, Eldo immediately dodged it and rushed towards the lightning dragon's body. The dragon struck lightning onto the ground, generating a cloud of smoke that disrupted Eldo's vision. Having fought the lightning dragon multiple times before, Eldo knew its pattern and was able to dodge the next attack within the thick smoke. When the lightning dragon attempted another attack, Eldo successfully dodged it. Despite limited visibility due to the thick smoke, Eldo's body remembered the attacks. As Eldo was about to cast a spell, he momentarily stopped, feeling the consequences of stacking multiple spells, which drained not only his MP but also his HP. Knowing he had only one shot to win at his current level, Eldo dodged the Lightning Dragon's attacks using knowledge from BBO. Left with only one option, Eldo stacked up every enhancement he had and used his strongest attack, the Earth Attribute Magic Gigantic Boulder Crushing Blow, landing a direct hit on the Lightning Dragon's head. Wondering if he had defeated the raid boss in one blow, he then saw the Lightning Dragon open its eyes. Realizing it was a skill worse than Divine Lightning, a super powerful magic attack that couldn't be avoided, the Lightning Strike of Extinction. If Eldo got hit, not even his ashes would remain. Trapped under the big spell, Eldo had only one more thing he could do: use what little magic he had left to cast another gigantic boulder crushing blow. Due to low mana, Eldo could only cast 1/3 of the boulder's size. The boulder landed right at the Lightning Dragon's back, defeating it completely. With Eldo alone, the subjugation of the raid boss was complete. Inside the forest, Melia busied herself taking care of the horde of monsters. She deftly deflected the monsters' attacks while dealing damage simultaneously, resulting in her defeating the raging ape. Unfortunately, Melia could feel the toll of facing the horde alone, pondering that the forest might be where she would lay to rest. Suddenly, the blood tiger in front of her vanished. She then saw Eldo flying over the forest. After apologizing for taking so long, Eldo informed her that he managed to defeat the raid boss, which was the reason the stampede had stopped. As proof of his victory, Eldo showed the horn of the Lightning Dragon. Melia, witnessing for the first time a material from an S-rank monster, realized Eldo had faced an S-rank monster on his own. After thanking Eldo for saving her life once again, Eldo asked a favor of Melia. Since she had come to the forest to stop the stampede alone, Eldo wished for Melia to take credit for defeating the raid boss and stopping the stampede. Melia was surprised by the request and immediately refused, not wanting credit for something she wasn't part of. Melia then tried to reason with Eldo, explaining that the reward would be immeasurable, and he should be the one to take the credit. However, Eldo reasoned with Melia that it would make more sense for her to take the credit since initially, no one would believe that a D-rank adventurer could defeat an S-rank monster. Moreover, Eldo wished for Melia to achieve her goal and become a noble, which having noble backing would greatly benefit. Melia finally gave in and promised Eldo that once she became a noble, she would repay her debt to him. After thanking Eldo again, Melia found Eldo quite odd, being a D-rank adventurer able to defeat an S-rank, and she thought he might not be human from their world. Before heading back to the city, Eldo asked that they get their stories straight, but when Melia responded to leave it up to her, Eldo became even more worried. The other adventurers who were posted outside the city walls were curious why no monsters were coming towards the city. The observer found it weird since the horde was about to reach the city earlier but suddenly vanished. They then saw Melia coming towards them and wondered what she was doing. Melia then announced that she had defeated the S-rank monster that appeared from the ceiling pillar. She explained that the reason the horde of monsters disappeared was because the source was gone. The other adventurers were still puzzled by Melia's news. As proof of their victory, Melia showed the material from the S-rank monster. The low-rank adventurers were amazed at the material as they could feel the power emanating from it. The adventurers then cheered when they finally believed that Melia had defeated the S-rank monster and saved them from further harm. The guild branch manager personally congratulated Melia, not knowing if defeating the monster from the pillar was possible. When the barrier broke, the branch manager thought they were done for and was really thankful that Melia saved them from the monsters. When the guild branch manager asked about Eldo, Melia told him that Eldo evacuated since he couldn't keep up in battles against S-ranks. While Melia was trying to explain to the guild branch manager what happened, Eldo looked far and hoped that everything was going well with Melia. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Melia was still explaining that she was able to defeat the Lightning Dragon by targeting the dragon's horns. The branch manager thought that dragon's horns were the hardest and most difficult part, and jokingly told Melia that her title was really not for show. The guild branch manager thought that the achievement was so great that it could promote Melia directly to S-rank. However, he didn't have the authority to make such a decision, and could only vouch for her as much as possible. Seeing how the guild branch manager bowed and thanked Melia again, she could feel the branch manager's sincerity. Eldo then met up with Melia outside of the Adventurers Guild, apologizing for making Melia feel guilty about lying to everyone, but still thankful that she was much closer to her goal now. When Melia asked what Eldo was going to do next, he responded that he plans to increase his level and take on more requests. He wondered if there were more requests like the Forest of Death where moderately strong monsters appear. Melia could only show an awkward smile as Eldo called high-level monsters moderately strong ones. Melia then mentioned to Eldo a story that she was told earlier. Apparently, there was a massive outbreak of monsters in the Great Forest of Elias. Since it was so close to the town, there had been a flood of requests to subjugate the monsters. Melia still had to stay in the city for her assessment. She then asked Eldo to go if he was interested. Eldo was indeed interested but was a little sad, knowing that once he headed towards the town of Elias, he would have to part ways with Melia. Melia understood and was thankful to Eldo for everything. Melia was then embarrassed when Eldo mentioned that it was not their final farewell since he still needed her to take credit whenever he did something huge. After a little friendly argument, the two shook hands and bid each other farewell. After saying his goodbye to the Adventurers Guild, Eldo was now headed to the town of Elias. At the depths of the great forest of Elias, a blood tiger was hurriedly running away from something when all of a sudden, a hatchet landed on its head and was followed up by multiple arrows to the body. Under the heavy rain, orc-like monsters were staring down at the dead blood tiger. All of a sudden, a huge shadow cast over them and picked up the dead blood tiger's body and ripped it in half. The huge monster showered the blood of the blood tiger while it shouted for domination. Later on, Eldo soared through the sky in search of the town of Elias. Struggling to spot it from above, he decided to descend, estimating that the town was now nearby. When Eldo finally saw the town, he understood why locating it had been challenging. It was perfectly covered and disguised under the huge mountain. Attempting to access the town via the suspension bridge, Eldo's progress was halted by a guard who, upon learning Eldo's rank and reason for visiting, had already guessed it was for subjugation, and that the reports from neighboring towns were outdated. Surprised by the news of a massive outbreak of hungry ogres in the forest, Eldo learned that these intelligent creatures would wear human armor, making them formidable opponents. Taking on more than one ogre at a time proved incredibly difficult, especially if there were a boss or most likely a king ogre involved. Reflecting on his encounter with the lightning dragon, Eldo realized that challenging the ogre's massive numbers and powers, even with knowledge of their patterns, would overwhelm even a strong adventurer. If, by chance, the boss wasn't a king ogre but an emperor ogre, Eldo regretted his decision to separate from Melia and wished he had proceeded with caution. The guard explained that ogres used to reside deep in the forest of Elias, never venturing into the town's territory. The ogres feeding on monsters were expanding their territory due to the outbreak, causing other monsters to flee towards Elias. Many adventurers, upon hearing the news, rushed to kill the monsters but were subsequently attacked by the hungry ogres. The city didn't want more casualties, but they couldn't force adventurers to go either. Advising caution if Eldo planned to head deep into the forest, the guard could only offer a word of advice. Eldo entered the town, and as he roamed around noticed that the people didn't appear very lively, likely due to the ogres closing in on the other side of the river. The ogres were too numerous for ordinary adventurers to handle. If Eldo left the situation as it was, the ogres would likely destroy the city as well. Eldo visited the Elias Branch Adventurers Guild to check their requests. When a woman at the guild saw Eldo, she asked if he was looking for requests and recommended a subjugation request. The target for the request was any monster. As long as Eldo defeated them and provided proof, it would count. Eldo sensed the desperation in the request but wondered why such requests were given when the ogres were already dealing with the monsters. The guild staff explained that despite the ogres hunting monsters, many still needed to be taken care of, prompting them to recruit strong adventurers with promises of generous payment from the town council. The guild staff expressed gratitude to Eldo for accepting the request. After leaving the guild branch, Eldo headed to the forest of Elias. Noticing the absence of monsters, he assumed the ogres might have rapidly decreased their numbers. Eldo then encountered an ogre carrying a monster's head. Suddenly, the ogre took a bite and spat it at Eldo. Dodging the surprise attack, Eldo immediately cast Magic Guard to protect himself from the powerful ogre's next strike. Lying on the ground, the ogre prepared to attack again with an axe but was stopped by Eldo using Sticky Bomb. After trapping the ogre, Eldo used the skill Flame Pillar to burn it completely. Thinking he had finished off the ogre, Eldo was surprised when it attempted to escape. Using a fireball, Eldo knocked the ogre down. Impressed by the ogre's intelligence but also concerned about their sturdiness, Eldo questioned why the ogres had higher status than in BBO. Suddenly, a pack of wolves ran towards Eldo's location, passing through him without acknowledging him. Eldo realized they were running away from something. Out of nowhere, a hatchet was thrown, narrowly missing Eldo, who then realized he was surrounded by multiple ogres. Eldo was surprised at how fast the ogres were for their size. If he were to get surrounded, he would be dead instantly. After noticing a narrow pathway in the distance, Eldo tried to lure the ogres from the area as he wanted to take advantage of the pathway. The ogres, who menacingly smiled, immediately ran and followed Eldo into the narrow pathway. Seeing a huge flame in front, one of the ogres used its strength to stop, leading to all of the ogres stopping. Eldo then used the skill Flame Pillar with 5 times the power to burn the ogres down. He finished them by blasting a fireball at them. Thinking that he had finally defeated the ogres, Eldo was yet again surprised that his spells weren't enough to completely defeat the ogres. Moreover, it even tried to land an attack on him. Fortunately for Eldo, the ogre got too close and he was able to stab it using his sword. Though the ogre he just killed was quite stronger than the others, Eldo wasn't expecting the ogres to be powerful to such a degree. Ever since the matter with the Garden of Despair, Eldo realized that he must prepare himself for any powerful opponents. He then used Magic Search to check if there were nearby monsters. After confirming that there were none, Eldo used the skill Magic Invisibility and silently investigated the forest. Using the surprise attack strategy, Eldo was able to defeat a total of 25 ogres. He then decided to head back to the city before his magic ran out. Arriving at the bridge of the city, the guard was not expecting Eldo to come. Moreover, he was even more surprised to learn that Eldo was able to defeat a large number of ogres. The guild staff was surprised as well to hear about the news, and was impressed with Eldo since no one was able to defeat an ogre so far. When the guild staff had doubts about Eldo's story, as proof, Eldo showed her the dead bodies of the ogres he defeated. What surprised the guild staff even more was that Eldo had an amazing ability and stored a total of 25 dead ogre bodies in it. The guild staff ended up becoming dizzy as she was not informed about what to do in such a situation. She then slowly headed to the back to call the Elias branch manager. Eldo realized that he may have done something too conspicuous. However, he was informed by Melia that if he wanted the guild to no longer treat the inferior jobs poorly, Eldo had to stand out a little more. Eldo was asked to follow the guild staff to the warehouse since there wasn't enough space for the dead ogres in the guild. Arriving at the warehouse, Eldo was amazed at how spacious the room was. The guild staff then explained that the place originally had a lot of monsters for processing. A man inside greeted Eldo and introduced himself as the branch manager named Zekas. Zekas was amazed by Eldo's achievement in the Forest of Elias, since he never thought that he would see someone who could defeat the ogres. Zekas then informed Eldo that he may now show the ogres' dead bodies since he already cleared some space. Even though he was warned by the guild staff, Zekas was still surprised to see Eldo's magic storage. Zekas thought that Eldo's skill might be the discovery of the century since it wasn't even in the guild's database. When Zekas asked if he could report Eldo's skill to the guild headquarters, this made Eldo curious and asked what would happen if Zekas reported it. Zekas explained that after the guild insiders verify the performance, the information then would be available to the public. Though it may take years to calculate, Eldo would still be rewarded handsomely. Eldo didn't have problems with money because of Mina, but he does like the idea of the skill being widely known to other adventurers, so that they can efficiently hunt. Eldo then agreed to have his skill be known to the public. An advantage for Eldo was that he no longer would have to deal with people being surprised every time he uses his spells. It would also increase the level of adventurers and the guilds, which would make it easier to deal with organizations like the Garden of Despair. Zekas then asked for Eldo's guild card to have the ogres' dead bodies recorded. He was surprised to learn that Eldo was a beginner instead of an A rank. Since Eldo was being treated as a novice, Zekas wondered if his job jewel didn't glow. Eldo explained that his job was a sage. He could use wizard skills. Eldo wondered if it was possible that he would be treated as a wizard somehow. Unfortunately for Eldo, he can only register what the job jewel gives him. When Zekas mentioned that one used to be able to do it differently before, but ever since Cardina Georgis rose to power, the jobs have been treated more strictly. Heroes and saints that were now called inferior jobs weren't discriminated against as much in the past. Zekas then apologized to Eldo since that is all he could do. Hearing the name Cardinal Georgis multiple times, Eldo wishes to speak to him one day since he was the one responsible for superior jobs being treated as inferiors. Depending on the Cardinal's answer, Eldo plans to use his knowledge from BBO and fully exploit it. After checking Eldo's guild card again, he then mentioned that he can raise Eldo's rank to C rank since he already had 2 recommendations from different guild branch managers. Zekas was disappointed that he could only raise Eldo's rank up to C and wished that they could just drop the discriminatory system. Zekas was then warned by her staff member about what he had mentioned and asked Eldo to keep it also a secret. When Zekas told Eldo that if he keeps getting big achievements, they could ask the headquarters for his rank. Eldo then asked if his rank would level up if he defeated all of the ogres in the Forest of Elias. Zekas also thought that if Eldo could defeat the ogres, then raising his rank even more may be possible. When the staff mentioned that if Eldo defeats the ogres, they would be able to stay in Elias. Curious if the ogre crisis was really affecting them badly, Zekas explained that their problem was the emigration plan. The capital has proposed a plan to abandon the city and move to another land. They've been ordered to move if they can't deal with the ogres. When Zekas mentioned that no one would do the task, it made Eldo curious for the reason. Zekas explained that many of the people living in Elias were old, and if they leave the town and get attacked by the ogres, then they would be done for. Eldo asked if the capital didn't offer a plan to help. Zekas mentioned that the capital did not. When they asked for assistance from the capital, they were only told to solve it themselves. The plan was convenient for the nobles of the capital because Eris was part of Count Magus' territory. Those who opposed him were trying to take away his territory with the help of the monster invasion. When Eldo asked for the reason why Count Magus was so despised, Zekas explained that he was a kind man who never forgets to help his people even in such a remote place. The Count was loved by the common folk but was hated by the nobles. Count Magus opposed the discrimination against the inferior jobs and tried to help out as much as he could. The Count gathered inferior people from all over the country onto his territory and offered them jobs. Eldo finally had the full grasp of the situation and promised to try his best to prevent the city's migration. Later that night, while laying in his bed, Eldo wasn't expecting to receive such a big and important request. Remembering what had happened in just one day, Eldo realized that he had to be careful since he only had one life. From a distant land, a carriage had arrived at a mansion. The person who was in the carriage met with Count Magus and gave him the late-night report. The man then mentioned Eldo and his achievement to Count Magus, which piqued his interest. Hearing Eldo's achievements, the Count wished that he could meet Eldo at once and hoped that Eldo would become their hope. After a restful night's sleep, Eldo had fully recovered his magical power. Zekas and the guild staff member were shocked and puzzled when Eldo mentioned that he would go and check out the ogre's nest and flew away. While looking for the enemy's stronghold, Eldo's only information about ogres is that they are born from bosses. The battle won't be over until all of them, including the boss, are killed. He then spotted some adventurers within the forest and wished that he had extra help in looking for the ogre's nest. After flying for some time, Eldo had finally seen something in a huge opening. Using his magic invisibility to investigate the place, Eldo was surprised to see a king ogre. Since there was a king ogre near the huge tree, Eldo guessed that the ogre's nest was just around that area. After finding what he was looking for, Eldo headed back to the city and planned to prepare himself. Arriving at the city of Elias, Eldo heard of a disturbance in the middle of town. It was a group of men informing the people of Elias to abandon the city. The group had received a request from the cathedral to have the city of Elias be cleared of its people and abandoned by any means necessary. The people protested at the request as they couldn't believe that the cathedral would release such a request, and they also couldn't move out due to the roaming ogres in the forest. The group of men who accepted the request did not believe the people's words since they themselves did not encounter any ogres within their journey. Zekas, the adventurer's guild branch manager himself, was in a dilemma since he still couldn't believe that the cathedral would do such a thing. However, they still couldn't ignore orders coming from the capital. One of the men that accepted the cathedral's request had enough and threatened the people by destroying their food supply with his sword. Seeing the cruelty the man displayed in front of the people of Elias, Eldo did not take it lightly and used the skill suspension to teach the man a lesson. The man flew up to the tall ceiling so fast that he fainted after hitting his head. Eldo then used the skill landing to safely put the man down. Confused at what was going on, Eldo explained to them that he was the one that made the man unconscious, since Eldo couldn't stand seeing their actions. Seeing Zekas's concerned reaction, Eldo reassured him that he would personally take care of it. The leader of the group mocked Eldo for being a C rank after learning about him. However, his insults turned to anger when Eldo mentioned that his skill doesn't work on anyone whose level was higher than him, which meant that the man was even lower in level than a mere novice. Enraged, the group's leader used the skill power slash on Eldo. He then smirked as he thought that he landed a good blow. However, he was just mocked by Eldo for having low strength while calling himself a guard. When Eldo guessed that the group was not really planning on escorting the people out of the city, he hit the man across with his staff, rendering the man unconscious. Eldo then told the remaining member of the group to tell the requesters that Elias no longer needs to relocate and announced that he himself would eliminate all of the ogres. Scared, the man grabbed his companions while giving Eldo a warning. Eldo then apologized to Zekas for his actions and told him that if anyone asks what had happened, that he would inform them that a wandering adventurer just did whatever he wanted. Eldo never imagined such conspicuity, since the cathedral directed their hostility towards the town, when they should be protecting it. Zekas apologized to Eldo as he had to intervene with their matters. Eldo then informed Zekas that he had a bad feeling and that the whole migration thing may have been a setup. Eldo then asked Zekas if he had heard of an artificial monster called demon's poisoning. He explained that it had a property of making all monsters in the area go berserk when buried in the ground. The monsters would become stronger and more ferocious. Ever since Eldo first fought in Elias, there was something that bothered him. The ogres have multiplied to the point where they've exhausted their own hunting grounds and reached even human territory. Their group would end up collapsing soon enough as well. Yet someone was rushing things and pushing for the migration plan to be implemented right away. Eldo finds it to fit too well for a mere coincidence. Zekas wondered if the capital really organized all of it. Eldo had a different thought in mind. The request the group earlier received may not have been from the cathedral, and may have come from the people who hated Count Magus. Zekas couldn't believe that the other people in power wouldn't have gone that far even if they hated Count Magus. Eldo then asked Zekas to keep it to themselves first since it was only a hypothesis. Eldo knows that he was just talking about possibilities, but it was better to assume the worst possible scenario. In BBO, the only ones who can produce the demon's poison are the people from the Garden of Despair who can use the forbidden arts. If Eldo's guess was correct that Cardinal Georges was somehow connected to the evil organization, then the world they are in is on its path to destruction. Eldo asked a favor from Zekas. When all of this situation is resolved, Eldo wishes to meet with Count Magus if possible. Zekas did not mind and was sure that the Count would accept Eldo with open arms. However, befriending the Count, who was currently at odds with the Cardinal, would place Eldo as the Cardinal's enemy. Eldo didn't mind since he couldn't let Cardinal Georges get away with it. Eldo then asked if Zekas could prepare a large amount of oil for him. Zekas responded that he could gather a reasonable amount if he could collect all of the oil from the village. When Zekas asked Eldo what he was planning to use the oil for, Eldo responded that he plans to burn the forest down. Zekas was appalled after hearing Eldo's plan and asked him to think over his plan. Eldo clarified that he doesn't really want to burn the forest but rather burn down the ogre's nest. After learning of Eldo's true plan, Zekas immediately left to collect all of the village's oil. After preparing himself, Eldo met up with Zekas after he finished collecting all of the oil. He then asked Zekas and the staff member to help him store the oil in his magic storage. Worried that the oil may overflow, Eldo reassured Zekas that it wouldn't and that his original plan was to just place the entire container, but pouring all the oil inside the magic storage was more convenient. When Eldo mentioned that he was heading off, Zekas was surprised and told Eldo that the sun was setting down now and leaving right now would be too dangerous. He then reassured Zekas that he would be fine since he had the night vision skill and that the night would be more of an advantage for him. After realizing that Eldo plans to do a surprise attack on the ogres, Zekas could only ask him to be careful. Eldo immediately flew away and headed towards the ogre's nest. Dark had descended, and Eldo was roaming over the ogre's nest. Using the magic search to scout for any ogres within the area, Eldo was able to locate dozens of ogres and an ogre king. If everything would go according to his plan, then Eldo should be able to take them all out at once. He then opened his magic storage and poured the oil all over the ogre's nest. As for igniting the fire, Eldo kicked an ogre that was guarding the nest who was also carrying a fire. When the ogre landed in the nest, it ignited the oil which started the fire and engulfed the whole nest. Seeing how fast the oil burns, Eldo was not expecting it to be very effective. When the ogres had finally come out from their nest, Eldo then used the skill Sticky Bomb and trapped the ogres in place. Casting more earth element spells, Eldo defeated the trapped ogres by using the gigantic boulder crushing blow. The commotion had finally woken up the ogre king, and the fight between the two was now finally commencing. The ogre king grabbed a piece of the trunk of its nest and used it to attack Eldo. Thanks to the knowledge Eldo obtained in BBO, he knew all of the monster's fighting styles, but unlike the lightning dragon who attacks in pattern, the Ogre King attacks according to its environment. That would mean that taking the Ogre King out would be troublesome. The Ogre King punched the ground, which resulted in multiple rocks headed towards Eldo. Eldo could no longer just take the attacks of the Ogre King and countered by using Fireball right at the Ogre King's face. However, the attack seemed to not even faze the Ogre King. The Ogre King's durability was so high to begin with, but since it has been strengthened by the demon's poison, it was practically impossible to damage it with average attacks. However, Eldo had countermeasures at hand when the Ogre King continued using the rocks as a range attack. The flying rocks passed through Eldo. He then used the skill Wind Glide to get near the Ogre King. After landing a kick, Eldo used the skill explosion onto the Ogre King's mouth, which caused massive damage to the Ogre King's head. Even if the body was strengthened by the demon's poison, it was not a big deal if Eldo could kill the Ogre King from the inside. Thinking that the matter in the forest was taken care of, Eldo was surprised to see a magic circle up in the sky. Eldo was confused about why there were more bosses spawning. He then realized the cause. An Emperor Ogre had shown up and easily smashed the gigantic boulder that Eldo summoned earlier. With its power, it could easily destroy the forest. Seeing the Emperor Ogre and its destructive power, Eldo immediately hid above the huge tree. King Ogres and Emperor Ogres were not meant to show up in the same location. Eldo wondered if the situation was another difference from BBO, or if it was the action of the Garden of Despair again. The Emperor Ogre stood still for some time, making Eldo curious. When the Emperor Ogre used detection magic, this surprised Eldo. The Emperor Ogre bent its knees and jumped towards Eldo's location. Eldo was able to dodge the attack. He was then surprised that the huge tree showed signs of being damaged. All of a sudden, the Emperor Ogre showed up in front of Eldo. In a split-second decision, Eldo used whatever ability he had to get away as fast as possible. Even after hiding under a tree, the Emperor Ogre still knew Eldo's location and continued to follow him, not stopping its attacks. Eldo then used Fire Arrow to incapacitate the Emperor Ogre. However, the Emperor Ogre simply caught the fire arrow between its two palms. Seeing his fire arrow being treated like a joke, Eldo realized that just like the King Ogre, the demon's poison was even stronger than he thought. Eldo tried to calm himself down and remained confident in all the knowledge he had gained in BBO, and the experience he gained from fighting in his new world. Eldo then used 3 fire arrows, but they were easily destroyed by the Emperor Ogre. Noticing that the Emperor Ogre's back was exposed, Eldo cast the fire pillar behind the Emperor Ogre and hit its head. Seeing that the Emperor Ogre's head was catching fire, Eldo was glad. Even though it wouldn't do much damage, it still would give him some time. With just one slap to its face, the Emperor Ogre was able to extinguish the fire. Eldo now wondered if he could even do anything in the fight. Eldo then remembered that he had a technique to get him out of this situation. However, if he were to use that technique, then the boss drop would also be damaged. Eldo could not afford to worry about the boss drop. He then cast the forbidden curse, Magic Power Corrosion. The Emperor Ogre then tried to destroy the spell, but it couldn't hit it. When the Magic Power Corrosion finally entered the Emperor Ogre's body, it could no longer move as if it was suffocating. Magic Power Corrosion is a spell that allows the user to infuse the enemy's body with contaminated magic power and destroy them from the inside out. The spell is known as Forbidden Curse, and there were 3 main reasons why it was not commonly used. The first was that everyone in range would be damaged except for the caster. To avoid that from happening, the caster must first use Magic Search beforehand. The second reason was that the monster's drops deteriorated. In BBO, if you were to use this curse during a group fight, you'd be treated as a troll. There were many downsides to the spell, but it was perfect for an occasion such as fighting the Emperor Ogre alone. The spell was also perfect against the demon's poison. The demon's poison strengthens the monsters within its range with magical power. In other words, since the Emperor Ogre is absorbing a great amount of magical power in the area, it would absorb the contaminated magic power Eldo was emitting more easily. Eldo then noticed that the fire behind was spreading more rapidly. Eldo now plans to end the battle as soon as possible. The Emperor Ogre, who could barely stand, was still fuming with rage. The Emperor Ogre tried to do one more attack, but its body deteriorated first before landing its attack. Eldo finally was able to breathe a sigh of relief as he managed to defeat the Emperor Ogre somehow. Eldo had now completed the firefighting and ogre collection. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't get the Emperor Ogre's drops, but was still glad that he could collect the Ogres and Ogre King's remains as proof. And to convince the capital, Eldo was surprised to see a Stone of Wisdom as a drop. Since the chances of the drops deteriorating in quality after using magic corrosion were high, Eldo was lucky to be able to get his hands on the stone. Before leaving the ogre's nest, Eldo used Magic Search and immediately located the demon's poison. Using the spell Ice Pillar, Eldo instantly destroyed the demon's poison. The culprits behind the ogres going berserk were no longer in the area. Eldo wondered if the enemy perhaps set up some sort of technique that summoned the Emperor Ogre automatically if the Ogre King was defeated. Eldo wondered how far his knowledge from BBO took him against this new world. At the Adventurers Guild, the staff member was waking Zekas up. Zekas apologized since he could no longer win against his drowsiness. The two were surprised when Eldo showed up behind the staff member, as he understood why Zekas was so sleepy. Zekas was surprised as Eldo looked completely exhausted. Eldo responded that it was because he wasn't fighting in the best area, but reassured the two that he did manage to defeat all the ogres. Hearing the news, the two ended up hugging Eldo out of joy. However, who was very exhausted from the battle, no longer had any strength to faint on the spot. When the sun finally showed itself, Eldo had woken up from his sleep. He then realized that he was at the Elias Inn and remembered that he was completely exhausted after defeating the ogres. Eldo was then greeted by the staff member as she felt relieved since they were so worried that Eldo hadn't woken up after 2 full days. Before leaving, Eldo, the staff member, told him to visit the guild as she would make him a meal whenever he was hungry, and that he also had to inform the branch manager immediately. Noticing that his stomach was growling, Eldo went ahead and visited the Adventurers Guild. He was then welcomed by Zekas and the staff member. Zekas was very grateful to Eldo for defeating the ogres in the forest. Zekas mentioned that he wanted to take his time thanking Eldo properly, but there was someone who wished to speak to Eldo first. A man then showed up beside Zekas and slowly walked down the stairs. Eldo was cautious of the man at first. The man then introduced himself as the humble count from a remote region, Count Magus. Eldo did not expect that he would soon meet Count Magus, let alone visit him in a distant guild. Count Magus expressed his desire to meet Eldo immediately after hearing all of his exploits. He had been eagerly awaiting someone like Eldo, and after learning from the branch manager that Eldo was willing to join their cause, Count Magus couldn't wait any longer. He personally invited him to end the era of Georges. Since Georges had also been causing problems for Eldo, he accepted Count Magus's invitation eagerly. Delighted that Eldo had now joined their crusade, Count Magus wanted to discuss many things with him over a meal. After learning that the guild had prepared a feast for him, Eldo happily accepted. Once they were served the delicious food, Zakis and the guild staff left them to their private conversation. To initiate their conversation, Count Magus expressed his gratitude towards Eldo for handling the ogre problem. The Count admitted he didn't know how to solve the problem until Eldo stepped in. Upon hearing of the demise of the first party they sent out, the Count immediately started looking for volunteers. As a token of gratitude for saving their village, Count Magus hoped Eldo would accept the reward he was offering. Eldo was ecstatic upon finding a stone of wisdom inside the chest and asked the Count if it was really okay for him to have it. Count Magus responded that Eldo needed it more than himself, and it was also his way of thanking Eldo for getting rid of Georges' subordinates. The Count did not want to delay the main reason for their conversation. However, just as he was about to explain, he was cut off by Eldo, and surprised to learn that Eldo knew that he suspected that Cardinal Georges was working with the Garden of Despair. Count Magus told Eldo that his assumptions were correct. One of his subordinates witnessed one of Georges' men in contact with someone wearing the crest of the Garden of Despair. After that, Georges pinned all the blame onto that man and absolved himself. The Cardinal continued cooperating behind the scenes, while steadily increasing their power as an organization. Count Magus wished to do something before the Cardinal and his organization became too powerful. After listening to the Count, Eldo responded that the situation was more serious than the Count knew. Eldo shared how the enemy used a forbidden curse to create the demon's poison and make the monster run amok in Elias. Under the influence of the demon's poison, after destroying the city, the ogres would have gone looking for a new town to destroy. Worried, the Count did not expect that their enemy would stoop so low. However, the Count was even more horrified when Eldo revealed that the garden sacrifices humans and transforms their souls into mana. As Georges increases his followers, the Garden of Despair gets more fuel to cause more explosions anywhere they want. If their enemy continues with their path, Eldo was confident that it would spell the end of the world. Skeptical of such spells, Count Magus asked Eldo if the spell really exists. Eldo had no reason to lie, which worried the Count even more. Curious of Eldo's knowledge, Count Magus asked him how he knew of such information. Eldo only heard of it a long time ago from the place where he learned how to fight, though the place no longer exists. But since the information Eldo has heard matches what they're doing, Eldo already assumed for the worst. Count Magus vowed that they will not falter no matter how powerful the enemy was. Eldo asked the Count if he thinks that they have a chance of winning, even though the Garden of Despair alone was a threat. Knowing that Georges would not go down easily, Count Magus revealed that the first order of action was to make the Cardinal lose his status, even if it would cost his life. The Count revealed that Georges' discrimination policy against inferiors was being put under scrutiny like never before, and it was thanks to Melia the Flamespear's promotion to a rank. Eldo was surprised since it was a first for him to hear that Melia got promoted. The Count shared how Georges supported the promotion on the surface, but it was more likely that he could not do anything to prevent the promotion since Melia defeated an S-rank monster alone. Count Magus already expects that their enemy would likely spin the situation around as Melia being the exception, to prevent others from re-evaluating the potential inferiors have. However, thanks to Eldo's actions as a novice, many people will start questioning the current system. When the Count mentioned that he would also partake in spreading Eldo's achievements, Eldo became worried and asked the Count if he was sure as he would be openly declaring war on Georges. The Count was not worried if he ever dies, as he believes that his death would be proof that Georges is dangerous. If the Count reaches his end from Georges' hands, the anti-Georges faction would come together, making them a powerful force. As the Count wished to strike the enemy while they still had the advantage, Eldo expressed that the plan was neither good nor bad. He then told the Count that he was relying too much on factors beyond his control, and playing a game of luck with the chances of winning at 30% at best. The Count was left with no other option as he expected that the Cardinal's military might was far stronger than theirs. Eldo suggested to the Count that he focus his attack on Georges directly. When Eldo told the Count that he should exploit the Cardinal's weakness, the Count had no idea what Georges' weakness was. Eldo revealed that he also does not know the Cardinal's weakness. However, it was because he hasn't met Georges yet. Wanting to know more about Georges, Eldo asked the Count why Georges has so much influence. Eldo was confused as to why Georges had so much authority over the king. The Count revealed that Georges was a mere low-ranking noble, but all of it changed after a certain incident 5 years ago, where he became a lot more influential. The king and many high nobles had fallen ill to an epidemic. However, Georges came to their aid with a medicine that saved their lives. Curious of the medicine, Eldo guessed that Georges used a potion. The medicine was precious since the ingredients alone were extremely rare. The potion was the reason why Georges was handsomely rewarded for his achievement, and had the king in his debt, which is how Georges got into high society. After learning about Georges' background, Eldo told Count Magus that they can turn the tables with just the information the Count shared. Confused, the Count asked how. Eldo revealed that he knew how to mass-produce the medicine, and suggested that they start with destroying one of Georgis's pillar of influence. Count Magus thought that Eldo was joking and explained that the Bradana weed was extremely rare to obtain. Seeing Eldo's eyes filled with truth, the Count agreed to put his plan on hold and asked Eldo if he could mass-produce the potion for him. Back at the kingdom, Georgia met with the king as he requested to borrow some military equipment. When the king asked Georges if he was going to war, he responded that there were some concerning developments as of late. When the king mentioned that he cannot give the army's equipment to a single noble, Georges reminded that king that he holds his life. Left with no other choice, the king agreed with Georges's request and had the knights prepare at Georges's disposal. Georgie reassured the king that what he was about to do was for the sake of maintaining peace in the country. Eldo visited a shop and asked if they had any sunbean seeds. The shop owners responded that they did, but were curious as to what Eldo would do with the seeds, since they were only good for feeding livestock. Eldo told the shop owner that he would use them for the sake of the country. Back when Eldo spoke with Count Magus, the Count expressed his gratitude to Eldo for the medicine as it would save lots of people. Eldo found it awkward being thanked for something he hadn't accomplished yet, to which the Count apologized for being a little rash with his words. When the Count mentioned that they would have to find where the Bradana grass grows, Eldo told the Count with all honesty that there was no such place. Confused, the Count asked Eldo if he was planning to attack the Bradana farm. Eldo had no plans to attack a farm. When Eldo asked the Count if he could get Bradana grass seeds, the Count responded that he knew of the seeds, but had never seen any attempt to artificially cultivate them. Eldo reassured the Count and told him that the solution to their problem was simply to make their own farm. In front of a waterfall, Eldo opened his magic storage and stored lots of water. After obtaining the water, Eldo's next step was to find a place where he could plant the seeds. The side of Elias where the ogres had not caused any damage was the best choice for Eldo. Seeing a road at the backside of the town, Eldo decided to test out his theory first and began scattering the seeds. After discharging the water, the seeds were scattered randomly since the soil hadn't been plowed. For his last and most important step, Eldo used the skill Magic Taunt, which lured a pack of wolf-like monsters. When the monsters began their attack, Eldo immediately took the pack down using his ice pillars. After defeating the monsters, Eldo continued to hunt more monsters and decided to use them as fertilizers. The seeds that Eldo scattered were a little different from normal seeds as they used monsters as their fertilizer. After 2 days, the seeds were already sprouting. Seeing that the seeds made quick work of the monster fertilizer, Eldo expected nothing less from the seeds that were called demon absorbers. After collecting a bunch of seeds, Eldo used the skill flame circle and burned down the sunbean roots. Bradana grass cannot grow in a normal environment. It is a plant that can only grow when it can easily absorb mana from monsters. After a monster dies, its mana spreads around little by little. But most of the mana can't be given to the plant as it is, so placing the corpse of a monster near the Bradana grass doesn't work. Using the crushed sunbeans, Eldo used them to make the Bradana grass grow easily. After some time, Count Magus was in total disbelief after Eldo showed him a bunch of Bradana grass. Knowing that the quantity Eldo brought was not something that grows in the wild, the Count asked Eldo if his experiment had succeeded. After Eldo confirmed that his experiment had succeeded, the Count became even more impressed with Eldo. Though the batch Eldo brought could only make 20 portions of medicine, the Count was hopeful that they could make a revolution if they could keep producing consistently. Agreeing with Count Magus, Eldo told the Count that they would need space and manpower for mass-scale production. Seeing the branch manager, Eldo asked him if the road behind the town led to Elias. The branch manager confirmed that the road did lead to Elias. The people who used to live behind the town used the land to farm, but since no one had lived in the back for some time, it had been abandoned. After receiving permission to repurpose the land, Eldo plans to clear the land using the stone the Count gave him. The Count became curious as to how Eldo would do it. Eldo explained that the Stone of Wisdom can strengthen one's skill level. After learning about the stone, Count Magus left the landscaping to Eldo while he recruited comrades to help Eldo with the cultivation. After setting their plans into motion, Eldo and the Count could destroy Georges's monopoly and cut his power considerably. When Eldo asked the Count again if he was willing to put his life on the line, Count Magus revealed that he originally intended to be a martyr for the anti-Georges faction, but would rather stay alive and crush Georges. After seeing how determined the Count was, Eldo planned to not let the Count die. At the guild's basement, the guild receptionist directed Eldo to an exit at the end of the basement. Eldo did not expect that the boulder would be so huge that it looked like a mountain. Since the boulder was the main problem in clearing out the field, Eldo decided to just blow it up. Using the skill steam explosion, Eldo was able to do a small amount of damage. After being told by the guild receptionist to give her a heads up if Eldo plans to use a powerful spell, Eldo warned the receptionist that the next spell he would do was too powerful and asked her to move further away. Before casting the spell, Eldo told the receptionist that he would use a potion first. The potion is called Potion of Wisdom, which consists of a Stone of Wisdom and Bradana grass. After drinking the potion, Eldo mentioned that his Steam Explosion skill had been upgraded to Steam Explosion U. After channeling his mana, Eldo told the receptionist to hide as he was about to use the skill again. Excited to see how powerful his upgraded Steam Explosion was, Eldo used his skill and destroyed not just the boulder but even created a huge crater. Seeing the huge crater in front of her, the guild receptionist was puzzled and wondered what she had just witnessed. After Eldo explained the spell he had just used, the receptionist thought that it was no longer a spell, but rather a natural disaster. Agreeing with the receptionist, Eldo suggested that they head back to the guild since he had already accomplished destroying the boulder. Arriving at the guild, Zekas asked Eldo if he was the cause of the earthquake. Eldo apologized for startling everyone and informed them that he had secured the space for the time being. Since the next step was the Count's responsibility, Eldo warned him that farming Bradana grass would attract monsters. The mana absorbed by the sunbeams turns into a particular type of mana that attracts other monsters. Count Magus was grateful for the warning and planned to hire people to protect the place in case a monster did show up. Eldo reassured the Count that boss-class monsters would not be lured but rather just monsters that pass by the area. While the Count was thinking about who he would hire to protect the land, Zekas mentioned that he wanted to talk about the Flame Spear. Eldo agreed with Zekas that Melia is strong for someone who has inferior talent. Having Melia join the Count's side to help other inferiors would give their power a boost. However, Eldo knew that Melia had a goal of becoming a noble. Antagonizing someone as influential as Georges, Eldo was sure that Melia would not achieve her goal. After receiving their respective roles, Eldo, Count Magus, and Zekas immediately began their work. After some time, the Bradana grass plantation was now functioning as Eldo intended. The protected farmland consisted of many buildings and structures to help produce medicine. Eldo was amazed at how big the medicine plant had become. He was confident that they would give the cardinal a huge problem soon enough. Sibin, a grappler with an inferior job, accepted the Count's request for help and became the medicine plant's protector. Sibin used to be an adventurer, but when his party met a powerful monster, he was left behind. After managing to survive, Sibin's spirit was already broken. After losing his source of income and on the verge of starvation, Count Magus came to Sibin's aid. Every single person gathered in the medicine plant had the same situation, in which they were all in debt to Count Magus. Wanting to speak with the Count, Eldo asked Sibin if he knew where the Count currently was. Sibin told Eldo that the Count was probably at the processing plant since they were having meetings there regarding the distribution of the medicine. Eldo then met with the Count and was impressed at how efficient the people were at making the medicine. After seeing a batch of potions on the table, Eldo asked if those were the medicine. A man named Wheel, who is in charge of managing the medicine, told Eldo that what he saw was the batch of medicine they had made for the day. Wheel later expressed how pleased he was to meet Eldo after hearing so much about him from the Count. Wheel then guided Eldo and the Count to a room, which surprised Eldo as one of the people inside was the manager of the guild in Fasta. The Fasta manager revealed that he was also opposed to the current job discrimination set in place by the Cardinal. As a member of the Magis faction, the Fasta manager would be helping Eldo and the others from behind the scenes. Wheel then informed everyone in the room that the refined medicines are stored all over the country, mainly in the stores run by the Maxia company. When Eldo asked if the faction plans to sell the medicines at a cheaper price, Wheel responded that they will start selling the medicine to the nobles and famous people at the market price. Wheel explained that if they suddenly flood the market with low prices, their enemies may get suspicious of them and may end up starting bad rumors. Eldo understood Wheel's plan but couldn't help thinking that they would be doing the same thing with the Cardinal, as Wheel revealed that Georges demands even more outrageous prices above the market price. The Count shared how a close nobleman friend of his came to him for advice, as the noble was being offered a deal but at the most exorbitant price. Count Magus added that his noble friend was given the offer right after his wife fell sick to an unknown illness. The news surprised Eldo, as he learned that other people in power are being coerced in exchange for the medicine. Since the Count already has medicine, he gave it to his noble friend who later decided to join their faction. Perplexed at how the Cardinal's group was making heavy-handed measures, Count Magus told Eldo that their enemy had not caught wind of them yet, but they were trying to crush them. Since the adventurers that the Count was recruiting are people with inferior jobs, Eldo was confident that the Count would have overwhelming might in the near future. Thanks to Melia and Eldo, there has been lots of talk about novices and inferiors as a whole. Georges would surely be afraid of Count Magus turning the tables on him with the inferior. Eldo became worried for the Count, as he was sure that the cardinal would try to take the Count's life. Count Magus expressed how the plan would also help them gain more people by providing the nobles better terms for the medicine. Curious, Eldo asked if the Count would also give the nobles conditions. Count Magus does not want to do the same thing the cardinals do and plans to gain more credibility by acting as champions of justice. Eldo let the Count decide on what to do since politics and business were the Count's expertise, while Eldo promises to protect the Count and everyone in the faction. Eldo then warned everyone that Count Magus will be attacked in the near future by a force collaborating with Georges and the Garden of Despair. While everyone else was in shock at the information Eldo had just told them, Count Magus revealed how he and Eldo suspected that the disease once spread through the kingdom was all a ploy by Georges. Zekas and the rest then showed concern and realized that what the Count and Eldo said made sense. Eldo wanted to speak to the Count regarding the workers who were former adventurers. Expressing how he can't protect everything on his own, Eldo told the Count that he plans to use the former adventurers for muscle work. Fortunate for having knowledge about the skills of all jobs, Eldo wishes to teach the former adventurers and have them work as bodyguards along with him. Their meeting was suddenly disturbed when they heard a loud growl coming from the hunting grounds. The guards were surprised as they did not expect that the Bradana grass could also attract blood tigers. Seeing how the guards surrounded and injured the blood tiger, Eldo assessed that they would not be needing his help. When an arrow struck the blood tiger's head, this caught Eldo's attention as he recognized the arrow being covered with the power of a spirit. Eldo judged that the elf still hasn't mastered her skills. However, Eldo knew that the elf would be a great help to them. The elf introduced herself as Satyrus and asked what they needed from her. Eldo apologized for calling her out of the blue and asked Satyrus to take a seat. When Eldo introduced himself to Satyrus, she immediately recognized the name and expressed how it was an honor to meet him. Eldo asked Satyrus if she was willing to protect Count Magus with him in the future. Without hesitation, Satyrus accepted the offer, as she believed that the Count was their ray of hope and couldn't allow their enemies to take his life. Though enthusiastic about joining in protecting the Count, Satyrus was worried that her inferior job and inexperienced skills would put the Count in even more danger. Eldo reassured Satyrus that he would teach her, as he had knowledge of her job as a spirit archer and its skills. Eldo then asked Satyrus to join him at a nearby forest, so he could easily teach her through practice. In the forest, Satyrus still doubted Eldo's choice and asked if he was sure about having her. After hearing Satyrus's worries, Eldo told her that there was no need to be hard on herself. Satyrus was surprised when Eldo told her that she had already awakened her power but just didn't know how to use it. When Satyrus shared how her aim was the only thing she was confident in, Eldo explained that what Satyrus felt was one of the special traits of spirit archers. Satyrus's arrows were imbued with trace amounts of spiritual power, which was the reason why her hit rate was so high. After explaining how spirits specialize in one attribute, Eldo shared that spirit archers like Satyrus could borrow the power of spirits in forms other than elemental magic. Satyrus was surprised upon learning that her job did not miss its mark and would always strike the target. Eldo wanted Satyrus to improve her accuracy to the very limit and planned to give her codes if necessary to improve her skills. After some time, Eldo informed Satyrus that she now had her skills, and all that was left was for her to cooperate with the spirits. After telling Satyrus that she needed to perceive the spirits, Eldo asked why Satyrus hadn't been capable of using the spirits thus far. Seeing Satyrus's puzzled look, Eldo told her the answer, which was that she didn't know. After reminding Satyrus about the spirits, Eldo instructed her to think about the spirits being near her and they would respond. In just one try, a bird spirit suddenly showed up in front of Satyrus. After seeing the spirit up close, Satyrus instantly fell for it as she found it very cute. Picking up a piece of rock, Eldo carved a circle and told Satyrus to try and hit the target from her location. Surprised since the target was the back of the tree, Eldo reassured Satyrus that the spirits would help her out. Spirits could read the user's thoughts, so thinking of hitting the mark would pretty much do it. Thinking about the mark, after Satyrus released the arrow, the spirit helped her by curving the arrow. Disappointed that she didn't hit the mark, Eldo encouraged her and told her that it was because she hadn't seen the target yet. Eldo suggested that Satyrus use the skill she acquired with the code. The code is called Shared Vision, in which the spirit will share their vision with Satyrus. After hearing the explanation of the skill, Satyrus asked how to activate the skill. Eldo explained how she just had to close her eyes and think where to look. After closing her eyes, Satyrus saw the mark. She then released her arrow and with the help of the spirit, Satyrus was able to hit the mark perfectly. Praising Satyrus for her hard work, Eldo shared that Satyrus could also give her allies the shared vision. Though the range is limited, it can still help with coordinating things. Eldo told Satyrus that she also has the capabilities to do shared hearing, and advised that she learn it before the assassins arrive. Eldo wanted to teach her about the skill she just received. The skill was a scouting skill to search enemies. Other jobs have similar skills like Eldo's magic search to see if someone's around. However, the search enemy is exclusive to spirit archers as it has a special trait. Intrigued about what the trait was, Satyrus was then informed that her skill can feel if the person she detects is hostile towards her. To demonstrate the skill, Eldo tried luring a nearby monster and had Satyrus use her skill. After using the skill magic taunt, Eldo advised Satyrus that she can put her skill in her arrow and shoot. After the arrow landed on a tree, it then emitted a wave which helped Satyrus to see the nearby monsters. Seeing a red flame-like aura, Satyrus asked if it was the monster's hostility. As the monsters were headed towards their direction, Eldo told Satyrus that her job was not inferior but rather a powerful job that can detect enemies in advance, with search and attack them before they see it coming with the help of the spirits. Eldo told Satyrus that she should be confident and encouraged her since her job is the best asset for a party of adventurers. At the same time, at the cave southwest of Elias, Melia came out of the cave after a huge explosion. Melia got carried away and ended up going overboard with her combos. A man suddenly showed up and told Melia that he had been looking for her. After introducing himself as a private investigator, he then informed Melia of Count Magus's plan to rebel against the unfair policies against the inferiors enacted by Cardinal Georgius. The investigator also shared that a novice adventurer will lead the charge on Count's back. Knowing only one novice, Melia asked if the investigator was referring to Eldo. The private investigator invited Melia to join their cause since she herself has an inferior job, and has already proven herself with her achievements. After being informed by the private investigator that if she joins their cause, Melia will lose everything if Count Magus loses the war, admitting that her life as of the moment was pretty comfortable. But Melia also knew the struggle in order to achieve her comfortable life, and wishes to change the laws that treat inferiors like her unfairly. Melia told the private investigator that she will be joining the war since she was also pissed at Georgie. Before leaving, Melia told the private investigator that she would soon head for Elias as soon as she is ready. Meanwhile, at the Georgius territory, a man expressed how he plans to leave the place after being asked where he was going. After being insulted, the man admitted that they could never beat Eldo as he was already on the level of a monster. As the man was being reminded of how he wanted to be a part of the Garden of Despair, they were interrupted by a member of the Garden of Despair. When the man mentioned that he was getting out of there, he was suddenly stopped by Cardinal Georgius. Using the skill Mana Corrosion, Cardinal Georgius easily disposed of the hoodlum. When the others tried to explain that they had nothing to do with the man and pledged loyalty to him, they were still sent to prison as they would be used as a sacrifice. Surprised that Georgie would visit, the Cardinal explained that he just came to check on the soldiers since the ceremony was near. Wondering if the hoodlums earlier were talking about Eldo, the person in the black cloak confirmed that it was indeed Eldo they were referring to. Cardinal Georgius was surprised upon learning that Eldo used the magic corrosion. Georgius figured out why a novice had a ridiculous track record, as he assumed that Eldo was also a sage. After establishing the production system for Bradana grass, Count Magus began full-scale distribution and sales of the medicine. The medicine sold quickly and became widespread among the people. Many aristocrats and dukes helped spread the word, while Cardinal Georgius continued to spread the disease to the aristocrats, causing the price of the drug to soar. Georgius didn't know that the Magis faction was secretly producing the medicine. As a result, the demand for the medicine on Count Magus's side increased. Satyrus knocked on the door and called for Eldo as she informed him that the assassins had arrived. With Satyrus's skill, she saw that the assassins pretended to be merchants to enter the city, while the other three were coming down from above using ropes. The target of the assassins is the medicine shop where Count Magus is residing. The assassins' actions are going as Eldo planned it, as he purposely built a sales office to lure the assassins to deal with them without causing widespread damage. After Eldo expressed how he does not want the Count to be in a place where the assassins could take his life, Satyrus responded that the Count is just a kind person who would put himself in danger as a scapegoat. Satyrus informed Eldo about the assassin who disguised himself as a merchant and looked like he was looking for someone. Eldo guessed that the assassins were trying to get the villagers involved, and instructed Satyrus to keep an eye on the disguised merchant. As the three assassins landed on the roof of one of the houses, Satyrus reported to Eldo that all of the assassins had joined together. Using the shared hearing, both Satyrus and Eldo learned that the assassins have already invaded the city, and were surprised how trained the assassins were. After learning of the assassins' plans, Eldo told Satyrus that they will handle the three that were aiming for the Count's life first. Since it was Satyrus's first battle, Eldo asked if she could do it. With confidence, Satyrus responded that she could. After releasing her arrow, Satyrus was able to land an attack on the assassin's back. After releasing another attack, the assassins were now well aware that their cover was blown and easily broke Satyrus's arrow. Eldo was impressed with the assassin's night vision as the enemy instantly knew their location. When Satyrus apologized for ruining their surprise attack, Eldo praised her instead for exceeding his expectations. He then told Satyrus to look for the other assassin and leave the remaining to him. Eldo immediately flew towards the assassin and took down one of them with a huge rock. The assassin immediately distanced himself and prepared for a counterattack. However, he was knocked out right away after getting hit by a rock from the ground. Eldo assumed that he had handled the assassins on his end. He got caught off guard when another assassin tried a sneak attack. Fortunately, Eldo's magic defense was just right in time for him to block the attack. After being praised by Eldo, the assassin revealed a poison needle and was about to hit Eldo. Unfortunately for him, his attack had failed as Eldo used a skill called Deadly Pain. The skill forced the assassin to feel pain without injuring him. After witnessing the fight, Satyrus became more amazed and was more eager to become strong to protect Count Magus. After some time, the assassin finally woke up and asked where he was. When Eldo responded that he is in a guild warehouse, the assassin assumed he was going to be interrogated and told them that he doesn't have much information. Not wanting to be killed over and over again, the assassin wishes to cooperate with Eldo and the Count. To test the assassin, the Count asked him if it was the Cardinal that ordered his hit. The assassin confirmed it, but the Count did not expect it when the assassin revealed that they were also instructed to kill Marquis Mayer. Curious, Eldo asked the Count if he knew the Marquis. The Count revealed that the Marquis is the one who's cooperating with their faction behind the scenes. All of a sudden, the masked assassin started convulsing, which later died. Recognizing the effects of a slow-acting poison, Count Magus became enraged after witnessing the cruelty of Georges and the Garden of Despair. Before succumbing to his end, the assassin told the Count that he was the same with Georges, who did not care about human life. The Count was puzzled by what the assassin said. Eldo had an idea and explained to the Count the ways to make a cure. The first was the method that Eldo and the Count were using, and the other was by using humans as ingredients. Count Magus was surprised after learning the alternative method for creating medicine. Curious, the Count asked Eldo what he meant by human ingredients. Eldo explained the Bloodstone Ritual, a practice where a human is sacrificed to an evil spirit at a special altar. After the sacrifice, the evil spirit leaves behind a magical catalyst called bloodstones in exchange for human life. As a byproduct of the sacrifice, a large amount of banana grass would then grow around the area. When the Count asked if the Cardinal was really employing such a cruel method, Eldo couldn't confirm it yet since he lacked proof. Worried for his comrades, Count Magus asked Eldo for a favor: to check up on Marquis Mayer and to learn more about their situation. Eldo expressed his concern to the Count, as there was a possibility that the Cardinal might send another group of assassins after him. Wheel reassured Eldo that the Count would be safe, as more trustworthy adventurers would arrive by the end of the day. Wheel also wished that Eldo would visit the Marquis since they were among the few authoritarians who shared the same creed as Count Magus. Losing the Marquis would be a great loss for the country. Eldo accepted the Count's favor, which pleased the Count, and immediately prepared a map and a letter of introduction for Eldo. After some time, Eldo was flying towards the Marquis's location using his flying skill. Arriving at the center of the city, Eldo was impressed by how well maintained the city was. The Marquis's soldiers saw Eldo and immediately treated him as an enemy for infiltrating their city. Before Eldo could even explain himself, the soldiers were already launching their arrows towards him. Eldo blocked the attack with his magic guard, then used the skill Shadow Fog to halt the soldiers' attacks. Landing behind a soldier, Eldo introduced himself to the soldiers and stated his purpose. After showing the introduction paper, the soldiers stopped their attacks. When Eldo met with Marquis Mayer, he received both an apology for the sudden attack and praise for blocking their simultaneous attacks. Eldo expressed how one-sided it was to attack without listening to him. Marquis Mayer explained that he had ordered his soldiers to attack immediately if a suspicious person tried to enter their territory, as he did not want to put his territory in danger. Understanding the Marquis's point, Eldo acknowledged his fault. When Eldo mentioned that the Marquis already knew of the Garden of Despair, he was surprised to learn that all of the Marquis's citizens were aware of the evil organization as well. Marquis Mayer explained that it was his way of making his citizens understand his plans and building trust between them. Eldo could see how similar the Marquis and the Count were, which he guessed was the reason why the Garden of Despair was targeting them. After reading the letter that the Count wrote, Marquis Mayer expressed his gratitude towards Eldo for dealing with the assassin and preventing his danger. Eldo felt embarrassed and asked the Marquis to lift his head up. Seeing how modest and cautious Eldo was, Marquis Mayer took a liking to him. He then asked his servant to bring a book to him which contained all of his knowledge, revealing that he knew Eldo had brought the medicine to the Count. When Eldo asked if the Marquis knew how the Cardinal made his medicines, Marquis Mayer admitted he had no proof, as they did not get along. However, he concluded that the Cardinal was sacrificing humans to make healing potions. Surprised since they shared the same theory, Eldo asked the Marquis how he came to that conclusion. Marquis Mayer shared that he was a skeptical person, and found it very suspicious when the cardinal brought the medicine to cure the king. The Marquis began to question the cardinal, as he was curious how Georges obtained a precious medicine right after the king fell ill with an unknown disease. The Marquis looked into the cardinal further and found inconsistencies. He then shared his findings with Eldo, including the estimated amount of healing medicine production in Cardinal Georges' territory compared to the number of slaves brought into the territory. The Marquis suspected that the cardinal was somehow manufacturing the medicine with human beings as ingredients. He had even bought the cardinal's medicine and analyzed the ingredients, but couldn't confirm that it was made from humans. Eldo was amazed at how accurately the Marquis had guessed without any prior knowledge. After learning so much from the Marquis, Eldo could tell that they allocated a lot of money to their intelligence unit. Eldo was grateful for the Marquis's information, as it confirmed his theory. Returning the favor, Eldo told the Marquis about the Bloodstone ritual and how it consumes human life force. Baffled to learn of such a ritual, Marquis Meyer expressed how he wanted to teach Eldo, but instead, he was the one who learned more. Marquis Meyer then remembered a report of an old shrine on the outskirts of Georges' territory. The Marquis had assumed it was empty and ruined, but never expected it to be a ritual site. Eldo explained that rituals require specific location conditions, and it was possible a ritual had happened in the abandoned shrine. The Marquis then told Eldo that he would send a survey team to further investigate. Since Count Magus did not have much authority, the Marquis suggested they needed to take control of the scene. To obtain solid proof, the Marquis told Eldo that he could use a magic tool that captured scenery within its range by pouring magic power into it. Recognizing the tool as similar to a camera, Eldo assumed it came from an ancient civilization since it was excavated. Suddenly, an earthquake struck, causing destruction in the Marquis' city. The soldiers were shocked to see a humanoid monster damaging the city's structures. When Eldo saw the monster, he immediately remembered facing a member of the Garden of Despair who transformed into a similar monster. Confused as to how a monster got inside the city, the wounded soldier explained that it did not come from outside. A gatekeeper soldier suddenly transformed into a monster. Eldo then revealed that it was the cause of the artificial demonic drug. He explained how he had encountered someone who had taken the drug and transformed into the same monster. Eldo guessed that the soldier had ingested the drug and turned into a monster. The drug was mixed into the ration food in advance. The Marquis found it impossible, as no woman in his realm would commit such betrayal. Hearing this, Eldo speculated that the drug was mixed into the ration at the distribution stage before it was brought to the territory. Eldo became alarmed, realizing that the same thing might also be happening in the Magus territory. Meanwhile, at the Magus territory, the expected adventurers had already arrived along with the food delivery. Grateful for delivering the food, the guild receptionist noticed that the person delivering the food was not the usual one. The delivery man explained that he would be in charge starting that day and reassured them that he had completed the handover while smiling menacingly. Walking alongside the delivery man, the guild receptionist thanked him for assisting with transportation. Using the skill to search for enemies, Satyrus discovered that the delivery man was indeed an adversary. Recalling Eldo's teachings on various forms of hostility, Satyrus understood that holding grudges could lead to further enmity. To prevent making more enemies, Eldo instructed Satyrus to first use surveillance with the spirit. After assessing the enemy, Eldo advised Satyrus to act decisively. Choosing to observe for the time being, Satyrus waited while Eldo dealt with a humanoid monster. He then informed the Marquis that a similar situation might be unfolding with the Count. After turning into a demon, the host could never revert to human form. Eldo apologized and informed the Marquis that he would be taking down the monster. Meyer told Eldo that he didn't have to apologize since everyone in the city, including the Marquis, was willing to sacrifice themselves. Marquis Meyer only asked Eldo to dispatch the citizen without pain. Accepting the Marquis's favor, Eldo immediately flew towards the monster. Soldiers tried stopping the monster themselves. However, they were easily overpowered. Eldo released an attack near the monster to get its attention. After Eldo told the monster that he was its opponent, he decided to finish the monster with a single blow. Channeling a spear-like spell, Eldo shot it at the monster and created a huge hole in its body. Because of the powerful spell, Eldo was able to take care of the monster without causing more pain to the human. Marquis Meyer apologized to Eldo for getting his hands dirty over his territory. Eldo understood and responded that it was fine. He then told the Marquis that he was going back to Count Magus, and said that he would visit again once he had the evidence. Before leaving, Marquis Meyer told Eldo to definitely come back as he wished to speak with him again. Back at Magus' territory, the guild receptionist saw Zekas running and asked why he was in a hurry. Zekas explained that the adventurers recommended by each branch chief had arrived, and as a precaution, Zekas wanted to check them with the list he had. The guild receptionist told Zekas that she would take care of the delivery man. However, when she turned around, the delivery man was no longer beside her. While Zekas was busy verifying the adventurer's identity, Count Magus showed up and thanked them for responding to his call. When Zekas told the Count that he wasn't finished confirming everyone, Count Magus reassured him, recognizing familiar faces among the group. Count Magus expressed his gratitude towards the adventurers who answered his call. As the Count showed his respect by taking a bow, an adventurer expressed his embarrassment for receiving gratitude for something that he would obviously do. As the adventurers who had been saved by Count Magus, they expressed how they should be the ones thanking the Count. Count Magus let his guard down as the adventurers approached him. Taking the opportunity to kill the Count, the assassin sneakily tried to inject him with poison. However, the assassin's plan was foiled when Satyrus hit his hand. While the assassin was still puzzled as to how his cover was blown, Count Magus recognized the man's crest on the head as the crest of the Garden of Despair. Realizing that he could no longer continue with his plan, the assassin grabbed a capsule and ingested it. In just a matter of seconds, the assassin transformed into a monster in front of Count Magus. Satyrus was certain that the Count's life was in danger and immediately released her arrow. Though the arrow went through the monster's mouth, Satyrus was surprised when the monster remained unfazed. The adventurers tried protecting the Count but were only blown away by the monster's single punch. Melia walked towards the Count and greeted him. She then proceeded to walk up to the monster and tried facing it on her own. The Count expressed his worry for Melia, but she reassured him that she was fine. She then told the Count that if she couldn't deal with the monster in front of her, then she wouldn't be able to repay her debt to Eldo. When the monster attacked Melia, it was surprised to see her alive. After using her barrier to protect herself from the monster's attack, Melia combined her skills and successfully killed the monster. Everyone could not help but be impressed with Melia for taking care of the monster on her own. After thanking Melia for saving his life, Count Magus asked if she was speaking of the same Eldo. Arriving at Count Magus's territory, Eldo wondered if he was late. Melia called Eldo's attention as she told him he was late. Seeing that the Count was alive, Eldo felt relieved and landed in front of them. After the events at Magus's territory, Eldo and Melia were outside the city sparring while Satyrus observed them. When Eldo initiated the fight with a fireball, Melia managed to block it using her overguard skill. Eldo was caught off guard when Melia executed the guard crush skill. However, Eldo had already anticipated the attack and immediately moved away from the spear's trajectory. Stomping her feet to control her spear's trajectory, Melia altered its path, catching Eldo off guard. Eldo was impressed with Melia's ability to corner him simply by mimicking the guard crush skill. Melia assumed she had won the sparring match but was disappointed when her surprise attack was still blocked by Eldo's magic shield. Eldo praised Melia and Satyrus's growth and now felt confident in trusting matters to them. Confused, Melia asked Eldo what he was entrusting them with. Eldo explained that he would be entrusting the town and Magus to them, and had already written down examples of how to deal with future attacks and how to coordinate with the newly gathered adventurers. Melia was amazed at how Eldo already knew everyone's skills after meeting them once. Satyrus asked Eldo what he would do if he left the town to them. Before Eldo could answer, their attention was drawn to a voice calling for the Count and Eldo. Eldo was surprised as he had not expected Marquis Meyer to visit them. After settling in, Count Magus also expressed surprise at the unexpected visit from the Marquis. Marquis Meyer shared how indebted he was to Eldo. The woman accompanying Marquis Meyer revealed that the Marquis couldn't wait to meet Eldo again, and ended up visiting Magus's territory. Marquis Meyer laughed as his intentions were revealed early on. He shared that meeting with Eldo was not his only intention, and suggested to everyone that they should head to their enemy's hideout as soon as possible. Count Magus reminded the Marquis again that they needed evidence of Georgis's evil deeds. Marquis Meyer agreed and suggested taking a picture using the magic tool. Georgis would then lose his authority, which would then lose the country's backing. Marquis Meyer emphasized that infiltration and obtaining the picture were crucial and should be done as soon as possible. Eldo told everyone that he had a suggestion and asked Marquis Meyer if he could handle it. Count Magus thought that Eldo would confront the cardinal and expressed concern about Eldo getting trapped in a dangerous situation. Eldo reassured the Count that he would be fine and that he was the most fit to infiltrate the hideout. Marquis Meyer knew that Eldo would have a plan of his own. Though Marquis Meyer did not want to stop Eldo, he also did not want him to go in alone. Marquis Meyer revealed that he would be sending Alpha to infiltrate with Eldo. Alpha confirmed that although she was the Marquis's maid, she was also Marquis Meyer's right-hand woman. Alpha introduced herself as the captain of the intelligence unit. Alpha then reassured Eldo that she would not have any problem with infiltration. Marquis Meyer vouched for Alpha's abilities and revealed that the suspicious ruin he mentioned before was discovered by Alpha. As Eldo agreed with Alpha coming along with him, he then asked Melia and Satyrs if he could leave the place to them. The two reassured Eldo that the town would be safe. After preparing for their journey, Alpha asked Eldo if he was really sure about not riding a horse. Alpha no longer questioned Eldo after being told that he was not used to riding a horse. Since Eldo could fly, Alpha only asked him to be careful as passing people may make a fuss seeing Eldo flying. After showing Alpha that he could also adjust his skill to make it look like he is running at a low altitude, Eldo told Alpha that he would give a signal for her to go back. Surprised, Alpha asked if Eldo was sure, even though she was the only one who could help him. After Eldo explained his reasoning, Alpha stopped questioning Eldo as she could see why Marquis Meyer took a liking to him. After their small talk, the two sprinted their way towards Georges's hideout. Inside a cave, a man was tied in the middle of a shrine. The bandaged priest told the man that his impure soul would be purified and transformed into a bloodstone when the sun sets tomorrow. After explaining to the man the process of his execution, the bandaged priest then received a report that the first and second arrows shot at Count Magus and Marquis Meyer were broken. The bandaged priest already expected Eldo's plans and even guessed that Eldo would soon attack them. The bandaged priest plans to make their enemies realize that their strong power does not faze them and would soon face death. With many assassins at her disposal, the bandaged priest mentioned that victory or defeat is determined by the number of lives that can be used. After some time, Eldo and Alpha finally arrived at Georges's territory. Eldo and Alpha were immediately questioned as they tried to enter the gates. Alpha lied to the guards by informing them that she came from the Marquis territory to buy some products and that Eldo is an adventurer that she hired as her bodyguard. When the guard let the two pass through, Eldo found it very suspicious that they got in very easily. Surprised at how peaceful the territory was, Alpha explained that on the surface, Georges was a man of power who had earned the king's trust. Alpha then warned Eldo that ordinary people in Georges's territory could also belong to the Garden of Despair and monitor any intruders. No one inside Georges's territory could be trusted as they were now in enemy territory. Laying out the map of Georges's city, Alpha told Eldo that Georges was currently at Geom East. Eldo could see some mine-like structures around Georges's mansion but was unsure if that was the case. Alpha agreed with Eldo and explained that those were the places where most deaths occur. She clarified that the mines weren't their target and then pointed to a location on the map. Alpha explained that the location was where she found something during her last infiltration, which was presumed to be the place where rituals are performed. Alpha wanted to use her usual method of infiltrating, which involved moving after it gets dark. However, Eldo thought it was a bad idea since the enemy has night vision. Alpha agreed with Eldo that infiltrating during the night was very risky and wondered when the next ritual would be, if a ritual was going to happen later that night. After a quick conversation, Alpha suggested finding an inn for now and moving in the morning. Arriving at the Geom East Inn, Eldo and Alpha were greeted by the receptionist before being asked if they wanted a private or a shared room. Eldo was caught off guard when Alpha asked for a shared bed without hesitation. Eldo tried reasoning with Alpha about how they are a man and a woman, but Alpha reminded Eldo that they are in enemy territory. Alpha explained how she took into consideration the possibility of a surprise attack and decided which she thought was the best choice. Eldo could no longer respond as he knows that Alpha has a point. Inside their room, Alpha expressed how it was time for them to settle things a bit. She then asked Eldo if he even trusted her a bit. Eldo responded that he never doubted Alpha from the beginning. Using his skill magic search, Eldo was able to confirm that there were no suspicious people in the inn. Curious about what Eldo just did, Alpha asked him if that was a scouting skill or something. Surprised, Eldo asked Alpha if she knew the skill. Alpha only guessed based on the place and frequency of the gesture, and also guessed the expression. Eldo was amazed at how Alpha was and expected no less from an intelligence agent. Alpha suggested that they take turns taking a nap for the time being and offered to take the first shift while Eldo washed off his sweat. Eldo expressed how tired he was and wanted to lie down for a while. He then asked Alpha if she could just go in first. Alpha took up Eldo's offer and asked him to stay on guard. However, she did not expect that Eldo would already be asleep during her bath. Alpha had always thought that if a man was in enemy territory, they are normally tense. She then wondered if Eldo does not have any sense of caution, or if he was just confident that he could handle the situation if the enemy came. Before heading to bed, Alpha said goodnight to Eldo. When Eldo finally woke up, he realized his carelessness and immediately sat up. He was then greeted by Alpha, who was sitting near the table. Upon learning that Alpha had been awake the whole time, Eldo immediately apologized. Alpha did not mind and explained how she is useless in battle and would like to leave the fighting to Eldo. As they start their day, Alpha remembers Eldo mentioning that he has mastered a technique. Wanting to not stand out too much, Eldo performed the skill magic concealment. Impressed, Alpha did not know that Eldo would have such a skill. Eldo was now even more impressed with Alpha's skills as an intelligence agent. While the two were roaming around undetected, Alpha then pointed to an object and told Eldo that the object was the reason why they were forced to withdraw last time. Alpha explained that the object was a trap that detests intruders. Curious, Eldo asked Alpha if she was alone when the trap reacted. Alpha revealed that there were 3 of them when the trap reacted, and when the enemy saw them, they were forced to retreat. Eldo knew of the object as a magic detector based on the magic stone and its color. He was sure that if Alpha was alone at the time, the magic detector wouldn't have noticed her. When Eldo tried to approach the trap, Alpha was surprised and tried to warn Eldo. However, Eldo reassured her that it was fine and that he would take care of it. Alpha was puzzled when the trap did not detect Eldo. When Eldo broke the magic detector, Alpha asked if it was fine to break the magic stone. Eldo reassured her that it was fine since the device was only an installation type of alarm. Moving further deep into the forest, the two finally arrived at an entrance. Alpha wasn't able to confirm it in their previous reconnaissance, but could tell that there was evidence that it was still being used. Eldo then pointed to an object on the other side of the river. He then explained to Alpha that the object was a detection rod and was more annoying as it could detect other skills that are being used along with the stealth skill. When Alpha suggested just throwing rocks to destroy the detection rod, Eldo liked the idea but expressed that if they use magic to throw the rock, then they will still be detected. When Alpha mentioned that she could destroy the rod if she had a foothold, Eldo liked the idea and suggested that they do it, as he will provide a foothold for Alpha. Believing in Eldo, Alpha jumped towards the river. Surrounded by multiple members of the Garden of Despair, the bandaged priest found it ridiculous that Eldo would even try to fight them all. The bandaged priest attempted to scare Eldo by telling him that everyone was a sorcerer, mere puppets who felt no pain or fear and were under her control. A group of assassins initiated the attack, but they were immediately blocked by Eldo's magic barrier. The bandaged priest couldn't believe that Eldo was able to block the attack. Though impressed with Eldo's skills, she was still not afraid of him as she prepared tons of traps and attacks. After casting her trump card, the bandaged priest revealed that it did not defend her from Eldo's magic, but rather from her own. After explaining her magic, Eldo remained unfazed as he already knew about it. A huge explosion ensued at the ritual site, devouring everyone. Outside the territory, Alpha expressed her worries for Eldo, who chose to stay and deal with the Garden of Despair. The explosion also caught Cardinal Georgis's attention, and he later learned that it came from the side of the altar. Back at the ritual site, the place was a mess, except for Eldo, who successfully defended himself from the huge blast. Eldo was relieved to see the aftermath, as it would mean that the place could no longer host any more rituals. Because of the skill he used to protect himself from the blast, Eldo had used up most of his magic. After leaving the ritual site, Eldo immediately used his stealth skill to escape undetected. While thinking of a plan to escape Georgis's territory, Eldo was suddenly struck by a paralysis spell. Fortunate that he was able to save himself from a direct hit, Eldo still felt the power of the paralysis spell all over his body. It was then revealed that Cardinal Georgis had released the paralysis spell, and explained that he had a tool that could detect intruders using the stealth skill. Eldo correctly guessed that the man in front of him was Cardinal Georgis. Surprising Georgis, Cardinal Georgis revealed that he also knew of Eldo and found it quite unfortunate that the strongest of both sides had met in his forest. Cardinal Georgis considered it a fortunate encounter to meet Eldo, but when he referred to Eldo as a sage, Eldo was surprised that Georgis's faction knew of his occupation. Noticing the paralysis spell fading, Eldo deduced that Georgis knew he was a sage not because of intelligence gathered, but because he was also a sage himself. Surprised, Cardinal Georgis asked Eldo how he knew. Eldo explained that only sages could cast the paralysis spell. Despite his appearance, Eldo was very confident in his knowledge. Knowing that Eldo possessed the power and knowledge, Cardinal Georgis could not let Eldo live and have the world with two sages. Seeing Eldo still looking determined, Georgia asked if he still wanted to kill him. Eldo no longer cared since he had already accomplished his goal. Eldo also revealed that even though his magical power was no longer sufficient for defensive magic, it didn't mean he couldn't fight. After insulting Georgis for trying to take him out in an unfair situation, Cardinal Georgis laughed and shot a magic spell, indicating he was not swayed by Eldo's words. Initially surprised, but upon seeing up close, Eldo learned that the spell was the sticky bomb. Thinking Eldo was underestimating him, Eldo revealed that he had never underestimated Georgis, but rather proved Eldo's assessment of the situation. Using the spell Death Pains, Eldo cast a spell on the ground which momentarily stunned the Cardinal. However, it was suddenly dispelled. Cardinal Georgis told Eldo that cheap tricks won't work against a wise man. Casting a magic spell in his palm, Cardinal Georgis asked Eldo where he got his sage powers. Eldo answered in a joking manner which displeased Cardinal Georgis and led him to decide to end Eldo's life then. Seeing Eldo being engulfed in flames, Cardinal smiled in satisfaction. Finding no trace of Eldo left, Cardinal Georgis shared how he overestimated Eldo and even thought that he would be a significant adversary. Later that night, members of Cardinal Georgis's faction were trying to salvage whatever they could. They were surprised when Cardinal Georgis showed up and immediately apologized for what happened to the altar. When his underling reported that the bandaged priest had died, they were relieved to learn that the Cardinal's personal guards were not harmed. Picking up a stone on the ground, Cardinal Georgis tossed it towards his underling and forced him to ingest it. The man suddenly felt an enormous power coming from his body and enhanced his physical prowess. Cardinal Georgis explained that it was the effect of the bloodstone that the man had just ingested. The bloodstone increases a person's abilities, and the belladonna herb was just a cover. Since they have plenty of bloodstone in stock, the cardinal was just waiting for the right opportunity to declare war on Count Magus. Realizing that it was now his opportunity, the cardinal now plans to put an end to the civil war. Cardinal Georgius instructed his underlings to inform his troops to prepare for war. The cardinal's initial objective was to eliminate Count Magus and remove all of the obstacles that would come to their plans. The cardinal now aims to be the next king of the country. After opening his eyes, Eldo became curious about his whereabouts. Alpha was pleased to learn that Eldo was finally conscious and told him that they were leaving Georgius's territory and headed to Elias. Alpha received Eldo's gratitude but was also curious about the huge explosion. Eldo explained that when he fought with Cardinal Georgius, he used a skill called Phantom Aura to create a duplicate of himself and the skill Earth Cover to bury himself beneath the earth. After Cardinal Georgius defeated Eldo's clone, Eldo then cancelled his skill and emerged from the ground. Seeing that there were no enemies around, Eldo tried escaping by jumping over the wall. However, he had lost too much power, so crossing over the wall would require more strength than he had. Eldo roughly landed on the other side and fainted afterward. After explaining what happened, Eldo expressed his gratitude to Alpha for coming back and taking care of him throughout their journey. Embarrassed to hear Eldo's words, Eldo revealed that even though he has faith in someone, he's still worried as it was part of his nature. Back at Magus's territory, Satyrus alerted everyone of Eldo's return. When the guild receptionist greeted them, she was again surprised to see Eldo looking all shabby. Though Eldo was so strong, he would still make the guild receptionist worry. Noticing Eldo's puzzled look, the guild receptionist realized that she hadn't fully introduced herself yet. After introducing herself as Lulu, Eldo and Alpha were then welcomed back by the rest of the faction. While Wheel was attempting to call for Count Magus, Alpha took the opportunity to hand over the recording of the ritual. Eldo noticed Marquis Meyer's subdued expression and asked what was wrong. The Marquis apologized to Eldo before handing him a letter that had arrived minutes before Eldo and Alpha. The letter was a declaration of war from Cardinal Georgius. The war would commence in 2 weeks at dawn, calling for a duel of the armies in the Miles Desert. When asked about the Miles Desert, Marquis Meyer explained that it is an area halfway between Cardinal Georgius's territory and their Mayan territory. The Marquis presumed that the Cardinal intended to use the duel as a pretext to attack and destroy them, along with all those who cooperated with them. When Eldo questioned the acceptability of starting a civil war, the Marquis explained that a civil war can only be initiated in exceptional cases, such as a rebellion against a country. However, the Marquis surmised that the Cardinal was forcing the decision because of their support from the King, who has the authority to make such decisions. Using the pretext that there is chaos among the people due to the supply of healing potions by Count Magus, the Marquis was confident that the Cardinal would try to conceal their intentions by stating that the winner of the duel would monopolize all sales of potions. Eldo wondered if the enemy would truly care about monopolization. Marquis Meyer guessed that the Cardinal would appear unfavorably if their goal was merely to kill Count Magus. The enemy would likely attempt to make it seem like the Count's death was merely the result of combat. The Marquis expressed his concern that they might be too late as they had not anticipated Cardinal Georgius's faction would act much sooner. Eldo wondered if sharing what they had captured at the ritual site would persuade the other nobles. The Marquis assessed that what Eldo may have captured would not have much effect in the remaining time. However, the Marquis still liked to proceed with Eldo's idea since it was the only option they had left, aside from preparing for war. When the Count witnessed the Marquis apologizing to Eldo, Count Magus told the Marquis that it wasn't his fault. The Count then thanked Alpha and Eldo for their work and reassured them that their mission would not be in vain. The Count shared that Eldo and Alpha's actions had cornered Cardinal Georgius, which forced him to take such drastic measures. Count Magus was confident about their battle after reading the paper that Eldo handed to Melia. The contents of the paper described the skills and fighting styles of the lower ranks, which were unknown to the world. The Count realized that the lower-ranking members were all incredibly strong, to such an extent that it was difficult to classify them as anything other than first-rate. With proper knowledge and tactics, the Count was confident that their military strength would increase many times over compared to their present state. He then vowed that he would never surrender to Cardinal Georgius's army. Count Magus took the declaration of war as an opportunity to defeat the Cardinal with everything they had, fairly and squarely. Marquis Meyer was surprised as he had thought that the Count would be discouraged, but he was even more determined. Eldo agreed with the Count and planned to increase their odds as much as possible. As a quick and easy way to increase their odds, Eldo suggested manufacturing weapons. After explaining the benefits of good quality weapons, the Marquis responded that they needed to send someone to acquire weapons immediately. Eldo proposed a better idea, which was to send a letter to the Maxia Trading Company. The Count immediately understood Eldo's plan, but expressed that asking for the Maxia Trading Company's help might take some time due to formalities. Eldo reassured them that it would be fine and revealed that he had a personal relationship with Mina, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was surprised when Eldo pulled out the gold card he had received from the Maxia Trading Company. Recalling a familiar reaction, Eldo wondered how unique the Maxia Chamber of Commerce really was. Both the Marquis and Count expressed their amazement with Eldo. Since they would be in direct contact with the president of the Chamber of Commerce, the Marquis expected that they would be charged a high price. The Count was still relieved that they had a supply of healing potions to sell, but wished to stock some healing potions just to be prepared for the worst. The Marquis suggested that they return to their territory first and set up a temporary base closer to the battlefield. While Eldo would attempt to order weapons from the Maxia Company, the Count planned to return as soon as he finished with the preparations. After some time, Count Magis's faction was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the weapons, when suddenly they were informed that an entire battalion was heading straight for their location. The Marquis was alarmed as he had not expected a surprise attack from the enemy. Eldo calmed everyone down and revealed that it was only Mina from the Maxia Company and wondered how many weapons she had brought for them. Mina, the president of the Maxia Trading Company, expressed that she didn't know which weapons the Magis faction needed and decided to bring everything she could find at the trading company. Eldo asked Mina if she had considered that she would draw a lot of attention with such a big caravan. Mina knew that she would attract more attention, as she was confident that Cardinal Georges already knew she was on the move. It is forbidden by the laws of the country to interfere in the activities of trading companies. With the Maxia Trading Company journeying to Count Magis's territory, Mina has directly shown the other lords and trading companies that they are on Count Magis's side. Eldo was impressed with Mina's bold approach. Mina was then informed by her subordinate that it was best that they give their clients some kind of indication of their expenditures. Count Magis agreed with Mina's subordinate and asked to write down the amount they wanted for the weapons they had delivered. Marquis Meyer expressed that the Maxia Trading Company would not ask for an exorbitant amount that would bankrupt their city. Mina reassured them that no one was going to go bankrupt. When the Count received the bill for the weapons, he was surprised since the total amount was 1 billion. Eldo asked the Count if the amount for all the weapons was really that low. Eldo was in total disbelief, as he didn't think that Mina could sustain such blatant losses. However, Mina reassured Eldo that she intended to make a huge profit. Even with the difference in combat power, Mina wanted everyone to know that it was important to trust the Maxia Trading Company to choose the right side. Mina was sure that if they could gain that confidence, then all the expenses during that time would be nothing, even considering that Mina received 1 billion from them. Eldo was very impressed with Mina's plan, as he could tell that she was a winner under any circumstances. After receiving the payment, Mina bid everyone success in war before leaving. As Mina's subordinate wondered if they made the right decision, she was also confident that the Magis faction would not lose, since Eldo would be leading the battle. Since it had been a while since they had been outside, Mina suggested that they take a detour on the way home and enjoy the popular youth drink at Elias. Count Magis was grateful to Eldo, as they now had the weapons for their soldiers. Eldo took a quick look through the gear and saw that there was a lot of stuff they could use right now. He then suggested calling everyone over and giving them their weapons. Meanwhile, at Cardinal Georges's territory, most of their soldiers had ingested the Bloodstone, which increased their physical abilities. Cardinal Georges was informed that he could now focus on his gear and get back to training, since their vanguard had been enhanced. Cardinal Georges's subordinate reported that some of the soldiers who took the medicine prematurely fell without strength. Since every person has different tendencies, the man reassured the Cardinal that the soldiers would settle down soon. The Cardinal then received some disturbing information, and that was the Maxia Trading Company supplying weapons to Count Magis's side. Cardinal Georges underestimated Mina's abilities and planned to get rid of her after the war. Cardinal Georges reassured his subordinate that they had it under control. He then told his subordinate that as long as he was part of the Georges faction, they would never lose. The man was surprised by his importance in the fight and vowed to the Cardinal that he would defeat the enemy even if it cost him his life. Cardinal Georges menacingly smiled as he told his subordinate that he would be counting on him. On the day of the decisive battle, Count Magis gave the signal that they would now be heading for battle. After Marquis Meyer gave a small encouraging speech, everyone in Count Magis's faction immediately set out for war. During their journey, the Count told Eldo that he wanted to entrust the production of drugs to the Maxia Trading Company after the war. Though surprised, Eldo did not complain, as long as it was acceptable to the Count's principles. Count Magis could tell that Mina could be trusted, and was sure that they could work together according to their interests. The Count revealed that the production and distribution of large quantities of potions were too much for him. However, a trading company would be able to sell the potions to a large number of people. What the Count wanted to see was a country where there were no inferior or superior positions, No lives that were constantly subjected to strife and poverty. Eldo was surprised as he thought that the Count was being a little overconfident. He then expressed that the Count's dream was truly beautiful, and that it was something only Count Magus would dream about. Eldo was sure that someday, they would all see that dream come true. Eldo suggested that before achieving such a dream, they should start by winning the war first. The Count agreed with Eldo and realized that he seemed to have gotten carried away in his thoughts due to the abundance of reliable people on his side. From a distance, Cardinal Georges could not believe that Eldo was still alive. Though he was not sure how, Cardinal Georges could only say that Eldo managed to escape. Though they couldn't afford to let their guard down, the Cardinal was still not worried as he was surrounded by enhanced humans. As the two factions met in the desert, Eldo knew that he would have the advantage since he knew all of Cardinal Georges' moves and countermeasures. For a master sage, nothing was impossible. The two head figures of each party had finally met on the battlefield. Meeting Eldo for the first time, the Cardinal had assumed that it was Count Magus who was leading the other party. Eldo explained in response that he had requested the change, since the victory condition was having the enemy commander surrender, retreat, or die. Eldo believed that he was the most suitable choice. Although the two camps agreed to a momentary ceasefire, Cardinal Georges pointed out that he would not allow Eldo's camp to escape or surrender, and would bury every last one of them. The Cardinal informed Eldo that staying hidden would have been his best choice, as it would give him a higher chance of living a long life. Eldo, in response, told the Cardinal that he had never regretted any decision he had made in his entire lifetime. The Cardinal turned away and told Eldo that he would have the last laugh before leaving. An appointed member of the royal capital confirmed that the commanders of both parties had met and announced the sanction of each commander. Eldo was surprised when he saw the man using amplification magic. He was then told that the royal capital was observing them through magic. After giving the signal to start the battle, both parties' armies clashed with one another. Seeing the enemy's formation, Eldo was not surprised, as he had predicted that Cardinal Georges' camp would try to encircle and trap them. Eldo informed his troops to prepare for a surprise attack. Cardinal Georges' army was surprised when they saw the other camp's formation, as they had assumed that the enemy would be more spread out instead of concentrated in one place. With Eldo's circular formation, the Cardinal wondered if Eldo was forming a defensive strategy. Cardinal Georges laughed at the strategy Eldo had planned, pointing out that Eldo's camp would have no choice but to endure their relentless attacks. After giving the signal, Cardinal Georges' troops launched the attack. Seeing the Cardinal's camp about to strike, Eldo ordered the defense team to get ready and the support team to activate their skills. With the aura of protection increasing their defensive stats, the defense team gained confidence and easily blocked the attack. The mages on the Cardinal's side were shocked to see the other party still alive and standing. The support spell, Aurora of Protection, enhances the power, range, and duration of allied defensive skills. With Eldo's army gathered in one spot, the Aurora of Protection increased the defensive abilities of each warrior. After being told that he would receive support, Cybin suddenly remembered his old friends who had once counted on him to take the front lines while they launched the attack. Though Cybin's group had been caught off guard when they discovered they were facing a great mole, Cybin remained grounded and requested that the support skills be used on him. To Cybin's surprise, his party members had already run away, apologizing to him for their actions. Cybin's party had immediately given up upon learning what they were up against, hoping that Cybin's sacrifice would buy them enough time to escape. Knowing that he now had a different team who truly supported him, Cybin was more determined to take on the role of tanking the enemy's attacks for everyone's sake. Cybin taunted the Cardinal's army, telling them that the kind of attack they were launching wasn't enough to faze him. As Cybin grew more cocky with his enhanced defensive skills, it annoyed the Cardinal, who decided to handle Cybin personally. Using his magic, the Cardinal summoned a giant rock above Count Magus's army, intending to crush them and end the fight immediately. An archer on Count Magus's side used the skill molder arrow and easily destroyed the giant rock. The archer vowed that she would not let anyone lay a single finger on the Count. Eldo praised Sachilis for taking care of the giant rock. Among the weapons Mina had brought were several arrows made from mortar ore, a type of stone that can store magic. If one infuses the arrow with magic in advance, it activates when fired. Although there was only a limited number of arrows, Eldo believed that the quantity would not be a problem as long as the Cardinal did not realize it. Eldo was wondering what the other camp was trying to pull off, but was surprised that the fight was still going in their favor, even though the Cardinal had already launched multiple attacks. Confirming that their defenses were superior, Eldo gave the signal to counterattack, planning to reduce the Cardinal's forces before their endurance ran out. Seeing the other camp still standing, the Cardinal gradually began to realize what he was truly up against. Cardinal Georges ordered his magic unit to raise a barrier and to prepare a wide area spell while the enemy camp was still distracted. With the emergence of the flame wall, Count Magus's troops had difficulty locating their enemies. As the magic unit successfully created multiple rock shards, the cardinal gave the order to release a powerful attack that the Count's army would not be able to block. Believing in the strength of each individual in his camp, Eldo gave the signal to the extermination squad to unleash their fury. Melia, with her overguard Cybin with the Roar of the Warrior, and others released their powerful abilities to handle Cardinal Georgis's magic unit. With one swing of her weapon, Melia successfully took out multiple mages in the Cardinal's camp. The extermination squad proved to be too powerful for the Cardinal to handle. The Cardinal realized that Count Magus's camp was already aware of the true power of the lower class. Confirming that the other camp received proper weapons from the Maxia Company and gained so much military power, what surprised the Cardinal more is how the Count's camp is using advanced skills like its second nature. Skills are originally abilities that can only be used once the adventurer reaches the proper level of their profession. Adventurers who had no knowledge of the true power of the lower class professions shouldn't be able to use high-tier skills. The Cardinal was certain that he had destroyed all tomes and churches that would grant any adventurer the ability to choose the low-class profession and their high-tier skills. With the high-tier spells finally uncovered, the Cardinal wonders if it was all Eldo's doing. The Cardinal became more curious as to how Eldo gained the lost knowledge. 40 years ago, a boy named Rogue had reached the age of 15, and was told by his father that it was now his time to receive his post in the coming-of-age ceremony. Rogue's fate would soon change in a way that would twist him greatly. Upon granting Rogue his abilities, the priest was in shock when he saw that Rogue had received the progression of Sage. The priest could not believe that the Sage profession truly existed. When Rogue asked what the Sage profession is, the priest shared how he once read about the Sage profession in a book long ago. In the old book, it was stated that the Sage can wield every kind of skill, and is said to be the one who stands at the peak of all professions. Upon learning the true power he had possessed, a great ambition had sprouted in Rogue. After borrowing the book, the young Rogue learned that he has the capability of casting spells that others cannot. Understanding what his power truly is, Rogue became obsessed with power and had his ambition take control over him. Without resisting the malice he was born with, the young Rogue chose his purpose. While fighting off a monster, Rogue proved to be useless, as he still couldn't use any skills. Rogue was starting to doubt his profession, since he still couldn't learn any skills from the old book. Rogue's party member tries to cheer him up, and jokingly tells him that the Sage class may be one of the classes that are duds. While the others enjoyed their meal after fighting off monsters, the two adventurers talked about how it was time for them to let Rogue go. However, being a noble, Rogue was not kicked out of the party since he had money. Frustrated, Rogue punched a tree, wondering if he would die without achieving anything. Out of nowhere, Rogue heard a voice asking him if he wanted power. A black figure emerged from the ground, asking Rogue if he wished to master the power of the Sage. Not wanting to face any more disappointments, Rogue told the black figure that he wished to master everything that he could with his profession. Seeing Rogue's determination to achieve power, the black figure mentioned that Rogue was someone worth betting on. The black figure told Rogue that value holds no meaning, and that everyone who has lived in the world has their own role to play. The fact that Rogue planned to follow his own ambition, and that the black figure was helping Rogue, were all inevitable. The black figure was summoned as a staff, informing Rogue that the staff was used exclusively by sages. When Rogue asked why the staff was exclusive, the black figure explained that each profession has its own dedicated means to bring out its strength in the form of special weapons. The black figure then ordered Rogue to pick up the sword and use it to stab him. This left Rogue confused, and he asked the figure what he planned to prove by wanting to be stabbed. However, the black figure did not give any explanation and simply told Rogue that he would obtain power if he followed the order. Thinking that he had no other choice, Rogue picked up the sword and pierced it through the black figure. Seeing the black figure lying on the ground, Rogue was shocked when he was notified that he had leveled up. After receiving the level by force, the black figure then told Rogue that the preparations were finished. The black figure then ordered Rogue to say the words, "Skill code." When the two adventurers ran out of alcohol, they called for Rogue and asked him to buy them more. The adventurer then told Rogue to use his own money to purchase the alcohol since he is rich. When Rogue approached the two, the black-haired adventurer apologized to Rogue and explained that his friend was just too drunk. Rogue did not care and asked the two what their roles were. Using his staff, Rogue announced that his path of conquest would become the first cornerstone. Rogue laughed as he burned his party members to death. Having a taste of the true powers he possessed, Rogue's ambition grew even more. Rogue was then told by the black figure that if a dedicated weapon and skills are combined, immense power can be used. However, changing the world alone would still be impossible even if Rogue had the power of the Sage. The black figure advised Rogue to obtain position and power. Rogue asked the black figure if he was really okay with him gaining everything, pointing out how he wanted to control everything, including the black figure as well. The figure did not mind and told Rogue to just do as he wishes. To begin his path, Rogue realized that he needed his own domain, territory with enough people and resources. In their nation, only the king holds such absolute power. Gaining the king's favor would allow Rogue to obtain more power and wealth. The black figure told Rogue that gaining the king's favor can be done, but by using an unorthodox method. Rogue did not care what methods would be used, as he no longer planned to stop his steps. The black figure stated that life is necessary, however, it will never be sufficient. The black figure then covered his whole body with wraps and told Rogue that everything would begin from the ritual of Bloodstone. After sacrificing multiple people, Rogue, who has now become older, still finds it very creepy. With the 17th person that they've sacrificed, Rogue had assumed that he could continue kidnapping individuals, but realized that his plan is not going smoothly, as rumors have now started to spread. The black figure agrees with Rogue, but with so much Brandona grass that they've cultivated, the figure was certain that they could make the king happier. The black figure wonders if they should move to the next step of the plan. Before moving on to their plan, Rogue asks the black figure about the specific mechanics of the Bloodstone. Rogue intends to get close to the king skillfully, but if things turn differently, Rogue points out the possibility of confronting the kingdom. Although the sage's power is strong, it still has limits. Knowing that achieving his goal alone would be impossible, Rogue suggested creating an organization that would swear loyalty only to him. The black figure informs Rogue that obtaining such power would also come with great sacrifice. Before using any methods of sacrifice to achieve their goal, the black figure suggested that they use what they already have first. The black figure then showed Rogue that he is not just one entity but many. Reassuring Rogue that they will have everything ready after his return, the black figure then informs Rogue that by swallowing the Bloodstone he will gain more power, enhancing one's strength for a warrior and magic power for mages. For someone like Rogue, his magic power would be greatly enhanced. Rogue thought at first that there were no drawbacks to swallowing the Bloodstone. However, the black figure revealed to Rogue that by consuming the Bloodstone, his life force would be consumed in exchange for enhanced abilities. The black figure wanted the Bloodstone to be used by their soldiers, as it would help them secure a win and not lose any war. Finding out the truth about the Bloodstone, Rogue was in shock at first, but then smiled and thought that they would be using the Bloodstone when the right time comes. Rogue presented the highly rare and valuable Belladonna herb to the king, through which he then became the lord of a mining district as a reward. Overseeing the whole town, Rogue thought to himself about how the scenery had changed a bit. When Rogue's partner brought many masked people, Rogue asked if those were the ones his partner had gathered. With so many people to be used and sacrificed for the sake of his supremacy, Rogue decided to cast away his own name, which puzzled the black figure. With the land he is currently ruling once named Gayom Mine, Rogue wanted to take on a more fitting name, one that was worthy of the land's lord. From that moment on, Rogue discarded his own name and announced that his new life would move forward along with the name of Georges. Following Rogue, who is now leading as Georges, the black figure tells Georges that they will serve him as the right-hand man. Georges asks the black figure if such a monster could really mimic a human, to which the black figure responds that the monster should be able to do so, since it was its role from the beginning. Georges had a step-by-step plan, and the first step was to offer the Belladonna herb, which was obtained through the ritual. As the reward for the herb, Georges gains possession of the ritual grounds. For Georges' second step, it is to sell the king and nobles a favor. A noble was having difficulty breathing, for which a doctor was then called to provide help. The doctor assessed that the lord's illness had become severe, which the maids also noticed, as their lord was not getting better at all. When the doctor was asked about the symptoms, the doctor could not provide one, as it was his first time witnessing such an illness. Later that night, the king also suffered the same illness as the other nobles, drenched in sweat and having difficulty breathing. The lord's aide could not believe that their leader had finally succumbed to the unknown disease, even though the lord had refrained from going out and had even avoided contact with others. With the crown prince still a child, everyone in the kingdom is certain that their country would be finished if the empire were to find out about their situation. A hooded person walks up the stairs and is then stopped by the castle guards, who ask for the purpose of his visit in the middle of the night. The hooded person had heard that a mysterious disease had been spreading recently, which prompted him to visit the king, assuming that the king had been afflicted by the illness. The hooded man, who was none other than Georgie, told the guards that he will treat everyone who has contracted the unknown disease. With the king sleeping peacefully after taking Georges' medicine, Georges then proceeded to spread his medicine throughout the kingdom and heal those who had the illness. The disease that had spread among the king and nobles came to an end. After Georges' act, he was then called by the king, who extended his gratitude toward Georgie for saving their kingdom. As a reward, Georges was granted the rank of high nobility. To the king's surprise, Georges rejected the reward and told the king that the reward did not come close to matching his achievements. Seeing the king's puzzled look, Georgie laughed as he revealed to the ignorant king that it was he who had spread the disease. The king did not expect such a revelation and immediately ordered Georges's arrest. Georges remained calm and told the king that he was not working alone. Georges shared that if he were to be disposed of right away, the disease would still continue to spread throughout the country again. Belittling the king, Georgia asked the king if he knew how to make the cure, which was the only thing that could stop the disease. After being threatened by Georges, the king became frightened and asked Georges about his true goal. Georges then told the king that he wished to be elevated to the rank of high mechanized bishop. Georges wanted to be appointed as the supreme authority over both the church and the guild. Georges reassured the king that all his actions were for the peace of the country. Years before their plan succeeded, Georges had been informed by the Black Figure to make moves on the church and the guild. Through the church's methods of granting jobs, there would be a low possibility that an advanced job like Georges's would appear. The Black Figure believed that it was much wiser to preempt threats before they emerged. After becoming bishop, Georges then went and initiated their long-awaited plan, abolishing the existing church and replacing all excellent priests. Low-ability priests were stationed across the regions, and even goddess statues of divine revelations were swapped with cheap imitations to grant jobs. Knowing that he could not completely eliminate the possibility that someone could obtain a rare job, Georges went and made changes to the guild, reversing the positions of the higher and lower classes from how they originally were. Georges was certain that by dismantling the system, it would spark a rebellion. Fortunately for Georges, both job knowledge and skill knowledge were scarce, making his plan more effective. Since no one understood anything, no one would notice the bad governance that was being done in broad daylight. All of it had been planned by Georges and his partner, the Black Figure. However, the two did not expect that Eldo would appear in their world and begin untangling all the things they had twisted. Confident in the preparations that they had made long ago, Georgie was certain that he would never lose, even if powerful warriors like Eldo appeared, or if another nation attacked them. Placing his hand on one of the soldiers' backs, Georges suddenly pushed the soldier, surprising both the soldier and Eldo. With the soldier being thrown toward Eldo and his troops, Melia immediately took action regardless of what the enemy's plan was. Georges had already calculated everything and was certain that the soldier would not lose, since the soldiers were embedded with the stones. For those who had consumed the stone, their life force would be continuously absorbed, and the power would also continue to accumulate in the stone. The power could only be released using a demonic staff. Georges then summoned a staff from the ground. Sensing that something terrible was about to happen, Eldo noticed that the guard who had been thrown was acting differently. Eldo tried to warn Melia by ordering her to guard herself. Confused by Eldo's order, Melia sensed something nearby and was unfortunately met with a powerful explosion coming from the person Georges had thrown. The Black Figure then revealed that one of their plans was turning humans into bombs. Georges learned of the stone's secret, turning the person who consumes it into a bomb. Eldo was in shock as he witnessed Melia falling from the sky full of injuries. Seeing his friend in danger, Eldo flew out and caught Melia, asking her if she was okay. Fortunately for Melia, she was not that close and did not receive serious injury. Eldo was glad that Melia's overguard activated just in time, although it did not completely defend her. Eldo then went to his troops, asking for the others to heal Melia. After confirming that Melia was fine, Count Magius asked Eldo what they had witnessed. Eldo believed that it was one of the magic disasters he had talked about, which Cardinal Georges was using to his advantage. Using the Bloodstone, Eldo was certain that the Cardinal had his soldiers consume it. For the soldiers who had consumed the Bloodstone, their life force would be drained. With the use of the ceremonial staff, Cardinal Georges could intentionally cause the stone within the body to run wild and explode. The Count was appalled after hearing the fate of those who consumed the stone, and for the Cardinal to use such barbaric methods. Eldo still thought that they were quite fortunate, as the amount of accumulated energy was not that much. Eldo believed that the Cardinal made the soldiers drink the stones right around the time the war had started. Although the explosion of the accumulated energy was not very powerful, the main problem remained unchanged. Eldo's initial plan was that he and his team would individually defeat the soldiers. However, things changed when Eldo learned that the Cardinal could use the soldiers as explosives. Eldo was stuck in a dilemma, whether to cast his mighty spell and risk their army being exposed if his spell failed. Since their magic power isn't visualized, Eldo was worried that he might run out of power again. Seeing Eldo in distress, Melia approached him and proposed a plan. After Melia shared her plan, Eldo thought that it was impossible. Melia couldn't think of any other choice, as Eldo would eventually be defeated if they continued at their current pace. Melia told Eldo that she had no time to think about the consequences since her role was just to endure. Leaving the important task to Eldo, Melia put her faith in Eldo, as she was certain that no matter who the opponent was, Eldo would absolutely win. Reluctant to follow Melia's plan, Eldo was left with no other option but to follow it. Eldo asked Sereth if she had heard Melia's plan and ordered her to convey it to everyone. Sereth then used the spell Whisper of the Winds and passed the message to all the troops. Now with a new plan, Count Magus' army became more determined. Meanwhile, Cardinal Georges' soldiers were still in shock at what they had witnessed and asked for an explanation from the Cardinal. Cardinal Georges then revealed that it was he who made the soldier explode. Confused, the soldier asked the Cardinal why he would do such a thing. Using a spell that allowed his voice to be heard from a long range, Cardinal Georges informed his men that he had fed them the Bloodstone, a stone that is considered a bomb. The soldiers were baffled, which led to others running away, afraid for their lives to be wasted. Unfortunately for the deserter, Cardinal Georges made an example out of him by making the soldier explode. The Cardinal made the soldiers understand that their lives were in the palm of his hand. Using the soldiers' families, Cardinal Georges warned the soldiers that their families would also be killed along with them if they tried to escape. Hammering in the thought of sacrificing themselves for the sake of their country, the Cardinal ordered his troops to prepare and launch an attack. With no other choice but to attack, the soldiers started running rampantly toward Count Magus' troops. Expecting the soldiers' move, Eldo asked Melia if she was ready. Melia activated her Overguard, and with the help of Aura of Protection, she was able to cast Overguard on a large scale. The Cardinal, who saw Melia's skill, still ordered his men to move forward. A soldier stuck his whole body to the barrier and exploded in front of everyone. The Cardinal smiled at the thought that he had finally made a step toward achieving the war. To everyone's surprise, the barrier was able to withstand the explosion. Though the Cardinal was not pleased that the initial attack did not show any signs of advantage on their end, he was still confident that he could break the barrier by using all the ammunition he had. One by one, the soldiers were sacrificed in order to break the barrier. Melia could barely hold off the attacks as her barrier started to show signs of weakening. Eldo, who had already expected that Melia wouldn't be able to withstand a large-scale attack, started thinking of other ways they could defend. Wild and Cybin approached Eldo, proposing another plan. Using Wild as a shade, the two planned to let Cybin get close to Cardinal Georges and destroy the staff that was detonating the explosions. Eldo refused to follow their plan, as the two could die if it failed. Both Cybin and Wild reminded Eldo that they were at war and that they would have to use all the options they had. All of their plan was to preserve Eldo's strength, even planning to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory. Seeing everyone's determination, Eldo realized that it was he who lacked resolve and apologized to everyone. Even after Eldo knew how determined his comrades were, he still rejected their plan, as he wanted both Cybin and Wild to survive and help Count Magus fight for a better future. Sharing with everyone that he had a plan in mind, Eldo requested that they leave the problem to him. In Eldo's new plan, he asked for Saculus's cooperation. Receiving everyone's support, Eldo then went off and headed toward the enemy's army. With Eldo in front of him, Cardinal Georges thought that Eldo would want to finish by coming straight at him. As Cardinal Georges was about to order his men to attack, Eldo told everyone not to move. With Eldo's voice alone, he instilled fear in the soldiers who followed his command. Cardinal Georges recognized that Eldo had already prepared a defensive magic, the same as him. With the fight becoming a contest of endurance, Cardinal Georges informed Eldo that he had accumulated so much magic power that it would not run out easily. Eldo revealed to Cardinal Georges that his total magic power would not even reach half of the Cardinal's power. However, Eldo remained confident and told the Cardinal that he could still do something. Eldo asked the Cardinal if he knew of the spell Magical Corrosion, to which the Cardinal responded that he did. After stating what magical corrosion is, Eldo revealed to the Cardinal that the spell can also be manipulated. The revelation surprised the Cardinal, which Eldo noticed and guessed that it was the first time the Cardinal had heard such information. Eldo asked the Cardinal if he should blow the soldiers away and test who could endure more. Launching the corrosion magic at the Cardinal, Eldo asked if the Cardinal would choose to defend himself. Left with no other option, Cardinal Georges activated a barrier spell. However, it proved to be useless against Eldo's manipulation of his spell. With the Cardinal distracted, Eldo then gave the signal to Sacullus. Cardinal Georges did not expect an attack from a long distance and ended up having his staff destroyed. With Cardinal Georges on his knees, Eldo approached him and revealed that the corrosion magic being controlled was just a bluff. Eldo explained that all he did was release raw magical power, misleading the Cardinal successfully. Being cautious, Eldo had ordered Sacullus to release the arrow from a blind spot. Now with Cardinal Georges no longer having any control over the Bloodstone, Eldo once again proposed to the Cardinal that they face off one another to decide who was the better sage. Side story: while sitting on a balcony, Georges reminisced about how he gained the king's trust. For their plan to succeed, Georges intends to target the nobles as well. Knowing that there will be people who would wish to seek out the past, Georges knows that they must be fully prepared. Facing his own father who is lying on the bed, Georges was told how his father is the only one who has been living in their old home. Knowing his son's intentions, Georges's father shares how he searched for Georges for a long time. Not showing a shred of care for his father, Georges suggested to his father that he cut ties with him, as all Georges sees is a soft man, who left him no choice but to act on his own. As the night gets deeper, Georges's father calls out his original name and revealed that he took Georges in out of convenience, and believes that it would be fair for Georges to let him go as well when it's convenient for him. Following his father's wishes, Georgie decided to end his father's misery by himself, setting him on fire. Even with his body burning, Georges's father was still able to talk, and wished that Georges, who was once known as Rogue, would live. As Georges turns away from his burning father, he states that Rogue had just died moments ago together with his father. Eldo proposed a final duel to Cardinal Georges, ending their long conflict. Eldo then ordered Secilus to have her voice be heard by everyone except him and the Cardinal. Cardinal Georges agreed with Eldo about the fight being pointless, and reassured him that the king's messenger would not reveal the result of their fight. Cardinal Georges informed Eldo that the whole kingdom could not oppose him. Eldo believed the reason was because of sorcery, and asked the Cardinal who was protecting him. Eldo shared how Count Maegis is the opposite of the Cardinal, as the Count did not stop the resistance for the sake of those who are beneath Cardinal Georges. Seeing no point in having a conversation with Eldo, Cardinal Georges then summoned another staff. The Cardinal started sharing his point of view of the world. Eldo, how the king and the nobles are too cowardly to do anything, while the other countries are trying to look for an opportunity to invade their country. Seeing himself as the only hope for the country, Cardinal Georges was not shy in getting his hands dirty, and claimed that his existence is the deterrent force for other nations. Having his plan spoiled by Count Maegis left a bad taste in the Cardinal's mouth. Eldo asked the Cardinal why he mistreated the lower-ranking jobs, pointing out how the people who had rare jobs acquired could have helped him better in achieving his vision, lumping the Cardinal along with those people who are obsessed with their safety and no longer cared for others. Annoyed by Eldo's rants, the Cardinal was able to muster up enough power to finish not just Eldo, but also Count Maegis. As part of his heinous plan, the Cardinal intended to have the lower-ranking members drink the Bloodstone and let them become his pawns. Eldo suggested to the Cardinal to try his plans, as he is confident that the Cardinal wouldn't be able to get past him. The two most powerful sages in the world started their fight by casting their own fireball and releasing it at each other. After the fireballs clashed and vanished, Eldo was taken by surprise when he saw another fireball coming toward him. To dodge Cardinal Georges's attack, Eldo hid underneath the earth. When the Cardinal saw that Eldo had vanished, he started to wonder where Eldo was hiding. With the Cardinal distracted, Eldo then jumped from behind, which drew the attention of the Cardinal. With Cardinal Georges about to throw a lightning spell, he was stopped by Eldo, who was now below him and holding onto his ankles. Using his lightning spell, the Cardinal managed to set himself free. Seeing Eldo fade, the Cardinal realized that everything was just an illusion. Eldo was very much grateful to the Cardinal for falling into his trap. After charging up the spell, Eldo then released his steam explosion toward Cardinal Georges. The Cardinal tried to defend himself from the attack. However, Eldo did not want to take any chances and pushed the Cardinal's attack back to the Cardinal. Everyone was in shock after witnessing such a fight. As the dust slowly faded away, Cardinal Georges, who took the full blast of Eldo's magic, finally realized something. Cardinal Georges was wondering how Eldo managed to escape his attack before, and was very surprised to learn that such a spell even existed. Cardinal Georges praises Eldo's offensive magic and now understands how Eldo managed to destroy the ritual trap. Cardinal Georges admits to himself that he has underestimated Eldo a little. However, the Cardinal also pointed out that Eldo also underestimated him. Surrounded with ember and smoke, Cardinal Georges stares back at Eldo. During their last clash, Cardinal Georges was convinced that Eldo was lesser than him. The Cardinal pointed out Eldo's fireball and how it is just the same as its caster, and how he came out on top. From Cardinal Georges's understanding, he is a higher-level sage and has more mana than Eldo. Eldo thought that the Cardinal was right, as one who puts more mana into a spell makes the spell more powerful. Therefore, the bigger the mana pool is, the more mana one can put into a spell. In a fair clash of magic, Eldo admits that he has no chance of winning. Laughing, Cardinal Georges states that he is a higher-level sage than Eldo and asked Eldo if he knew what it meant. Eldo was now nervous, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. The Cardinal lifts his staff and asks Eldo if what he chanted earlier is called Steam Explosion. Showing how superior he is to Eldo, Cardinal Georges shows Eldo his own version of Steam Explosion and states that he has now learned it. Looking at the spell the Cardinal is chanting, Eldo could tell that the Cardinal wasn't lying about learning the Steam Explosion. One can cast a spell as long as they meet the minimum level required to cast it. The reason Eldo could cast all sorts of spells despite not being high enough level is because he was cheating his way through the use of skill codes. For crying out loud, the Cardinal stated as he told Eldo that he has been casting spells one after another which are not written in the skill book. Cardinal Georges is still grateful towards Eldo, telling Eldo that the more trump cards he shows, the more he can add to his own arsenal. With the addition of Eldo's spells, Cardinal Georges vows that he will become even more powerful than Eldo. Releasing the steam explosion, Cardinal Georges' spell was so powerful that it even created a much larger crater. Not seeing Eldo on the field made Count Magus worry and call Eldo out. Setulus reassures Count Magus that Eldo is still alive since her mana is still connected to Eldo, and mentioned that Eldo is currently behind them. Looking at the back, Eldo appeared and looked exhausted. Count Magus asked Eldo if he was okay, to which Eldo responded that he was. Eldo admits that he almost died as the spell was just too close for comfort. The moment the steam explosion was about to hit Eldo, he immediately cast the spell Wind Glide to move away. Fortunately for Eldo, the spell was just enough to help him escape death and move behind Count Magus's camp. After taking a small breather, Eldo then jumped towards Cardinal Georges' location, returning to their battlefield. As Eldo stares at the Cardinal from above, Cardinal Georges smiles as he had already expected such action from Eldo, calling him a master of running away. Using a levitating spell, the Cardinal tells Eldo that the battle's just started and suggests that they have some fun first. Cardinal Georges encourages Eldo to make the first move, and that he may use whatever skill he wants. The moment Eldo chants a new skill, Cardinal Georges plans to learn it immediately and make himself even stronger. Setting off the next round of their fight, Eldo initiates and launches multiple ice pillars towards Cardinal Georges. However, one look from the spell and the Cardinal could tell how weak the spell is. Instead of blocking the attack, Cardinal Georges chose to retaliate and cast a much larger ice pillar. This act caught Eldo by surprise and he was forced to cast the Spellfire Arrow to stop the ice pillar. However, even two spells couldn't offset it. In the end, Eldo was forced to move out of the way. With the huge ice pillar still intact and almost hitting Eldo, the Cardinal, who was standing on top of the ice pillar, told Eldo that he already knew the spell. Taunting Eldo, Cardinal Georges asks Eldo what was the problem, and if he had already run out of unknown skills. While Eldo is catching his breath, he notices a familiar object beside him. "Good grief," stated Cardinal Georges, as he asks Eldo if he knows how many years he has been planning for all of it. Raising his hand, the Cardinal asks Eldo if he knew how much he hates having his big moment interrupted. Casting the spell Boulder Crackdown, the Cardinal tells Eldo that if the show is over, then Eldo's role would be done. The Cardinal would gladly put Eldo out of his misery. With a huge boulder above them, Eldo tells the Cardinal to not attempt to decide what other people's limits are for them. The Cardinal was both confused and surprised when Eldo suddenly charged towards the huge boulder. Eldo spoke with Melia about skills before and how he was told by Melia that he somewhat managed to learn flame weapons at some point. Eldo asks Melia, confirming if it is a skill that no one else knows about. Melia responds and tells Eldo that he is correct, but then points out that basic skills are written in skill books gathered in churches around the country. One can assess what level they are based on what skills they can use from those books. After reaching a certain level, one could no longer rely on the skill books anymore, and that they have to learn through their own experiences. After hearing that, Eldo thought about how it is so much similar in BBO. In BBO, players would just discover skills without any explanation whatsoever. As Eldo looked back, just discovering new things at the beginning of BBO was the most fun part for him. Gradually, the Wiki team began to study skills and their learning level. In the end, they analyzed the code and found out Sage was so busted that it broke all sense of balance. That also explained to Eldo as to how Melia skipped the low-level skill combo attack and learned Flame Weapon instead. Eldo believes that such a feat is amazing in and of itself. Despite that, it still does not give any explanation as to why a single healing spell hasn't been discovered. Eldo wondered if it was because the people of the other world have no interest or knowledge of skills, or perhaps someone is suppressing the knowledge and research of skills. Regardless of things, Eldo plans on finding out in the future. Eldo comments how time flies by and suggests to Melia that they better not push themselves too hard. Eldo suggests that they go home, to which Melia agrees. After traveling, Eldo found himself fighting the leader of the guild, Cardinal Georges. The fact that someone as powerful as the Cardinal had so little knowledge of skills led Eldo to form a hypothesis. The world he is currently on is like a BBO at release. BBO has received multiple updates which added new skills, items, and more. With that information, Eldo now knows what he needs to do, and that is to keep pushing through using skills and strategies that the Cardinal does not know. Casting the spell Earth Camouflage, Eldo first lands on the boulder and slowly submerges in it. Seeing this surprised the Cardinal, wondering what Eldo is planning to do. Inside the boulder, Eldo casts a spell, which first resulted in some cracks on the boulder, but eventually caused an explosion. The debris from the boulder was scattered everywhere. However, the Cardinal was the only one close and would be receiving the most fatal damage. Using all of his might, Cardinal Georges raises his arms and uses magic to protect himself from the falling debris. With the Cardinal on the defensive, Eldo takes his chance and uses wind gliding to cut the distance between him and the Cardinal. With now inches away from the Cardinal, Eldo raises his hand and casts explosion magic. The Cardinal thought that such a spell was too easy to read and block, to which the Cardinal used Magic Guard to protect himself. However, Eldo did not continue casting the explosion spell and just went past the Cardinal. Cardinal Georges was left puzzled, as he assumed that Eldo was about to chant a spell as they passed by each other, and wondered if it was all just a bluff. Cardinal Georges also mentioned another reason, which is that Eldo may have run out of mana. However, retorted that the Cardinal was all wrong. Confused, the Cardinal did not notice the floating orb beside him, which then exploded, tearing off his arm. The Cardinal was in disbelief as he laid face down on the ground. Approaching the Cardinal, Eldo clarifies that the spell he used wasn't a misfire nor a bluff. What Eldo used is one of the unknown skills that the Cardinal dearly wanted, and it is called delayed magic. Confused mutters, "Delayed magic?" To which Eldo responded that the Cardinal is correct. Like the name says, it delays the activation of spells, which allows one to set up traps. Eldo tells the Cardinal that it is now all over, pointing at the fact that Cardinal Georges has lost an arm, along with the staff that amplified his magic. Eldo then repeats the Cardinal's words, telling him how his role is now done and either he dies or goes to jail to atone for the crimes he committed. Gritting his teeth, Cardinal Georges told Eldo, "Damn you!" With the fight having a clear winner. Sacculus informs Count Magus that Eldo has won. Surprised, the Count asks if Eldo had really won. Finding comfort from the news, Count Magus mentions how Eldo had actually done it. The Cardinal repeats Eldo's words and how he was told that it is all over. After Eldo destroyed the Bloodstone ritual, taking away his soldiers, all of the Cardinal's plans were thwarted, which was all thanks to Eldo. Cardinal Georges admits that all of it was true. However, he will not accept for everything to be over. Showing the bloodstones on his hand, Cardinal Georges tells Eldo that it is just the beginning of a massacre. Eldo was shocked to see the bloodstones and told the Cardinal that he would die if he consumed that large amount. After consuming so many bloodstones, Cardinal Georges's body suddenly changed, growing even bigger. Staring at the Cardinal, Eldo notices that the mana the Cardinal is absorbing is now overflowing outside of his body. Eldo felt sorry for the Cardinal. However, Eldo was not waiting for Cardinal Georges to finish his transformation. Using the spell Flame Pillar, Eldo burns the Cardinal. However, his spell got deflected by the overflowing mana. Unfortunately for Eldo, he was unsuccessful in stopping the Cardinal from fully transforming. The Cardinal approaches Eldo, to which he immediately realizes that the arm was made out of mana. Eldo was alarmed when Cardinal Georges suddenly raises his arm and points it towards Count Magus's camp. Casting the spell Fire Arrow, Eldo called everyone out to use everything they got to block the spell. Melia raises both of her arms. Melia uses Overguard and focuses the strength on one point. However, despite Melia's effort in blocking the attack, she was unsuccessful. With the barrier broken, Cardinal Georges's devastating spell caused a huge amount of damage and wiped everyone out. Eldo was in disbelief and then glared at the Cardinal. With the endless strength now obtained, Cardinal Georges felt wonderful. Cardinal Georges then turned to Eldo and told him that it was now time for them to end it. The smoke from the damage that Cardinal Georges caused clears up, revealing the bodies from Count Magus's camp. While facing the Cardinal, Eldo tries to communicate with Sacculus, asking if she can hear him and if she is alright. With all the smoke gone, it is revealed that Melia was able to protect Count Magis and Sacculus. Melia made her barrier smaller, making it more condensed and tougher to break. Seeing that she survived, Sacculus thanked Melia. Unfortunately for Melia, she had used up all of her strength and apologizes to Eldo, as she could no longer assist him, reaching her own limit. Melia's barrier broke and she lost consciousness. Seeing Melia suddenly collapsing, both Sacculus and Count Magis were shocked and worried, calling Melia's name out loud. Looking at his surroundings, Count Magus asked everyone why they sacrificed all of their lives. Eldo told Count Magus not to panic and reassured him that everyone has most probably brought healing potions with them for the battle. Eldo orders Count Magus to have everyone who can still move to heal those who can't, to which the Count responded, following Eldo's orders. In the meantime, Eldo plans to finish the fight as soon as he possibly can. Unable to let go of Eldo's comment, Cardinal Georges told Eldo that even in a dire situation he is still spouting nonsense, wondering if Eldo had gone mad. Cardinal Georges mentions that Eldo may still have some plan. Chuckling, Cardinal Georges plans to stop whatever plan Eldo will come up with. Raising his hand, the Cardinal informs Eldo that he will stack multiple layers of defensive magic, surrounding himself with magic barriers in order to block all incoming attacks from Eldo. Casting multiple offensive magic spells outside the barrier, Cardinal Georges tells Eldo that along with his perfect defense, he would also pair it up with an overwhelming attack. The Cardinal admits that Eldo is far more knowledgeable than him. However, the Cardinal pointed out that it is all Eldo has. Cardinal Georges stated that no amount of knowledge will save Eldo from the overwhelming difference in magic power between them. Eldo thought differently and told the Cardinal that he was incorrect. Eldo reassures Cardinal Georges that his knowledge will take him down, and that it's his knowledge that will allow him to beat the Cardinal. Annoyed by Eldo's comment, the Cardinal curses at Eldo and tells him that he can try if he can. Raising a fist, Eldo gradually reveals himself holding a crystal ball. Curious, the Cardinal asks Eldo what it was. Eldo reveals that the ball was from the staff that Cardinal Georges was wielding earlier, the one they broke. The magic stone was the core of the staff. Eldo asks the Cardinal if he had no idea what was inside his staff all that time. After the mess the Cardinal made, Eldo is certain that the Cardinal could already guess what he is about to do. Infuriated, Cardinal Georges releases all of his fire magic onto Eldo. To protect himself, Eldo casts a one-time shield enhancement. Upon seeing the fire spell colliding onto Eldo's shield, the Cardinal laughs as he believes that he finally won. However, his laugh slowly faded as he saw Eldo unscathed. Confused, the Cardinal could only mutter, "Huh?" Eldo explains that his one-time shield enhancement would not allow him to use another defensive spell for some time, but to compensate for the downside, the spell will fully block the next attack. When it was now Eldo's turn to attack, he remembers the Cardinal saying that the barrier Cardinal Georges made wouldn't let any of Eldo's attacks go through. However, Eldo plans to prove the Cardinal wrong once again. Using the spell Wind Running, Eldo pushed the Cardinal high up in the sky. Eldo points out that defensive magic doesn't protect the user against movement or ability buffs, and they can be activated on friend or foe. Eldo was very glad that he learned more. Cardinal Georges warns Eldo not to mess with him, stating that he is someone who would become the Supreme King no matter what. Eldo somewhat felt bad for the Cardinal since everything he has done so far, from the start until the end, the Cardinal was simply playing the role of a simple villain in a game. The Cardinal showed one more look of despair before being blown to bits by Eldo in the sky. As everyone witnessed Eldo stepping away and the Cardinal facing death, everyone cheered. Exhausted and full of bruises, Cybin finally lets himself rest. With Cybin down, he immediately received a potion which immediately heals his injured arms. All of the injured soldiers also received potions and were instantly healed. As Eldo approaches the camp, Count Magus meets with him, extending his hand. Staring at the Count's hand, Eldo accepted the Count's gesture and shook hands. A follower of the Cardinal, who also witnessed everything, stated how it was impossible. The man couldn't believe that the Cardinal and his army were defeated. The man decides to return post-haste and inform his master. However, before he could do so, he was instantly subdued. Marquis Mayer appears, asking the man who he will be informing the information to. "Good grief," the Marquis says as he believes that there was no need for them to step in. Marquis Mayer guesses that they ended up only contributing a bit at the end, and now turns to the man, wanting to hear what he has to say. To the Marquis' surprise, the man had already killed himself. With that conclusion, the Marquis assumes that the Garden of Despair is hiding in the royal capital. Looking at Eldo from above, Marquis Mayer comments how Eldo is truly something else for even managing to overpower Cardinal Georges after he turned into a monster. Thanks to Eldo, the Marquis's soldiers didn't have to suffer the dishonor of interfering in a noble's duel. Even if Count Magus was defeated, Marquis Mayer, along with his subordinates, wouldn't let the Count's death be in vain. Marquis Mayer was reminded by her helper that there was no need for him to worry, but he still wouldn't believe it. The Count explains that it is a totally different story, and that the future of the country was at stake in the battle. Marquis Mayer knew that her helper knows that she enjoys working with Eldo. What surprised him is how his helper places so much trust in Eldo. Responding to the Marquise's comment, she admits that the Marquis is right and that it is all because Eldo is a little special. The Marquis comments how the world is going to change because of Eldo, but then corrected himself and stated that the country needed to change and was certain that Count Magus will be plenty busy moving forward. As nobles and royalty, Marquis Mayer believes that they must join forces to fight against the Garden of Despair, which has taken root in their country. The fight finally reached its conclusion, with Count Magus's camp as the winner. A month later, Marquis Mayer visited Eldo and told him that it was nicely done for being able to mass-produce the medicine and manage to defeat the Cardinal's forces, pointing out how Eldo has achieved so many great deeds in such a short amount of time. As the Marquis told Eldo that he most especially contributed a lot, Eldo cut the Marquis off and told him that he already knew what he was about to say. Eldo reveals that they already know about the Marquis watching over them from above the hill through his eyes. Not expecting that their presence during the war was also seen, The Marquis could only mutter, "Oh, oh." Marquis Mayer shifts the topic to the magic stone, which he believes that the cardinal was using to make his soldiers explode. Marquis Mayer asks Eldo what he plans to do with those, and also mentioned about what they plan to do with the remaining soldiers of Cardinal Georgius. Eldo agrees, and as for the cardinal soldiers, they all have surrendered, letting go of their weapons. After the defeat of Cardinal Georgius, the warriors under his rule told his camp that they may do as they like with them. The warrior stated that according to the rules that were agreed upon, the defeated soldiers couldn't defy the winner. Looking at the soldier, Count Magus asked him if he knew that those who drank the bloodstone had their lifespans significantly reduced. "What?" said the soldier, as he then gradually realized what their fate would be. Accepting their future, the soldier stated that it must be their punishment, as they knew about the cardinal's evil deeds but still went along with them since they benefited from them as well. For the soldier, he believed that they were merely just getting their deserts. Cardinal Georgius's soldiers confronted Count Magus, asking him what their punishment would be. The soldier made it clear to the Count that even if they received orders for their demise, they would not complain. Count Magus mentioned that he had been to Cardinal Georgius's territory many times and commented that it was bustling, as well as a peaceful and wonderful city. Count Magus pointed out that although the ruler was evil, it did not mean that they should end the lives of the people living there. Count Magus told the soldiers that he wanted them to maintain peace in Georgius's territory until the end of their lives. The soldier looked very confused and asked Count Magus, "What?" Upon realizing the Count's intentions, the soldier remembered his child and wife, after which he apologized to Count Magus and thanked him on behalf of the rest of Georgius's soldiers. The orb Eldo used started cracking, which eventually shattered. When Eldo's friend saw it, he asked why Eldo destroyed the magic stone from Georgius's staff. Eldo explained that the magic stone only worked on bloodstones created by evil spirits that were summoned from the stone. Eldo believed that it would be of no use to them, and keeping it around would only lead to more conflict. The boy pointed out that they could have used the item as a deterrent during critical times. However, from Eldo's point of view, if they were to do that, they would be no better than Georgius. A soldier from Georgius's camp spoke up and stated that whether Eldo had the stone or not, no one could stand up to him. The soldier became frank and stated that Eldo was even a bigger monster than their general. "Hey," said the soldier, as he didn't expect his fellow soldier to say such a thing about their general. The soldier apologized and clarified that he didn't mean what he said as an insult. In response, Eldo told the soldier that it was fine. Eldo, who was once a gamer, felt that such a comment was the greatest pleasure he could get. Hearing that, others wondered what Eldo meant by gamer. "Good grief, there he goes again," said Count Magus. After listening to Count Magus's story, Marquis Mayer commented that it was a nice compromise, as the Count had shown the defeated side his magnanimity. Marquis Mayer mistakenly called Magus by his old title, after which he corrected himself and called Magus Marquis Magus. Marquis Magus felt honored to receive the title of Marquis, admitting that everyone else mostly did the work. Marquis Mayer told Magus that he should still be proud that he had brought everyone together. Marquis Mayer also mentioned the rumors that Marquis Magus would be given Georgius's territory. Knowing how vast Georgius's territory was, Magus commented that it was far more than what he deserved. Marquis Mayer was quite certain that Magus would get more hands to help in no time, as plenty of people would be flocking to Magus's new territory, wanting to settle there. In addition to getting a new territory, Marquis Mayer informed Magus that he already had the spirit archer Satiris, the hero Milia, and the sage Eldo, the three outstanding talents with special jobs. Going back to the special jobs, the treatment of inferior jobs had changed drastically, and they were now called special jobs. Eldo was still quite impressed by how quickly the norms had changed and how quickly that change had spread. Marquis Mayer's swift action seemed to apply to the political sphere as well, based on what Eldo observed. So long as the two marquises were on their side, Eldo believed that the future of the country would be bright. Marquis Mayer relayed information to Magus, which he clarified was a secret. Mayer informed Magus that he would soon get an invitation from the king to attend parliament. It was known that the king had been at Georgius's mercy up until the cardinal's defeat. With Georgius now gone, the king needed to regain his dignity. Mayer believed that both nobles and commoners must unite to fight back against the Garden of Despair. Magus agreed with Mayer and stated that they could build an even better country if they all worked together. The meeting was suddenly interrupted as urgent news was then relayed to both marquises. Shocked, Mayer asked what had happened that got the man so alarmed. A letter was then handed to Marquis Magus, explaining that they had just received a message from the royal capital. Looking at the letter, they were then able to confirm its authenticity from the color of the seal. Mayer called out Magus's name, to which Magus responded that he was on it. The content of the letter stated that the king had passed away. Everyone kept silent as they awaited what other news was being written down in the letter. Marquis Magus, on the other hand, wondered what could be the meaning of the king's sudden passing. Magus was greatly disappointed and saddened by the news, since things were starting to recover after the defeat of Cardinal Georges. Eldo asked Magus if they knew the king's cause of death. Magus responded that they did and that it was due to illness. In the morning, way back 3 days ago, the butler went to call the king but was shocked when he witnessed the king dying in agony. Upon hearing that the king had died 3 days ago due to some illness, Marquis Mayer didn't believe such information, as he shared that he had met the king the day before his unfortunate passing, and Mayer was certain that the king didn't look ill at all. Marquis Mayer was also not worried about any illness, as Mayer believed that the king should have been drinking his medicine regularly. As someone who is very much knowledgeable about medicine, Eldo was certain that the medicine was effective against all ailments. From Eldo's theory, the most possible causes if the king had continued drinking the medicine were dying from old age or natural causes. Not having much information, Eldo wondered if some unknown person had a hand in the matter. Eldo asked Magus who the next king would be. Magus responded, telling Eldo that the person next in line to the throne was none other than the Crown Prince. Magus had met the Crown Prince once during his childhood, and knew that the prince had been trained to be king his entire life, and was very much wise despite his young age. Magus was shocked when they suddenly heard a man asking if he was present. Though the person outside tried to stop the man, asking him to wait, the receptionist was too weak against the man and was dragged inside the room. The receptionist pleaded with the man, telling him that he was not allowed to enter since Magus and his guest were up ahead. The man was surprised and told the receptionist how she just spilled everything on her own. The man still was grateful to the receptionist, as he found the information she spouted quite helpful. When the man finally entered the room and met Magus eye to eye, Magus instantly recognized the man as Sir Halman. Halman greeted both marquises. "Long time no see, Magus Mayer," telling the two that they had grown a lot. Curious, Eldo asked Magus who the person was. Magus informed Eldo that Halman was the Crown Prince's tutor. "Heh," said Halman as he corrected Magus, telling him that he was the former tutor now. Hearing this, Magus looked very confused and mumbled. Halman explained that the Crown Prince had already ordered him to step down from his duties as tutor. Shocked, Mayer asked Halman why the Crown Prince would do such a thing. Halman shared his conjecture with everyone and stated that the king was murdered and that the Crown Prince had been captured. Halman shared one more discouraging piece of news, that the royal palace was basically occupied by the Garden of Despair. This news shocked both Magus and Eldo. Halman relayed what had happened and that it started when the king died. All of a sudden, members of the Crown Prince's personal guard were assigned to the royal palace, and the knights who had served him were kicked out of the castle. From what Mayer knew, His Highness resisted them, to which he asked Halman if that was still the case. Halman explained that the Crown Prince had sensed that the enemy was the Garden of Despair. Being careless when showing resistance would just be repeating the errors of the late king. However, the Crown Prince had been preparing behind the scenes and had been searching for people he could trust for a while, and Halman told everyone that the Crown Prince had already found the people he wished to have as allies. Halman added that the Crown Prince has found people with pride that won't succumb to evil, people that truly care for their country and desire peace. Lastly, people who have the power to oppose them. The late king did everything in his power to prevent the Crown Prince and the princess from contacting outsiders and had asked Halman to teach both royals. When the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, he was looking to contact someone that could deal with the situation from the shadows, so that the king wouldn't be a puppet again. This was also the reason for Halman's removal from the royal guard as part of the new king's plan. Before that happened, the new king had already sent a letter. Halman stated that the people in the royal palace were trying to maintain the facade of a country, after which he told everyone that they must not let the opportunity go to waste. Halman shared how they took advantage of the recent meeting between the late king and Marquis Mayer. Now, along with the letter announcing the death of the last king, Halman stated that the invitation also bore the signature of the current king. Halman revealed that the signature came with some instructions. The king was being surveilled and used as a puppet by the enemy, so even Halman did not know if what was inside the letter was the king's very own words. What Halman could only confirm was that the king had definitely signed the letter himself. Halman and the others prepared a code to indicate the level of danger in the invitation. If the signature went down, it meant that the enemy had discovered the purpose of the invitation. And if the signature went up, the enemy had not yet figured out the king's moves. Based on the signature on the letter, Halman pointed out that the king had not yet been discovered. "I see," said Eldo, as he clarified with Halman that the letter was likely a request for help disguised as an invitation. If that were the case, Eldo pointed out that the enemy still believed that no one knew about their true identity as members of the Garden of Despair. With that in mind, Eldo was certain that the enemy would be vulnerable to surprise attacks. Magus interjected, mentioning that the palace was currently occupied, and that the king was being held hostage, making their odds lean toward their disadvantage. Listening to Megis, Eldo responded that all he said was correct. However, Eldo pointed out that the new king and his allies were not hopeless either. Eldo explained that if the king were to be hopeless, the king basically would become the enemy of the entire country. If one cannot fight back against the enemy, then just eliminating the root problem restores things to normal. Mayor agreed with what Eldo said. However, he still has no idea as to how they will be doing such a thing. Mayor made it clear that what they received was only an invitation to a meeting, and that they won't be able to bring too many people. Mayor mentioned Magus, and how Magus and 2 or 3 people to guard him are the only people that are permitted to enter. Eldo offered to be one of the guards and even mentioned Sasilis's name as the last guard. Eldo stated that they will be scouting the entire palace and eliminating all the enemies. Mayor made it clear to Eldo that since he will be accompanying Megis, he will have to fight while defending Marquis Mayor. Eldo responded that it is no problem as he shared how they got appropriate skills for the task. Hearing that, Mayor was surprised, muttered, "Oh my." Mayor smiles as he tells Eldo that he is indeed correct. As with Eldo around, there is nothing for them to worry about. Observing the conversation, Howman remained silent and noticed Eldo's words filled with self-confidence and even trust he inspires. Mayor was finally able to get it and guessed that the person who spoke just now was the rumored sage, Eldo. Eldo stated that what they need now is a 3-seater carriage. Eldo requires the carriage to be good-looking and that it is not a combatant. Not using a combatant type of carriage will lessen the chance of the enemy being wary of them and become on high alert. The receptionist suddenly raises her hand and mentions that she had already prepared a carriage that Eldo is asking for. Upon seeing the carriage, Magus asked what it was. The receptionist explained that after everyone left due to Mayor's visit, Mina and her people came, which they then gave the carriage to the receptionist. Mina had already considered that Eldo and the others will be heading out to the royal capital, and believes that they should do so in a flash ride. Mayor becomes frightened, commenting how Mina had an incredible foresight. Megis also stated that he was not surprised upon learning that Mina became the leader of the Maxia company at such a young age. Eldo remained quiet, thinking how things are starting to get creepy. After everyone settled inside the carriage, they then announced that they are all set and are now bound to the royal capital. Howman apologizes to everyone and says that he will be entrusting everything as well to them. In response, Satyrus tells Howman to leave it to them. "Well then," says Eldo, as everyone, along with Marquis Mayor's group, are headed toward the royal capital. Meanwhile, at Cardinal Georges's former territory, deep at the altar site which is now deemed a restricted area, a black energy emerged from the debris which then formed into a hand. Bandages appeared and wrapped around the black energy which then formed a human form. Standing at the abandoned altar, the mysterious being stated that Lord Georges has left the stage already. However, the being was not too disappointed by Georges's passing, as it had always thought of Georges as someone who had a disposable role. With one eye popping out, the mysterious being mentioned that the game only works if one plays their role. Mentioning Eldo's name, the mysterious being wondered what role Eldo is playing in their world. Late at night, the guild receptionist tells the adventurer, "We hope to see you again." Letting out a breather, the receptionist stated how he is doing another day filled with work. All of a sudden, the door of the guild opens up. The receptionist apologizes to the guest and tells them that they are already closed for the day. Before the receptionist could finish what he was about to say, he realized that the guest was Teresa. Looking at how rugged and unkempt Teresa looked, the receptionist asks her what had happened. Teresa then explained it in detail to the receptionist what happened. Upon learning that Teresa is looking for Eldo, the receptionist informs Teresa that she only remembers Eldo working alongside the flame spear a while back. Exhausted, Teresa tells the receptionist that she is very tired from her travels and just needs a place to stay. The receptionist stops Teresa, telling her that she cannot do that yet. The receptionist then informs Teresa that she must first visit a certain place. Seeing Teresa's reaction, the receptionist told her to not make such a drag face and suggested that she just follow along. Now at a bathhouse, Teresa was now very much relaxed and stated that she was now back to life. The receptionist, who was also taking a bath beside Teresa, says, "I know, right?" Which she then informs Teresa is the name of the place, the Blazing Lightning Hot Springs. Previously, Melia, who is known for her title as Flame Spear, sealed a monster in the very same place, and it has turned into quite the big news. To commemorate Melia's deeds, they have reopened a related hot spring as the new symbol of the town. Electrically heated water is flowing from the lightning dragon's horn, which spreads the heat from the flame spear, the stamp drink. After the bath leaves one fully refreshed, the receptionist mentioned that ever since the place opened, she has been looking forward to finishing her work every day. The receptionist then asks Teresa if she can't just stay in town. Hearing her co-worker's suggestion, Teresa becomes frustrated, stating, "Ugh, what a conundrum." The receptionist laughs as she tells Teresa that she was just kidding. The receptionist believes that Teresa had already made up her mind, knowing the type of person Teresa is. Yes, Teresa responded. Two silhouettes were headed towards Teresa's location, commenting how nice the hot spring is. Taking a detour resulted in a great idea for the two. When light shone upon the two, it revealed that it was Mina from the Maxia company. The woman beside Mina is her trusty companion, who apologizes to her for confusing Elias with Fiesta. Mina responded that it is fine since they managed to give Eldo what he needed and that they also get to enjoy some wonderful hot springs. Seeing Mina up close, Teresa immediately recognizes her as the head of the Maxia company. Teresa then asked Mina if she knew Eldo. Surprised at first, Mina responds that she does know Eldo. With the two having something in common, they then shared a conversation where Teresa informs Mina that she is traveling to see Eldo. After listening to Teresa's story, Mina deemed that it is fine to share a secret with her. Mina informs Teresa that Eldo's base of operation is in Elias for now, and suggests that Teresa go there if she truly wishes to meet Eldo. Mina warns Teresa that the journey will be dangerous, and suggests that she come along with their distribution team for her safety. Teresa was beyond grateful, thanking Mina for the offer. Curious, Mina asks Teresa what she will do next after she meets Eldo. Hearing the question, Teresa realized and told Mina that it is something that she hasn't really thought about, and that she just wanted to see Eldo. Mina finds it quite precious, stating how Teresa firstly wanted to see Eldo and then think about what she wanted to do. Mina pointed out how Teresa had not thought about what she wanted to do after. Teresa becomes embarrassed as she realizes Mina's point. Going back to the water, Teresa tells herself that Mina is right about her not thinking about it at all, and what she wanted to do after meeting Eldo. On their way to the royal capital, Melia sensed that they were being tailed, and warned Eldo about it. Eldo responded, telling Melia that he had already noticed it. Eldo suggests that they just send their followers a glance to let them know that they have been noticed. Eldo believes that it is unlikely that their followers would attack them, since there is no point or benefit in attacking people that are entering their territory now. With the capital now within their sight, Eldo and everyone else moved forward until they reached the gates. The coachman stepped down and handed the invitation letter to the guards. Upon reading the letter, the gatekeeper mentions that the invitation is real. Stating both Marquis Magus and Eldo's names, the gatekeeper mentions that they've been waiting for their arrival. The gatekeeper informs their invited guests to be aware that they will be the ones that are guarding the royal palace, and to refrain from bringing their own personal guards. Hearing this alarmed both Melia and Satyrus. After making eye contact with Eldo and Marquis Magus, Satyrus and Melia decide to break off from their leaders for the time being. Getting off the carriage, both Eldo and Marquis Magus approached the gatekeeper, which another guard ordered for the gate to be opened. The gatekeeper informed the two that there's still a long way to go until they reach the first wall of the royal palace, which he then asked for Eldo and Marquis Magus to transfer to the carriage that they prepared. On their way to the palace, Eldo and Magus were talking about the two-stage gate and wall security system of the royal capital, pointing out how they are quite strict. The coachman of the carriage informed Eldo and Marquis Magus that in the past the second wall was open to the common people. However, in the current times, only those approached by the king can enter. The law has been set in place since the late king fell ill with a mysterious illness, precautions that were made against Cardinal Georges. That tracks, says Eldo. The coachman informs Eldo and Marquis Magus that they have arrived at the main gate, and that a messenger has already been informed of their presence. Standing in front of the gate, another guard inspects Eldo and Magus, which he then gives the permission for the two to enter. Walking inside the beautiful palace, both Eldo and Magus were guided towards the audience chamber. Before entering, the guests were warned by the guards to mind their words, to which Marquis Magus responded, "Oh, of course." The warning didn't feel right with Eldo, and he stared at the guard. The guard stops Eldo and informs him that before entering he will have to hand over his staff. "Got it," says Eldo as he hands over his staff. Holding onto the staff, the guard heard something and asked Eldo if he had heard something just now. Eldo responded that he didn't hear a thing, whilst putting out a sign on his right hand. "Okay," says the guard as he then permits Eldo and Marquis Magus to enter the audience room. Both Eldo and Marquis Magus were now in front of the ruler of the royal capital, the king. Sitting on his throne, the new king tells his guests, "You made it." The king then tells Marquis Magus, "Long time no see," as he is very glad that they could meet again. Marquis Magus knelt in front of the king and responded how it has indeed been long since they last met, and mentioned that the king has grown a lot. The king shifts his attention to Eldo and mentions Eldo's name. Bending his knee, Eldo tells the king that it is their first time meeting, and that being invited so suddenly to the royal palace is a big honor. The king apologizes to the two for dragging them at such a critical time. The king states how his father, the former king, had passed away so suddenly and that the king is in a rather precarious state. The moment the king stood up, the guards behind him also moved forward. A guard then asked the king what he intended to do. "What?" asked the king as he explained how he merely wanted to get a closer look at Eldo. Holding onto his sword, the guard threatens the king to not make any strange moves. Heeding the warning, the king continues to have a conversation with Eldo, mentioning how he has heard rumors about him, and asking to confirm that Eldo has a special job. As the king mentioned that he finds it very interesting, Eldo remembered Haman's words to trust the king. Haman has taught the king everything since childhood, and has raised him to be someone worthy of being a king, which also applies to the letter that Marquis Magus received. Haman shared one trait of the king, and that he does not follow demands even if he's held hostage. After locking eyes with the king, Eldo answered the king and told him that his job is called a sage. "Huh, sage," says the king as he then praised the special job and those who wield it. Seeing how impressed the king is with just the title alone, Eldo asked permission from the king for him to do a demonstration. Eldo starts counting the number of people present in the room, which he then informs the king that there are a total of 7 people present. As soon as Eldo stated that he had no doubts about the numbers, the king smiled. The guards couldn't contain their laughter and said, "Sage words indeed." Seeing Eldo's value and how talented he is, the king could tell that Eldo could easily contribute a lot to the country. Wanting to be forward, the king wished to discuss Eldo's compensation. The king explained that the country is currently in dire need of reforms due to the misrule of Cardinal Georgius, the former leader of the guild. As of currently, the king and the whole kingdom are allocating a significant portion of the national budget on the matter. The king then asked if it was all right for the two that their payment would be delayed. Since the country is currently in a precarious situation, Marquis Magus didn't mind getting paid at a later time, even if it's over 10 years. The king is quite happy after hearing the time duration Marquis Magus stated, as he believes that it will reduce the burden on the country. The king then asked the two if they mind leaving that conversation aside for now. Eldo asked the king if there was something more important that they needed to discuss right away. The king responded that there is, and for that he asked for Eldo to first take out the guards behind him. Says the guard. When the guards finally realized the king's intentions, they became enraged and were about to harm the king and said, "You little..." Before the guards could harm the king, Eldo uses the spell Sticky Bomb, covering the guards' visions. One guard hid behind and blocked the sticky bomb using his arm. Eldo notices the guard and sees that he threw multiple blades at him. Eldo blocks the blades using his magic barrier. However, he then realized that the blades were just a distraction, as the guard was now changing his attention to Marquis Magus, drawing his sword. The king was shocked as he too noticed the guard's intentions and warned Magus about it. The guard, who has his sword now pointed at Marquis Magus, was stopped by Marquis Magus himself, sending the guard flying with a technique called Spirit Kick. This shocked the king, witnessing that Marquis Magus was now sticking onto a pillar. Marquis Magus's face suddenly switched to Satyrus, revealing that it was Satyrus from the beginning and not Marquis Magus who was inside the palace. Before Eldo and the others left for the royal capital, he suggested that they make a disguise, switching Marquis Magus's and Satyrus's appearance. Both Haman and Marquis Mayer were shocked, commenting how it's as if the two switched with one another. Eldo explained that what had happened is called spirit magic, allowing for 2 people to swap appearances of those within range. Eldo asked Satyrus and Marquis Magus to take into account that if either of them uses a skill, then the disguise will disappear for them. However, once they are inside the castle, it's okay to use a skill at their discretion for self-defense. As soon as Satyrus used a skill, knocking the last guard down, the disguise Marquis Magus wore also disappeared. Stating that he is back to normal, Marquis Magus realized that it only meant one thing, and that things got to a point where Satyrus needed to use skills. Melia believes that the battle inside must have started. Satyrus bent a knee, apologizing to the king for disguising her identity. Satyrus then introduces herself as a member of Marquis Magus's army. The king responds, telling Satyrus that he does not mind. The king praised the two for handling the situation well, considering they couldn't talk beforehand. Eldo stated that they were already informed that the king is very competent. "So you did," says the king, as he then tells Eldo that his reputation doesn't disappoint either. Eldo asks for the king to pardon his rudeness, as he has a question for him. Eldo asks the king what message he included in the invitation. The king revealed that he signed the invitation with a rising edge, which meant that the enemy hadn't noticed. Eldo sensed that it looked real, and realized after what happened that the enemy had been threatening the king after all. "Yes," says the king, as he also revealed that a weak sleeping drug is being burned in the room. The king reveals the enemy's plans, in which they were going to keep Eldo in the room for an hour until he falls asleep. The soldiers outside the room would then finish everyone off. The king states that they've managed to survive the first danger, and that they need to think about what to do next. The scenario was supposed to be that they will fall asleep in due time, and that the soldiers outside will come in. The king then asks how they will escape the castle before all that happens. "No," says Eldo, as he informs the king that they didn't come to the royal capital to rescue him from his own castle. Huh, says the king, as he becomes confused with Eldo's true intentions. Eldo then orders Satyrus to use her spirit eyes to see where the gatekeeper is, to which Satyrus responded, okay. Eldo then called the king's attention, informing him that instead of rescuing him, they came to wipe the enemies out. Every single member of the Garden of Despair infesting the country would meet their demise by the hands of Eldo and Marquis Magus's army. The king was shocked, as he didn't expect that Eldo would plan to destroy the members of the Garden of Despair in the kingdom. Eldo told the king that they can get him out of the castle, but if the enemy finds out that the king has escaped, it is certain that they will strengthen the palace's defenses and add even more divisions outside. Also, one of the worries that the king is thinking of is that the enemy would prepare a fake to take his place, which will ruin any credibility the country still has. Once the trust is broken, the king is certain that restoring it won't be easy. Eldo states how such a scenario may be a last resort. Eldo made it clear that hostages are only valuable if they're the real person. Otherwise, their lives would have just ended right then and there. Eldo explains to everyone that their current priority is to give the enemy no time to prepare, taking them by surprise and retaking the castle, as well as re-establishing the king's authority. In order for their plan to succeed, Eldo pleads to the king that he not go outside and just wait for them in a safe place. I see, says the king, as he believes that the plan Eldo devised is the best option they currently have. The king tells Eldo that though he does not question his strength, he still advises Eldo to be careful, especially of the cloaked man. Cloaked man? Eldo asked. After what happened with Cardinal Georgius, the king deployed the knights, anticipating that something might happen. However, despite the augmented security, the cloaked man suddenly showed up and single-handedly annihilated the royal guard and took over the palace in an instant. Witnessing how powerful the cloaked man is, the king couldn't dare to move an inch in his throne. The king watched how the members of the Garden of Despair stripped his soldiers' armors and wore it themselves. Enraged, the king asked the Garden of Despair if they were really taking the soldiers' place and intended to take over the castle. The cloaked man only smiled and turned away. Before leaving, the cloaked man tells the king that they will be the ones giving the orders moving forward and that all he needs to do is become a dear little puppet for them. Gritting his teeth and holding off his anger, the king could only watch how the enemy easily took over his position. Fortunately, the king and Halman had already made plans beforehand and were counting only on him. After listening to the king, Eldo remembered that all higher-ups have work cloaks. Based on his knowledge, Eldo guesses that they are facing an enemy of similar or even higher strength. The king is certain that the enemy is still somewhere inside the castle. Seeing how the cloaked man had enough power to hold the king prisoner without causing a commotion, Eldo suggests to Satyrus that they must always be on guard. Before they could execute their plan, they must ensure the safety of the king. In front of the door, Eldo gives the signal to Satyrus to use her powers. With shared vision, Eldo sees that there are 2 guards posted outside the room. Eldo then used a spell called Magic Veil and wrapped both his hands around it. Curious, Satyrus asks Eldo what the skill was. Eldo explains that the Magic Veil is mainly used for defense. Satyrus was confused and asked why it is mainly used. Magic Veil is a skill that creates a protective film that covers the entire body, reducing all elemental and physical damage. In Eldo's version, he is concentrating the film in his hands. By doing so, what was originally a defensive skill makes a reversal and can be used offensively. With his fist coated with the Magic Veil, Eldo punches the doors, which went through and connected to both the guards that were posted outside. Eldo's single attack completely knocked the guards down. Getting out of the audience room, Satyrus once again used shared vision, allowing Eldo to know the location of the other guards. Upon seeing the enemy at the bottom of the stairs, Eldo orders Satyrus to take care of the left, as he will handle the guard on the right. Okay, Satyrus responds. In a single moment, Eldo and Satyrus knocked the guards down. When the king saw the guards all knocked out, he realized that Eldo wasn't all talk, admitting that Eldo is actually capable of destroying the members of the Garden of Despair. Using a sensory spell, Eldo confirms that they've secured the floor. Eldo then gave an order to Satyrus in which she followed and released a magic spell. After being told by Satyrus that the spell is done, Eldo then informs the king that for his safety he must stay on that exact floor. Curious, the king asked why and what Eldo was going to do. Satyrus explains to the king that the floor they are on is now a disguised zone, a zone where no sound or images can be seen. When Satyrus demonstrated it to the king, he was surprised after seeing Satyrus suddenly vanish. Popping out on the other side, Satyrus reassures the king that the enemy won't find him while he is inside the zone. I see, says the king. Eldo already thought ahead that the king would get bored waiting, in which he then used a spell to summon a table with food and drink. Eldo asks for the king to eat something while he waits. Seeing that the king has become quiet, Eldo asks if the food is not to his taste. Not responding to his question, Eldo tells the king that he doesn't have to force himself to eat. No, says the king, and explained how he was just a little overwhelmed by the situation. The king shared how he hasn't had a moment to relax in the past few days. Despite the violent situation happening, the king still finds it hard to believe that he can enjoy a meal in complete peace and quiet. The king once again thanked Eldo and Satyrus. Eldo tells the king that once the situation is over, he can be the one to treat them next. I look forward to it, the king responds. Surveying the palace, Satyrus notices something with Eldo and asks what was wrong. Good question, says Eldo, as he then states that they've ensured the king's safety and that their next focus is to determine the enemies that need to be defeated. In that case, says Satyrus. Eldo cuts her off, telling Satyrus to use search enemy. Eldo points out to Satyrus the clear difference in hostility between the true royal knights and the soldiers disguised as them. After hearing Eldo out, Satyrus agrees to use the skill and tries searching for the real enemy. Taking out an item, Satyrus uses it as a catalyst to the spell enemy search. Following Eldo's advice, Satyrus immediately saw the difference in hostility between the knights inside and outside the palace. Eldo tells Satyrus that it made total sense, sharing that he felt a difference in atmosphere between the soldiers from inside and outside. Eldo believes that their enemy may have thought how it is more convenient for them to just disguise themselves and replace all royal guards. However, what they did was just make a mistake, making it obvious how separated the guards are between inside and outside. Reactivating his magic veil, Eldo tells Satyrus that they can move forward without holding back. Eldo tells Satyrus that they now must move and take care of the fake guards. Okay, Satyrus responds. Running across the hall, both Eldo and Satyrus were then spotted by two guards. Alarmed, the guards raised their shields and pulled their swords out, wondering if Eldo and Satyrus were intruders. Eldo responded, telling the guard that the true intruder was actually them. Cursing at Eldo, the guard asks him if he is actually trying to strike the shield with his bare fists. Not only did Eldo prove to the guard that he would strike the shield, he also tore the shield and blew the guard away in the process. Confirming that Eldo is indeed their enemy, the guard raises his sword and was about to swing it at Eldo when Satyrus intervened and kicked the guard away. Hitting the pillar, the guard instantly becomes unconscious. Satyrus was surprised when she heard the guards giving warnings that enemies were inside. Seeing two guards coming towards them, Satyrus shifts her attention and charges at them. In an instant, Satyrus was now in front of the guard, taking the guard by surprise. Satyrus then uses her spirit kick. While the name gives the impression of a kicking technique, the true essence of the skill is in harnessing the power of the spirits to control air. Therefore, the power has nothing to do with the user's strength. The damage it causes comes from releasing compressed air at the moment of impact. The skill proved how powerful it is after Satyrus slammed the guard's head onto the floor. The second guard sneaked behind Satyrus, about to stab her with the sword. However, Satyrus had already seen through it and counters with the back of her fist. Witnessing how Satyrus takes out the guards, Eldo confirms that Satyrus had no problems if she hits with her hands. As Satyrus walks back to Eldo, Eldo was very much impressed and praised Satyrus for already mastering the skill. Embarrassed, Satyrus responds that she still has a long way to go, far from being good. Eldo responded, telling Satyrus that she didn't have to reject it so hard. Eldo suggests that they keep doing what they are doing to dwindle the enemy's numbers. Another pair of guards spotted Eldo from above and called them out, asking what they were doing. The guard then gave an order to report the situation to their commander. Worried, Satyrus asks Eldo what they are going to do. Eldo thought that it would be a pain if the enemy gets a chance to prepare, in which he decides to stir the pot a little. Satyrus was surprised when she saw Eldo's amplification spell. After taking a deep breath, Eldo shouted, asking if he could be heard. After introducing himself, Eldo announced that he had received a royal decree from the king. Hearing Eldo's voice inside the zone, the king wonders what Eldo is trying to do. Eldo informs everyone who can hear him that the king has ordered him to wipe out the Garden of Despair that has taken over the royal palace. Eldo made it clear that he would happily follow the order and destroy every last one of them. Before stopping his amplification spell, Eldo informs his enemies to prepare themselves. Worried, Satyrus asks Eldo if it is really okay to inform the enemy. Yeah, says Eldo, as he no longer sees the point in telling the enemy unless it's before they send a report and start giving orders. Eldo believes that his action would bring most of the enemy's forces straight to them. In just a couple of seconds, soldiers of the royal palace gathered in one place. Seeing that there were only two intruders, the soldiers underestimated their uninvited guests. Eldo then asks Satyrus if she can handle that many. Yes, says Satyrus, as she promises to try her best. Surrounded, Eldo and Satyrus try their best to fend the enemies off. A guard saw an opening and swung his sword at Satyrus. Unfortunately for the guard, Satyrus saw through his plan and used a spell to counter, which led to the guard's sword breaking. With the guard not expecting the weapon to shatter, Eldo took advantage while the guard was distracted and landed an uppercut. The rest of the guards then received orders to surround Eldo and Satyrus. Using her innate abilities, Satyrus leaps on top of the pillar. This act annoyed the guards, cursing at Satyrus. Eldo didn't notice two guards muttering "sneak." They then took Eldo by surprise, taking both of his arms. The guard mocks Eldo for leaving himself wide open and asks what he plans on doing with his fists now subdued. Eldo responded, telling the guard that they misunderstood something and explained that a sage is a magic-focused job. Eldo was trying his best not to turn the castle into ruins. Since his hands are tied up, Eldo guessed that destroying the courtyard should be fine. Using the spell Explosion, Eldo successfully blew the guards that were holding his arms away. Witnessing what had happened to his fellow comrades, the guard froze when Eldo mentioned that he will start using a magic explosion moving forward, and if the guards are ready for it. With their ego hurt, the guards rallied up and mentioned how they won't let Eldo humiliate them any further. A couple of guards gathered up surrounding Eldo. A guard entered the room and was about to inform his commander of the situation, when his commander cut him off and stated that he already knew, since he could hear Eldo from the room. Mentioning Eldo's name, the commander couldn't believe that the sage would dare declare war on them. Even though the dark side of the empire was dispatched, they still failed in bringing down the prey that was already caught in their trap. The commander made it clear that they can't let Eldo and his companions turn things around. The commander told his men that they can't let their enemies continue to look down on them any further. "Hey," says the commander, calling out the Garden of Despair, asking if they are listening. Phasing out of the wall, the cloaked man appeared. The guard was shocked as he didn't expect that a man would come out of the wall. The commander, who also didn't expect such an entrance, commented that the cloaked man is truly a damned monster. The commander then asks the Garden of Despair how they plan on dealing with the matter. The commander reminded the cloaked man that they only went ahead of everything since they proposed it to their king. The commander now wonders how the Garden of Despair will solve the unexpected setback. "You what?" says the commander after hearing the cloaked man say that they do not care. The cloaked man explained that their objective has already been accomplished. Upon realizing that the Garden of Despair has cut ties with them, the commander states that they no longer have any reason to continue following orders from them anymore. The commander then gave the guard a signal, informing him that they will be using that. "Yes, sir," the guard responds, as they are left with no other choice but to rely on any means necessary. In order for them to be safe, the commander gave the order to kill Eldo at all costs. Meanwhile, Eldo continues to decimate the guards with his explosion magic. Satyrus is also proving herself to be capable of dealing with multiple guards with the use of her spirit kick. After knocking out the guards, Eldo then says, "That's the bulk of them." A single guard arrived and was shocked when he saw so many guards defeated by just two intruders. When Eldo noticed the guard, he told Satyrus that there was one left. Scared, the guard decided to flee. Eldo followed after, telling the guard that he was not getting away. When Eldo and Satyrus entered the hallway, they were surprised when they saw multiple mages all lined up at the end. The mages then simultaneously activated the spell Water Spray Magic. With so much water gushing towards them, both Eldo and Satyrus stood still as they were not expecting so much water. The attack destroyed the door and knocked Satyrus down in the process. The mages then slowly approached Satyrus while she was still coughing and getting some air. Satyrus admits that she got careless, as she had no clue how to deal with the sudden wave of spells. A mage then asks Satyrus where Eldo was. Satyrus responds, telling the mages that in comparison, Eldo is much more amazing than them. Eldo phased out from the floor and now had access to the mage's blind spot. Using his explosion magic, Eldo blew the mages away. Eldo then approached Satyrus, giving her a hand to stand up. Satyrus apologized since she couldn't handle it properly. Eldo understood since he saw Satyrus trying to pull back. However, the skill consumes a lot of mana, but Eldo is certain that Satyrus could have covered her entire body with wind to fend off the attack. "I see," says Satyrus. Both Eldo and Satyrus were surprised when a guard called their attention. The guard informed the two that he was currently holding the crown prince's younger sister, which means that the girl is the kingdom's princess. Both Eldo and Satyrus were surprised, as they didn't expect that the princess would become a hostage. As what Eldo remembered, Howman mentions that the king has a younger sister. However, since the princess never shows her face in public, Eldo has no idea if the woman that the guard has taken hostage is the real one. Eldo could only think of one thing to verify, which he then asks for Satyrus's help. Understanding Eldo's idea, Satyrus agrees to follow. With the use of enemy search, Satyrus confirms that the woman being held is a fake and even mentions that there's a knife behind the woman. "Figured," says Eldo. The woman cries out, calling the attention of Eldo and Satyrus, telling them that the enemy has demanded that they leave the castle, suggesting that they stop the pointless fighting and just return the king. Inside the woman's head, all of what she had said is a lie. and she will attempt to kill both Eldo and Satiris the moment they turn their back. Satiris slowly approached the woman, which surprised the guard, muttering, Hey! The woman asks if Satiris did not hear her. As the woman was about to say something, Satiris cuts her off by slapping her face. Surprised, the woman asks how Satiris knew she was a fake. The guard was also in shock as he couldn't believe that the woman's cover was blown. With the guard distracted, Eldo tries to sneak an attack. The guard asks for Eldo to stop, but it is already too late. Since the enemy is now using fake hostages, Eldo believes that the Garden of Despair may be on their last legs. Satiris is still very much curious as to where the real princess exactly is. Satiris had already used enemy search and saw that there were only hostiles within the castle. Eldo pointed out that enemy search can only react to people that are conscious, and theorized that the princess may have fainted or had fallen asleep. Makes sense, Satiris responds. Eldo then asks Satiris to try using enemy search once more. Satiris was confused by Eldo's order. Eldo explained that since they defeated the bulk of enemies in the courtyard, he believes that the ones who didn't join them earlier must have some other roles, such as a commander giving orders. Listening to Eldo, Satiris realized that one may have also played the role of a hostage guard. Eldo responds, most likely. Satiris understands the intentions of Eldo's order and immediately uses enemy search in the whole castle. From what Eldo knows about spirit archers is that their enemy search ability is quite powerful. In normal cases, enemy search only shows the aura of hostility. Satiris' enemy search also benefits from the spirit's eye, which lets her locate enemies even from a distance. Eldo believes that no enemy can escape a spirit archer's tracking. After searching the whole place, Satiris learned that there are 5 hostiles all grouped up. Continuing her search, Satiris found another guard all alone, in which she confirms that the princess is with the guard. Satiris informs Eldo that she has found the princess, explaining in detail that a woman has fainted and that there's an enemy who seemed to be guarding the princess. Eldo realizes that the princess is being held below them, right at the dungeon. Eldo pulls out a bow and arrows, telling Satiris that it is all he needs to know. After giving Satiris the bow and arrows, Eldo informs her that he will rescue the princess alone, and orders her to stand by at the place and keep watch. Understood, says Satiris. After telling Satiris that he will now head off, Eldo uses the spell Earth Camouflage and slowly sinks to the ground. Meanwhile, the guard who's assigned to look after the princess was starting to get annoyed, stating that he is going to die from boredom just by guarding the cell. Looking at the princess, the guard mentions how the princess is not showing any signs that she would wake up anytime soon. Thinking about himself and his desires, the guard unlocks the gate and removes his helmet. The guard then tells the princess that if she does not want to wake up, then he might as well gobble her up a bit since no one would mind. Eager to touch the princess just a little bit, the guard, who is now drooling, prays that the princess continues to sleep. Unfortunately for the guard, Eldo had just arrived in time, landing on the man's head. Eldo then mentions that he has arrived right at the perfect time and place. Eldo was thinking of waking the princess up, but wonders how he can do it without being rude. Eldo realizes that the princess hasn't woken up despite all the noise. From what Eldo could tell, the princess isn't sleeping normally, which made him wonder if the princess has fallen unconscious or asleep due to some sort of spell. Pulling out a vial, Eldo stated that regardless if the princess is under some type of spell, he is certain that the medicine he brought will heal her. After Eldo gave the medicine, the princess finally opened her eyes. Confused, the princess asks where she was and who Eldo is. Eldo introduces himself and explains that the new king has ordered him to restore peace to the palace. The princess was relieved and felt grateful, knowing that her brother is safe. Indeed, Eldo responds as he then informs the princess that she may have been put to sleep, but he was still glad that the princess is safe. No, says the princess, and reveals that she did it to herself. Confused, Eldo asks what the princess meant. The princess explains that when the Garden of Despair invaded, she quickly took a sleeping pill, thinking that with her unconscious, it would be more trouble for the enemy. The princess then apologized since her idea made Eldo come down to get her. Eldo stops her and tells the princess that she has made a wise decision in taking the sleeping pill. Thanks to the princess, the enemy had to hastily prepare a rather sloppy fake. For now, Eldo suggests that they reunite with his ally upstairs. Satiris was surprised when Eldo finally returned with someone with him. Eldo then orders Satiris to take the princess to the king. After that, she then has to join back with Milia and take out the remaining enemies. Understood, Satiris responds. Eldo plans to take care of the cloaked man that the king has mentioned, and believes that the battle will end once he is finished. Satiris then informs Eldo that she couldn't even detect the cloaked man's presence with enemy search, and states how it is likely that the cloaked man is no longer in the castle. Upon hearing that Satiris couldn't locate the cloaked man, he responds that Satiris' theory may be correct. However, Eldo still suspects that the cloaked man is still hiding somewhere. Eldo finds it hard to believe that the mastermind behind the plan would stay quiet. Satiris understands and follows Eldo's orders, telling him as well to be careful. After the princess and Satiris left, Eldo remained standing in the courtyard, in which the cloaked man appeared behind him. Noticing the cloaked man's presence, Eldo thanks him for saving him the time to look for him. What Eldo didn't expect is that the cloaked man would show up himself. From what Eldo theorized, the cloaked man may have used earth camouflage, since the user cannot be detected while being submerged. What makes Eldo more curious is why the cloaked man decides to show up now. Eldo points out how the cloaked man had plenty of opportunities to launch surprise attacks if he wanted to stop them. However, since the cloaked man only showed up when Eldo was all alone, it only meant that the cloaked man and his organization had different goals. Eldo then asks the cloaked man if his goal had something to do with him. The cloaked man did not respond and just grinned. All of a sudden, a part of the castle exploded and was about to fall onto Eldo. The cloaked man then tells Eldo that he is correct and that his target is Eldo all along. Eldo could only stand still as the building eventually landed on top of him. Melia, along with Marquis Magus, has started taking action, knocking out the gatekeepers. "Okay, we managed to sneak in," says Melia. Confused, her comrade asked what she meant by sneak. Melia received a telepathic call from Satiris, asking Melia if she could hear her. Hearing Satiris, Melia becomes mad at Satiris as it took her a long time to contact them. Satiris apologized and explained that things got a little chaotic on her end. Melia informs Satiris that she has put the gatekeepers to sleep. Hearing this, Satiris responds that it is all right since the gatekeepers are also an enemy. "Really?" says Melia as she sensed that something fishy was going on. Marquis Magus asks if they can now enter the castle. Satiris responds, telling Marquis Magus that they can and that they will join up with them soon. Awaiting in the safe zone, the king hears his sister's voice calling out to him. The princess, who was not informed of the safe zone, kept calling out to her brother Leonil, who is the new king. Satiris then informs the princess that her brother is over there. Princess Miliana was surprised when King Leonil suddenly appeared in front of her, asking her if she was all right. Upon realizing what he had done, the king apologized for scaring her. Seeing his sister fine, the king was very much relieved and told his sister that he is glad she is okay. Seeing her brother fine, Princess Miliana also tells her brother how glad she is. King Leonil then thanked Satiris for rescuing his little sister. The king noticed that Eldo was not around and asked Satiris where Eldo was, and what happened to Marquis Magus joining them. "Well, for that one," says Satiris as she was about to explain to the king the plan when Melia and the others opened the door, meeting up with them. When the king called Magus's name, Magus was surprised and called out the king's name, Leonil. Not seeing each other for a long time, Marquis Magus tells the king that he has grown so much since the last time they saw each other. The king comments how Magus has not changed at all, which is also the reason why he could tell who Magus was right away. All of a sudden, the whole palace shook. Worried, the king asked what it was. Satiris explained that it was Eldo's doing. Satiris then asks for everyone to listen to her, and reveals that the only remaining enemies are the cloaked man and a few soldiers. Eldo had promised to defeat the cloaked man, and left Satiris and the others in charge of defeating the remaining enemies. "Understood," says Melia. Satiris then asks Sibin to protect everyone who is not capable of fighting. "Okay," Sibin responds. Melia then asks for Satiris to lead the way, to which Satiris responds, "Okay, follow me." As Melia and Satiris were heading to the remaining enemies, Eldo on the other hand was being kept busy by the cloaked man. Underneath the rubble, Eldo uses his explosion magic to remove the debris. Mad, Eldo tells the cloaked man that he has quite a way to greet someone. After witnessing how Eldo got out of his trap, the cloaked man confirms and was not even surprised that Gyorix was defeated by Eldo. Grinning, the cloaked man removed his hood and told Eldo that he wanted to fight him. Hearing someone from the Garden of Despair challenging him, Eldo comments, "That's new." Eldo tells the cloaked man that he wasn't expecting such a wicked organization to request a fair fight. Summoning his staff, Eldo tells the cloaked man that he will fight whoever his opponent is. Wanting to repay the cloaked man's gesture, Eldo tells the cloaked man that he wishes to greet back, and hopes that the cloaked man will not be shy and will take all of his attack. Eldo uses the spell Clay Bullet and launches them one by one at the cloaked man. Having such keen eyes, the cloaked man dodged the first batch of clay bullets that Eldo launched. Running to the side, Eldo changes his trajectory, chasing the cloaked man. When Eldo was about to hit the cloaked man's head, the enemy instinctively dodged it by ducking his head even further. The cloaked man looked very pleased despite almost having his head blown off. Observing the cloaked man's movements, Eldo learned that his opponent is seeing right through his aim and direction. Eldo was left with no other choice but to change up his strategy. Creating more clay bullets, Eldo lined them up and released them all, targeting the cloaked man's feet. In order to dodge the attack, the cloaked man jumped. Eldo already saw through the cloaked man's next move and positioned himself on top of the cloaked man. When Eldo finally got the chance to land an attack, he was shocked when his fist just phased through the cloaked man's head. With his attack not connecting, Eldo lands first on the floor while the cloaked man is now above him. When Eldo turned, he was shocked when he saw a blade coming out of the cloaked man's face. Taken by surprise, Eldo couldn't dodge right away and ended up getting slashed in the face. With the cloaked man about to land on him, Eldo stepped away, creating a distance between them. During their little exchange of skills, Eldo learns that the cloaked man used the phantom aura, which helped in tricking him. The cloaked man intentionally avoided Eldo's attacks to hide the fact that it wasn't his real self. The reason the cloaked man came out from underground at the start was to make it look like he was using earth camouflage. With that strategy, Eldo admits that he completely fell hook, line, and sinker. Eldo is certain that the cloaked man is still hiding at that very moment, making Eldo wonder if the cloaked man is waiting for the moment that he would give him an opening. Eldo takes back what he had said about the fight being fair, as he is certain that the cloaked man is following the Garden of Despair's playbook to the letter. When the cloaked man lifted his head, resting a hammer on his shoulder, this surprised Eldo as he didn't see a weapon being held earlier. Phantom Aura is a clone made of mana, and that reflects the user's equipment and stats. Seeing the cloaked man swinging the hammer, it only meant that the main body also has a weapon. The cloaked man threw his weapon at Eldo, who is still undecided whether the weapon is real or not. Wondering where the real one is, Eldo was surprised when the cloaked man appeared behind him and swung his hammer. To the cloaked man's surprise, Eldo blocked the attack with his barrier and countered it with explosion magic. However, what Eldo didn't expect is that the cloaked man beside him is also another fake. Seeing the hammer being pulled back, Eldo sees that there was a wire attached to it. Eldo theorizes that the main body was using a wire to manipulate a blunt weapon to bluff the clone using it. The clone who was beside Eldo jumps back, reuniting with the main body. Now facing multiple tricky opponents, Eldo asks the cloaked man if he intends on continuing making a commotion. The cloaked man tells Eldo to not worry since everything will be over soon. Eldo looked very confused as his sight was starting to get blurry. The cloaked man then introduces himself as Leon, also known as the venomous snake. Touching his wound, Eldo realizes that he has been poisoned. Unfortunately for Eldo, he had used his only medicine on the princess. Leon tells Eldo that the poison will slowly wear him down. No matter how strong a person is, they are still afraid of death. Leon praises Eldo for being strong as well as composed. However, he is certain that Eldo cannot escape from death. Thrilled, Leon asks Eldo to show a face that is filled with fear. Eldo closes his eyes and takes a breath as he tells Leon that he is left with no other option but to finish the fight very fast. Eldo unclenches his fist and a black orb appears. Curious, Leon asks what it was. With a serious look, Eldo tells Leon that the spell is called Power Orb. After being asked by Leon to show a face that is filled with fear, Eldo tells himself to not panic, since the poison he got contracted with is not the type that will make him lose consciousness right away. Eldo calmed himself and assessed the situation. With his current situation, Eldo is left with no other option but to finish the fight quickly. Leon witnessed how Eldo opened his hand and summoned a black orb. When Leon asked what it was, Eldo responded, calling the spell Power Orb. With the two just standing still, Leon asks Eldo what he is trying to do. Eldo responded, telling Leon that what he is doing is nothing too important, but rather it is just useful. Says Leon as he told Eldo that he had better pray that one of the uses of the Power Orb saves him. Simultaneously, Leon and his clones threw their hammers, making it hard for Eldo to determine which hammer is the real one. In order to protect himself, Eldo uses the spell Magic Guard. As soon as the hammers phase through Eldo's spell, he concludes that the last one is the real hammer. When the hammer finally hit the Power Orb, the spell exploded, pushing Eldo away. Seeing Eldo crash confuses Leon. Leon asks Eldo if what he had done was just some sort of a joke, having his own skill send him flying. Stepping out of the rubble, Eldo responds that he had messed up and wondered if it was because it's been a while since he used the spell. Eldo guesses that his instincts may have become a bit rusty. Confused, Leon asks Eldo what he is talking about. Eldo tells Leon that what he saw was basically the power of the skill he activated. Eldo explains how the skill is basically a shell where a spell can be placed inside it. Eldo revealed that he placed the explosion spell inside the Power Orb. If there is no spell placed inside it, then there would be no problem. When the shell breaks, the spell inside it activates, and the strength of the shell itself is dependent on how much mana one puts into it. If the shell doesn't break naturally, then the user can break it themselves. Witnessing how Eldo destroyed the empty Power Orb, Leon right then understands the spell's mechanics. Since Leon was tricking Eldo with which one is real or fake, he believes that Eldo is trying to trick him as well. Eldo responds, telling Leon that he is correct and admits that he is not quite fond of such a combat style. However, he does not have the luxury of time. Eldo tells Leon that he will not make a choice between real or fake. Eldo activates his magic veil, covering his whole head. Seeing this, Leon recognizes it as the defensive spell that Eldo used earlier to save himself from the tower. With his new strategy, Eldo is certain that he can tank the damage. Eldo's strategy comes with the spell that can destroy everything. Eldo warns Leon to get it right or he can start running before he gets caught up in the fireworks. Leon was shocked, as he didn't notice that Eldo placed a spell while hiding in the smoke. Seeing Eldo pushing all of the power orbs towards him shocked Leon, but upon seeing that the power orbs were starting to crack, Leon immediately left his clones and moved a far distance away. Reacting to Leon's behavior, Eldo destroys all the power orbs he created. "What?" says Leon, as he never thought that all of the power orbs would be empty. Using such a strategy, Eldo was able to locate Leon's main body. Leon was in disbelief as he realized that it was all a trick from the start. Left with no other choice, Leon gets his hammer back and swings at Eldo, planning to buy more time until the poison takes effect. To Leon's surprise, his attack just went through. Leon then learns that Eldo used Phantom Aura as well. Above Leon was Eldo, who was now readying his fist. With one swing of his fist, Eldo finally connects his attack, knocking Leon down. The moment Leon got knocked out, all of his clones, along with Eldo, vanished. When both the real Leon and Eldo finally spoke to each other without any tricks, it was then that Leon realized that during the first explosion, Eldo had already planned everything. Eldo responds, telling Leon that he is correct and explains that he used his skill intentionally to get blown back. Using Phantom Aura, Eldo hid himself in the smoke and prepared a bunch of empty power orbs. Leon couldn't believe that he fell for it hook, line, and sinker. What was more is that Eldo fought using the same Phantom Aura he got fooled with, using Leon's very own tricks against him after his failed attempt. Leon curses at Eldo, telling him that he is one petty man. Eldo responds and tells Leon that he is not wrong in that. Laughing, Leon tells Eldo that it truly is something else, which is also what got him interested in Eldo's strength. Leon warns Eldo to prepare himself. When Eldo asked what Leon meant, Leon revealed how Eldo had garnered too much attention. The Garden of Despair has deemed Eldo an enemy that must be defeated at all costs. Leon admits that he had acted on his own, but next time will be different. The Garden of Despair will go after Eldo without rest. With his last words, Leon tells Eldo to struggle all he can. Seeing blood coming out of Leon's eyes, Eldo realizes that Leon has used his very own poison to kill himself. Eldo states how things have turned into a big mess, but he believes that there is no longer a way for him to prevent it. Acknowledging Leon's words to prepare himself, before Eldo could do that, he let go of all of his strength. Laying on the ground, Eldo felt that the poison had finally kicked in. Calling for Satyrus, Eldo asks if he can hear her. Meanwhile, Satyrus and Melia are still in pursuit of the remaining enemies. After telling Melia that their enemies are inside the room ahead, Melia understands and is about to run towards it when Satyrus stops her, telling her that an ambush is waiting inside. Seeing Melia's confused look, Satyrus decides to share her senses with her. After using the shared vision, Melia tells Satyrus that she is correct. Though it is her first time seeing with the shared vision, Melia could tell that the spell is quite useful. Satyrus asks what they have to do next. Melia reassures her, telling her that she will take care of the rest since it's just a bit of work. Switching the end of her weapon, Melia then strikes right at the wall. That is the end of the recap at chapter 43.3. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.